Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Blooming freezing outside, it really is. So today I'm going to make an effort to try and buy a pair of gloves, I think. So the 9 eco-activists, we did convict them. They have been found guilty, and all we were worried about yesterday, and all about the journalists were worried about, was whether or not they were going to go to prison, and they have. They've gone to prison for up to about 4 months, except one of them, the one who thought he was Mr. Smarty Pants, turned out to be Mr. Idiot, who then said to the judge, a bit unwise, well, when I come out, I shall carry on doing it. So they promptly gave him another 2 months. That'll teach you. You'll not be celebrating Christmas anymore. And 100 extra people coming out? I don't think so. Oh no, they'll take you away. They'll chuck you in prison. Amazon are going to ban payments by Visa in 2022. Luckily, I am with Amazon. I do have Prime, and I don't have Visa with them, which is good. Andrew Neil says huge mistake to become the face of GB News. And Misha Paris gets an MBE, which is very good, isn't it? From Princess Anne. You'd be a bit disappointed, wouldn't you, really? If you're going to get an MBE, you're going to go, could I have Charles? Is it possible? She doesn't do them anymore. She doesn't do those. So that's why William sort of helps out, which actually I wouldn't have a problem with William doing it, or anybody. Not Anne. Not Anne, please. So the 9 Insulate Britain activists jailed for breaching the injunction to prevent road blockades. And this idiot, I think his name's Tom, isn't it? I think it's Tom. And, they were aged between 20 and 58. Ben Taylor, that's right, described his submissions as inflammatory and a call to arms, therefore given a longer sentence to deter him from committing. And, of course, if he comes out and goes back to doing it, they'll throw him in prison again. I remember seeing people arguing in court with judges, and every time they argued, the judge went, another 6 months. Eventually, the message sinks through into their thick heads because they've achieved nothing, these activists. The government have just totally blanked them. The British public hate them. There's a few old weirdos who want to go and superglue themselves to a road or chain their face to a road or to do something. And either way, they've achieved nothing apart from just being an irritant, a little bit like, Scratch, where you sort of do. There were a lot more than 9, though. Actually up in court? I don't know. Obviously they had to decide whether or not they were just irritating little so-and-sos and they wanted to put them away. But never mind, they'll be enjoying Christmas lunch inside. Perhaps they can drum up some business in there. The group and their supporters chanted, "We are unstoppable, another word is possible," as they were led to the cells. It's so sweet, isn't it? Honestly, at least they're making a contribution. But they weren't unstoppable. That's why they've sent them to prison. So even if they did have jobs on the outside, I hope somebody's had to write to their employers going, unfortunately, Mickey Mouse and Minnie will not be back at work for the foreseeable future because they're currently residing at Her Majesty's pleasure. So there you go. But it's about time. We were waiting to see the teeth of Priti Patel and the law in this country to try and lock people up because it just screwed everybody's life up. Everybody gets by. They're not going to sit there all day, are they? We know that. They're just doing it to be disruptive. But they think by chaining themselves to railings and by gluing themselves to the road that's going to make the government do something. Unfortunately, it didn't do a thing. And so, Tom Swarbrick was talking about it the other night. He said they haven't achieved anything at all, apart from just being irritating little gits. Sorry about that. EastEnders. Apparently it's going to get a new executive producer in January, which is good news, says Brian. Really? You think so? You can't just get rid of people out of EastEnders because all these people will have contracts. So the only reason that they would ever get rid of anybody on EastEnders is if they couldn't find storylines for them. And that comes down to the writers. It's not really a case of just getting somebody out of the show because you want to put somebody new in. I haven't seen it for ages. Not since way before Barbara. It's the 3rd soap now behind Emmerdale. I couldn't tell you, any of the people in it. I couldn't tell you any of the storylines. But mind you, I'm exactly the same in Coronation Street and Emmerdale and Hollyoaks. Exactly the same for all of them. So if you need new blood, yes. That's a good idea. I remember sitting down, I went with Barbara to the television awards a few years back, and we were sitting at the EastEnders table, quite rightly, and we had the executive producer of EastEnders, And I remember thinking, I'm so desperate to ask him all these questions. But of course, as half the people around the table, in fact, more than half, were EastEnders people, like Phil Mitchell was there and Barbara. And well, I just wanted to ask him about, how they work out the storylines, whether they go, OK, let's make so-and-so have a really good storyline, because that's the only thing that gets you watching soaps. And as we all know, a good death at Christmas is always a very popular one to have. So somebody will be mown down, a truck will drive into the Queen Vic or something like that. Tiff, of course, died at Christmas. I mean, something big is happening this year. You think so? You've heard a rumour. Oh, God, he can't remember now. Is that embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? So there's a rumour that something big is going to happen at Christmas. But they've all got to come up with something. They've all got to come up with something, because that's the only way you're going to get your audience. It's like at the moment, the newspapers and the television companies are trying to get an audience for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, filmed in Wales. Freezing cold, miserable, depressing, and not a kangaroo testicle in sight. So they're going to be doing it there. So they're drumming up interest by feeding out little bits of information to the press, by saying, oh, we're going to have a cell, they'll be locked up in it, there'll be more of these trials and stuff, as if it makes any difference. It's not really the trials that are interesting for the people. It's the people there who are actually taking part in the programme. And if they're not particularly, interesting so-called celebrities, I mean, it used to be about everyday life. It's not now, is it? That's what they used to say, that soaps represent your life, not my life. Not my life. I mean, the older ones were much better. If you look at the old ones, and they do, I think every day, I think it's an EastEnders retrospective where they go back into the archives and they start playing it. And they're really good. When you had the cafe with Ali and his wife in there, and people popped in for a tea cake and a cup of tea and to use the telephone, although you could never hear them on the phone, which was surprising because we heard everything else in there except the person on the telephone. Den and Ange at the bar, she was drunk most of the time. He was having flings left, right and centre with Michelle, and it was all taking place, and it was all good. Now, couldn't care less. We shall have Pete on his fruit and veg, and oh dear, it was just. I love the Osmonds. I thought they were great, but they got rid of them. And the cafe disappeared, and then Ian Beale sort of took over, and I quite like that. Now there's talk that he might be leaving. That's what they were saying. I think because he's realised that there's another life away from it. But why you'd want to leave the security of a soap? Yes, he's an I'm a Celeb. I think he's an I'm a Celeb, isn't he? Is he an I'm a Celeb? I can't remember now. I'm pretty... Yeah, it was rumoured. No, but he's not. Has he just come out of something? Oh, see, I mean, how difficult is life at the moment? It really is, honestly. Yes, there he is. Why EastEnders Adam Woodyatt and Coronation Street Simon Gregson aren't in the I'm a Celebrity lineup? Because they were rumoured to both be in. Now, whether or not they could be in the reserves. So the two men will join the castle as late arrivals next week after the series has already kicked off, which is... right. So they will confirm, and that they have confirmed they are still part of the lineup, but they won't be in there at the beginning. They will arrive late. They'll be going, oh, look, I mean, I don't know why it's a big surprise. You're not supposed to tell anybody, are you, if you're actually going into it? But people can't wait. So two soap legends. They'll introduce you to the people, most of whom you know, but there's a fair number you've got no idea of. And then they will join the cast. Because he's banked the money, hasn't he? He's bought himself a new camper van and everything. Wife's furious because they're separating. They have separated. Steve, do you think they serve Christmas lunch in prison? Of course they do. What do you think? They ignore Christmas? No. Not only do they do that, they do halal. They will do kosher. They'll do everything. Every sort of, God of the days where sort of prisons just served up slop. Now they have to cater gruel. Yes, is it worth the waiting for? All we ever get is gruel. I could have been in that show. I remember seeing it at the London Palladium, actually. Yeah, Mr. Bumble. Heavens above, he was a rotund young man. I'm not a rotund man, but I did like Harry Seacombe as Mr. Bumble. Boy for sale. And they were sort of standing there with poor little Mark Lester freezing his pants off, standing outside. That was him, yes. He was doing the boy for sale, yes. Because he was a singer. Was Harry Seacombe. Do you not know anything about Harry Seacombe? He was one of the Goons. Bit before your time, I realise. But yes, he was a singer. He used to do songs of praise. They would always have him singing, God made this lovely anorak, especially for me. It was all very good. Steve, I went to the Christmas market, says Jared, in Leicester Square yesterday, and I didn't like it. Oh, yeah, but did you do the one at Trafalgar Square? Did you do the other one in Covent Garden? I'm doing one, a Christmas market this week with Lynn, whose birthday it is. My Lynn's birthday is today. She very wisely has decided not to tell me how old she is. So I think she's a little bit older than I am. I think she's only a little. I think it's only about a year. 42. I think it's only about a year in it. But she was texting me before I came to work, and she was saying it's my birthday today, and she's going out and she's going to go and buy some lingerie. That's all I can tell you. Not allowed to say anything else. She's going out for lunch. She's going to the Ivy, and she glams up well. Well, she's Welsh. All Welsh people glam up, really well. They really do. Lots of gold slippers and stuff like that. You won't see her going out looking scruffy. Definitely not. Liz says, have you ever traced your family tree? One of my relatives started doing it, and we didn't get... You can go so far with records that you can pick up from your local church and stuff like that. And then you have to you can do it. There's all these different companies now. I've got no interest in my family tree. I really haven't. I mean, because they're not alive anymore. So I know that, they were big families. I know that we lost a few in the war, and they were just a working class family. They didn't have any more or any less than anybody else at the time. My Uncle Bill was a butcher. My auntie and uncle, who used to live, in fact, took my mum in when she became very ill. They had a shop in Hayes, a clothes shop. They used to sell clothes. So if ever we went down there, we would go into the shop, we'd be treated to something, and they would give my mum a discount. I know, it just seems ridiculous. And they owned the corner in Hayes, in Middlesex. Now it's sort of taken over by KFC and all the rest of it. And but it's interesting. I mean, sometimes on Who Do You Think You Are, the family trees for the celebs are so boring, they drop them. What they're looking for is they're looking for the fact you've got a twisted murderer in your family, who also somebody who was taken away and sailed overseas to something like, off to Australia, on those lovely cruise ships which had people in chains on them. Because, I mean, most people have just got quite boring lives. Dermot O'Dreary, apparently, was one of them. Well, he was dropped because nothing interesting. But that's it. Why would you expect something to be interesting in there? I mean, they have to go through it. It's like when they were doing This Is Your Life. They have to go through it and find out there's not going to be any nasty surprises that are going to crop up that they have to avoid. And so they do question you. When they did Dale, because I was in the next studio to them, they were sort of saying, we'd like to do Dale for This Is Your Life. And then we went through and we sort of, who would be the people who he would expect to be there and all that kind of stuff. And then we're all waiting up in the studio in Teddington whilst he's being done, and then they bring him up to the studio, they put him through makeup and hair and all the rest of it, and then they do the programme. Yeah, and then it's transmitted, and he gets a book. Phil, at the beginning, the book is empty. The big red book from Michael Aspel was empty. Nothing in it, not a picture, not anything at all. He would just sit there turning over blank pages. And then at the end, they fill in with photographs of people. They've got a photographer there who takes pictures of all the people on stage and things like that. And then they sort of fill it up so you can see who's there. Where his book is, I've got no idea. Presumably his godchildren have got it, which was quite nice.
This is LBC.
For a fast way to get around and across London, think Tube. Here, there, everywhere made easy. Travel fast with the Tube from £2.80 in zones 1 and 2. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. First stated is the adult off-peak pay-as-you-go journey from Zone 2 into Zone 1 on Tube, DLR, London Overground and Elizabeth Line services.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Meghan, the shy retiring one, has returned to television with Ellen on the programme. I don't know what they were flogging, could be another book or something like that, but they're definitely not coming back to be with the Queen at Christmas, so that's good news. That's good news, because they've decided they don't want to, and they basically, I mean, to be honest with you, why don't we just airbrush them out? I mean, the Queen was back working the other day at the age of 95. It'd be nice to see Meghan and that husband of hers doing some work. I'm still smart at the fact we spent 32 million quid on their wedding. Well, we could have spent in a much better way. But the Queen has now been seen, face-to-face audience with General Sir Nick Carter, who's Chief of the Defence Staff. The only problem I have with the Queen, she's wearing black shoes with a floral dress. She should be wearing different colours. I'm sorry, it's a fashion faux pas, I realise, and it's not up to me to tell Her Majesty what she should wear, but we love her. We love her. I mean, she's great. She's looking a bit older, looking a bit more tired now, but somebody had said put on black shoes. Perhaps they're her comfy shoes. You know what happens, isn't it? You know, you get a pair of shoes and you think, I'll wear these. And people go, what are you wearing those for? And you go, because they're comfy. They're comfy. All old ladies have a pair of those shoes. But it's the first time I've seen her wearing that, it's a sort of a print type dress. I don't know whether it's off the peg, whether she's been to TK Maxx or something like that. Because there's no I mean, I don't know how that... They never say that, do they, with the Queen's clothing? I'm assuming most of it is made to order. You know, because her size has remained roughly the same over the years. So, do you think it's a Victoria Beckham? No, I really don't think it is. And Sidcup Julie, good morning. And Steve, these Insulate Muppets will be out before Christmas. No, they won't. No. Put it this way, even if they do half, they'll still be in prison for Christmas. And the other one will definitely be there till at least January. At least January. But somebody else asking whether they serve Christmas lunch in prison. They always do. They do a Sunday lunch. They do a roast. Oh yeah, they don't starve in prison. But they do Christmas lunch. But they do one for all the different nationalities and all the religions. You have to. There's no point in saying, oh, you're kosher and you'll be eating. No. It'll all be done properly. Mind you, it makes you wonder, actually, if religion's so great, how many crooks are in prison who are now observing their religions? Very odd. Javid says, get your booster jabs now. Don't mess around. Find out when you can get them and get them. The library book. How many times do you remember? When you were little... Do you remember joining the local library and you went down there quite proudly and you'd pick out three books that you would take home? I don't know why we couldn't afford books. We were probably just a poor working class family. You know, mother was down the mine and you'd sort of get them and they would stamp the book with when it had to be back. I think it was about 3 weeks, but you walk out with 3 books and you go, shall I read that one? Or I've read that one before. I did like it though. Perhaps I'll get it out again. This one racked up £3,000 in fines. It was 73 years overdue. Hardly, because what a lot of people used to do is they used to nick the library books. If they were well-known books, they would nick them and then just pay the fine off, saying, I'm terribly sorry, I've lost it. And they would just pay it because they got them cheaper. I used to sell books to libraries. You know, it was quite a... There are still a lot of libraries left. We got one in Twickenham, known as the Twickenham Library. And very popular. Kids love it. They have little stools in there and you can sit down and read the books. Oh, God, yes, definitely great. Frank in Bristol says, do you remember the Danny Blanchflower episode of This Is Your Life? No. I've heard of Danny Blanchflower, but I can't tell you what he did. I think it's something to do with football. That's all I can tell you. Was he a goalkeeper or something like that? I don't know. I'm not very good on those sort of things. And Spurs, was he a goalkeeper? Was he a goalkeeper or something like that? Danny Blanchflower, or is he still alive? No. Oh, shame, isn't it, really? Oh, there he is. Good Lord. He died in Staines. He was 67. 67, that fatal year. Pat, he says he made one of the best-known quotes on football. Do you remember? I think the only thing I'll ever remember about him, because his first name was Robert. It says, the great fallacy is that the game is first and last about winning. It's nothing of the kind. The game is about glory. It's about doing things in style and with a flourish, about going out and beating the lot, not waiting for them to die of boredom. So he retired at the age of 38. He became a much respected football journalist and later a football manager. Yeah, it floods back, doesn't it? He was born in Belfast, remember? And died in Staines. Can't imagine where he'd been in Staines, but anyway. But he was a right half. Whatever the God's name that is. He was a right half. That's sort of like, yeah, not the historic position of wing half. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's not with us anymore. But bless his heart, we still remember him, which is good. Yesterday on 5 Select channel, I found they were showing Mrs. Miracle 2, so I watched it and then looked up the other movies. And big news is they've made a new one, Mrs. Miracle's Christmas, which is now being shown on Hallmark Channel as Doris Roberts passed away. The part of Mrs. Miracle, now being played by Paula Shaw. Thought you'd like to know, says John from Peacehaven near Brighton. Oh, I know all about that because my friend Ian and I are obsessed with Mrs. Miracle. And David says, you're right. Vintage EastEnders was much better. It felt more real, and the characters like Frank Butcher were more memorable. Yeah, they can't bring them back, though, once they've gone, can they? I went ice skating, says Simon, the other day, and was so surprised at the rude ingratitude of a fellow skater when I shouted to warn him of an ice hole. Oh, thank you. The old gags are the best ones. I just realised, actually. Thank you, Simon. I'm now barring you. OK? Just thought I'd tell you that. You get it? No. OK. So the Queen's returned to her duties. Well, she's only done one. The suicide bomber plotted the attack for 7 months, and we had no idea he was still in the country because he'd found a little loophole. Doesn't take long, does it? But now he's found another loophole in pieces. Happy birthday to Owen Wilson for today. And Georgie Toffolo wants to be the next Jilly Cooper. Well, you've got to learn some really good manners, because Jilly Cooper, every interview she ever did, after she'd done the interview, she wrote a little thank you note, and she would send it to you, saying thank you very much indeed for the interview. My friend Ian has the new Mrs. Miracle on my DVR. It was on a few days ago. I'll give you a full report when I've seen it. See? Everything. Jilly Cooper. Age now. Oh, she'll be about 89? Was I close? Am I close? 84. She was always charming. Always charming. I shouldn't imagine she's changed. It's inbuilt in some people. Oh, and how much did... I've already done this one on the producer, so there's no point in playing the game with him. Jessie Nelson, you know she left Little Mix? How much money did she leave with? And the only reason we know it is because, of course, all their company accounts are there for everybody to see. She's been given £3 million. They have 2 accounts, and it's split between all of them. And it's for performing, and the other one is for the music and all the rest of it. And so she got a cheque for £3 million. So she didn't walk away with nothing. She walked away with a bit of money. So even if her music career doesn't take off, she could, in theory, live reasonably well on £3 million, provided she finds something else to do, because it's not going to last for a lifetime. Louis Walsh, I'm pleased to tell you, is planning to write a brutally honest book about those on the X Factor. Not the panel, but the people who appeared on the programme, because they were right little so-and-sos. And can't wait to read it. That will be something. Louis Walsh, who's got the gossip on all sorts of people. Mind you, loads of people have got gossip on Louis Walsh as well. This year's Panto stars revealed. Most of them have never done pantomime before, which, as far as I'm concerned, is like basically getting on an aeroplane and the pilot goes, I've never done this before, but we'll have a go, shall we? OK. Can we all lean forward? Everybody brace themselves as we go in for a landing. I love it. Katie Price has finally come up with something that we're all in agreement with. She doesn't want any more attention. Fantastic. There you go. You've achieved your objective. She's not got married in Vegas, which is what we told you, because otherwise why would you want to do that, leaving her son Harvey at home, who was going to be the ring bearer, and also her mother, who's terminally ill? Why would you sort of go abroad and do it, unless you're particularly selfish and a complete and utter so-and-so? TikTok are beefing up safety measures. Now, I don't know very much about TikTok. I just know that people put videos up on it, and it's slightly risque for young people. People put all sorts of... I never quite understand why. Seriously, I never understand why. Also, new theories on black holes. The producer was particularly interested in this one, and it suggests they could be used as shortcuts to travel through... I said to him when I was dictating this, I said, new theories on black holes suggest they could be used as shortcuts to travel through the universe. What's he typed? Seriously, I can't make it up. New theory on black holes suggests they could be used as shortcuts to travel through the university. You stupid boy. Could be. No, not travelling to the university. Hopeless, honestly. It's what I have to put up with on a daily basis. Small wonder I'm finally losing my marbles at long last. Brittany's finally free. And how long does it take to cook the average Christmas dinner? About 2.5 hours. Says a survey. 2.5 hours to cook the Christmas dinner. Very nice jumper today. Very nice. Very, very festive. We like that. If that was trimmed with sort of white fur, that's very festive, isn't it? Not that I'm suggesting we go and kill a ferret or something like that and stick it round your neck. But no, they're very festive. You need earrings that match as well now. Come on, Minty, you've got to pull... So, Pat Butcher earrings. No, you could have some nice gold earrings, go very well with that. Or red earrings, just, baubles or something. Just thought I'd mention it, being a bit of a fashionista. Yeah, I'll go and buy some today for you. No, I won't. Steve What else we got? Oh, the cabbie who survived the Liverpool bomb attack tells rescuers, "Someone's blown me up." That's what he said when he spoke to them. And whose are the best mince pies? Whose are the best mince pies? Well, you will hear the full list today, and I'm delighted to say that it's one of the cheapest mince pies, which again goes to the top of the list. So all of that to come. Plus, TikTok hosts a variety of short-form user videos from genres like dance, comedy, and education, with everything from 15 seconds to 3 minutes. Oh, right. So you make your own little video and put it up on TikTok. But I mean, I'm assuming there must be some rules in place to make sure that you don't, transmit ghastly things. That's all I can say. They are. I really don't like it, actually. But it doesn't matter. Oh, and 23,000 migrants have arrived in this country. How many have we sent back? Oh, you'd be amazed. 5.
This is LBC.
Leadership is about staying one step ahead. That's why the first ever all-electric BMW i5 comes with proactive care. Technology that monitors your vehicle and proactively initiates contact with you when something requires action. That way, we're there before you need us. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I put your name forward, Henry. Sorry, we're talking about the pictures of Andrew Pearce in the Daily Mail today. Andrew Pearce standing there in his boxer shorts with no shirt on. I mean, at his age. Unbelievable. He's obviously tried this new thing now, which means that you put a band round yourself, and it's a new machine. Could it give you a six-pack in 4 weeks with no sweat? He says yes, but you've got to keep doing it. You've got to keep doing it. And so there's a picture of him. I mean, to be honest with you, not only has he done his hair differently, seems to have had a bit of colour put in, and he said 6 months ago the pounds seemed to pile on, and in no time my midriff was overhanging my waist, because he's never really put on... I don't think those are his boxer shorts. I've never seen boxer shorts. They're not boxers. That's just a pair of shorts, isn't it? But actually, he looks quite good. But I don't know who he's trying to impress. But I mean, he hasn't told you how much this thing is. That's what I'd be curious to find out, how much this is. Do you think he's doing it because the producer's done the same sort of thing? He's sort of gone on a diet. This is pre-Christmas. But when you look at that, I mean, not very hairy, is he? No, I don't want it printed off. No, that would be just silly, honestly. I mean, as if we're going to have it put up in the office, it's sort of, this is what you're aiming for. Because he's had it done on a machine, as opposed to he's actually had to work at it. But they haven't told you how much it is, but I have a sneaking feeling anything like this costs money. Yeah, just leave it there, just to remind me of how good I could look. Next time I go for a mince pie, they'll always tell me. But we will run through the mince pies, actually. In fact, I'll do them for... What's the time now? Is it too early to talk mince pies? Never too early to talk mince pies. Henry says, I think Nick Abbott has the same as Andrew Pearce. Really? What, same boxer shorts? Which aren't boxer shorts. I always laugh when people say I'm standing there in my boxer shorts. You look at me, you go, no, they're just normal shorts. But with the buttons, see, I've just got the elasticated ones, which I think shorts... which I think are very popular. Yeah, they're on a string. No, my gloves were on a string, on elastic. Did you ever have that at school? Your mother would put the gloves into your coat, and you put the first one on, and the other one would shoot up your arm. You then have to try and rescue it from the inside and bring it back down again. It was so you didn't lose your gloves. So it was a 3-way tie at the top for the best premium supermarket mince pies this year. So pay careful attention, okay, of the mince pies. So they all scored 75%. First up, they're all the same. They've all got exactly the same mark. Co-op, irresistible, all butter luxury mince pies, £2 for 6. Port-infused mincemeat filling and impressive star-topped pastry casings. For the second year in a row, Iceland have produced a winning Christmas pie with its luxury all-butter mince pies, £1.89 for 6, dusted with sugar and featuring yuzu juice and cider. Ooh. Zesty treats are a bit of a hit, so you're looking for the luxury all-butter mince pies. And last but by no means least, Tesco's finest all-butter pastry mince pies, £2 for 6. They looked the part, tasted great, and one member of the panel described the brandy and port-infused filling as comforting. So now you know, but they look delicious, actually. None of the pies they tested came close to being considered bad, but Sainsbury's and Aldi still produced pies that didn't exactly wow the tasters. They only scored 69%. But the cheapest, Aldi's, All butter mince pies, $1.49 for 6 were the cheapest. Fortunately, the widely available Best Buys don't cost much more. And they've also got, what you're looking for is, I'm looking for booze. What's the point of having a mince pie if it's not infused with booze? Although I got very disappointed when I bought some. Have you noticed Marks and Spencer's not in that list at all? And they're doing loads of different mince pies this year. But the ones that they did, and I complained bitterly, it says, drenched in brandy. And you looked on it and it was like nothing. Because you can always tell how much booze is in there by the shelf life. Because if you're buying mince pies now, you should be able to keep them till Christmas. If they've got booze in, like the Walker's mince pies, which have got Glenfiddich in. Have you ever had those? You can smell the brandy the moment you open the wrapping. They're very nice. Walker's mince pie. They do all sorts of good stuff, Walker's. We like them. Family business, I think. You never had them? Walker's, yeah. I don't know whether they do Walker's mince pie. What's the matter with you this morning? Honestly, are you starved of sugar or something? All of a sudden you become very argumentative. I was out there sort of watching... he always, every time he comes upstairs, sort of basically stick his beaky nose in. And it's a case of, what are you watching then? As if it's got anything to do with him. I said, well, I'm watching Michael Jackson, as it turns out, in concert in Bucharest. Well, he poo-pooed that one straight away, honestly. I've given up. And now he's questioning Walkers, who make the crisps, and also might make mince pie. No, I think it's a different company. Have you seen the Walker's mince pies? Honestly, I can't believe we have to prove this every time. It's another Walker's, yes. Who make shortbread. Yeah, they make but they do these mince pies infused with Glenfiddich whiskey, which is very nice. As I say, I mean, those heated up in the oven are delicious. Luxury mince pies. And no, that's not these ones. No, not those ones. No, it's a black box, as they say. Black box. They're very obviously too expensive for you. But they do these mince. Where are they? Walkers with they do all sorts of things. Oh, look, they look nice, don't they? We'll have another look for them. But it's definitely a black box because they sent me a load one year. Because I was buying them in a place in Kingston. Ever since I discovered them. And then, of course, the moment you discover something and you mention where it's on sale, all of a sudden they sell out. I found it very disappointing. You generally find them in garden centres for some reason. Walker's mince pies with Glenfiddich. Of course, you'll have to learn how to spell Glenfiddich to start with. And Steve, when Eamon Andrews went up to Danny Blanchflower with his big red book, he told him where to put it and legged it down the road. Very entertaining. My favourite, I said to you the other week, was Lord Louis Mountbatten. When they said, Lord Louis Mountbatten, Master of the Fleet and blah, 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 this is your life. And this is Eamon. And Louis Mountbatten went, what is this? What's going on here? He had no idea what the programme was at all. And they said, well, we've got some surprises back for you at the studio, thinking this could end in disaster. And they put gold chairs out. And yeah, what is it? But yeah, Prince Charles was there. They all sounded the same. Everybody sounded the same. But I like that idea. My friend Robin... says Paul, says Costco mince pies are the best with brandy butter. Where do they come on the list? They didn't. If it's only a little list. It's only the supermarkets. They don't do Costco. But you're right, Costco mince pies are very nice. But the Glenfiddich ones from Walker's, unless they've stopped making them, which I find very difficult to believe. You can't find... Can you put in Walker's mince pies with whiskey? Can you spell whiskey? Let's try that one, honestly. We'll get W-I, whiskey, W-I-S-K-E-E. The popular spelling. You have to tell him. There we go. Glenfiddich Christmas luxury mince pies, $5.99. A generous edition. It's 12-year-old whiskey in there. There you go. And you can buy them. And it's a 12-year-old malt. And they've got in there crystallized stem ginger, Glenfiddich whiskey, 3.5%, sugar, apple puree, currant sultanas. I mean, I promise you, they're really nice. They're not the cheapest. When you consider you could get 6 mince pies in the other ones for £2. These are £6 a box, but you won't be disappointed. Seriously, because it's got booze in. Give them to your auntie. She'll love them, I tell you. And your granny will definitely love them. Things like that. But the first time I tried them, I thought, how lovely. What a brilliant idea. My mother used to do a Christmas pudding with loads of booze in it. And we nearly used to do booze in the Christmas cake. And what she would do is she would make the Christmas cake at... it won't light up without enough booze. Yeah, but you never really... I mean, it's not like you're pouring petrol on it, is it? It's got to, and it's a blue flame that sort of flickers over the top of it. To be honest with you, I don't think it matters whether you put petrol on or anything else. Just won't taste as good. I wouldn't touch it at all with a barge pole. But we always used to, and then you turn the lights off. Do you used to do that? When you had the Christmas pudding on Christmas lunchtime, you'd draw the curtains, turn the lights off, and then all of a sudden the door would open and there'd be your mother, holding the Christmas pudding, which was flaming, setting fire to her beard. And, we always used to do that. And then we'd but you didn't need to blow it out, because it went out after a while by itself, because it was only just a covering of it. But that was lovely, using brandy up on a Christmas pudding. But my mother used to make a Christmas cake, and she would infuse it with brandy. And when she made her own Christmas pudding, she would put the brandy in it, and you would top it up every week. So the fruit would infuse with all the brandy, and basically it was like a living explosion. It was fantastic. We used to love stuff like that. There's something about fruit. And my mother used to make a good Christmas pudding. I don't know whether it's easy or not. It was steamed, and then I had one that I'd been given at Mossyman's, a very famous restaurant. And is there a list of the best Christmas puddings? I don't know. I don't think people... Who can eat... The trouble is with Christmas pudding, you need so little of it. That's why they're never that big, because they're so stodgy and fatty. You just want like a big tablespoon full of Christmas pudding, and then have it either with cream, squirty cream, ice cream. Yeah, last year's Asda's topped the list. You should always eat an old Christmas pudding. If it's got booze in it, keep it year on, year in, year on. Anyway, keeping it. So my mother used to make two Christmas puddings, which were very nice. Carl says, I'm 32 and still living at home in my parents' box room. It's 5 a.m. and I've just found a sweet and sour chicken and fried rice in the bottom of the freezer. What has my life come to? Well, judging by the size of you, disastrous. We can't eat that at this time of the morning. Although it does sound delicious, actually. Sweet and sour chicken and fried rice. Woohoo! I'm going for that one. That sounds very nice, actually. He said, what has my life come to? Well, listen, you're 32 and living at home. There must be a reason for that. What is the reason that you're living at home for? Is it to go and raid the freezer and find out what your mum's stashed away? I didn't know you could freeze. I suppose you can, actually. Freeze sweet and sour chicken and everything else, then just pop it in the microwave. Actually, that's particularly good at this time. You know why it's good? Because sweet and sour chicken has got pineapple in it, and I adore pineapple. Hot pineapple is particularly good. Sometimes you can have pineapple and you could set fire to it as well. Yeah, a lot of people fry pineapple, and so it sort of goes a bit nice, actually. Warm pineapple is... I'm a bit of a pyromaniac, actually. Yeah, you're quite right. Wave a sparkler over the... setting fire to sweet and sour chicken. Oh, a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. What's your favourite breakfast food? I mean, this is sort of the stupidest survey I've ever heard. Eggs. Eggs are your favourite thing, followed by avocados. I mean, I'm sorry, if you're listening on a council estate in Wolverhampton, when was the last time you had mashed avocado on toast? The answer is you've never had it. Who would have it? It became the most pretentious thing I've ever had. Oh, so did you want avocado for breakfast? Sod off. Get me the eggs and the bacon and all the other fattening stuff. Ridiculous. Have you heard of anything like it? Pushing avocados into second place. Can't remember if they're good for you or not. I don't think they are, actually.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Steve, the M&S shortbread in little house tins, are those the ones that light up? They've got a tin of shortbread, and I'm sure it lights up with little twinkly lights in it. Paul says, my friend Mel bought me some for my 60th. They didn't last long. It's a bit addictive, shortbread, isn't it? It is a little bit addictive. I don't know if it's any good for you. And Chris says, I bought some luxury mince pies from Aldi. Oh, no, there you go. Shortbread, light up house. Told you. I forget how much they are. Yeah, told you. If it's got lights in it, Steve Allen knows about it. So Chris says, these luxury mince pies, they weren't the $1.49 ones, but $2.49, as they're delicious. My ones are called Specially Selected 6 Sloe Gin Mince Tarts. Oh, I don't know. Are mince tarts the same as mince pies? I'm not sure. And Simon in Mauritius says, may I say I've converted around a dozen Radio 2 listeners to your show whilst being on holiday in Mauritius. Please send my commission cheque home from home. Brilliant. Thank you. That's good if you've converted people from another radio station. Goodness sake. I mean, this time of the morning. It's pretty, isn't it? So light up shortbread home. And they do tea houses and everything. Obviously realising. Oh, and they've started putting their Christmas food out. Little pies that you sort of pop in the oven. Same dreary video, isn't it? They've got no idea how to do videos anymore. They've all gone completely mad. But thank you very much indeed. Nice to have your company this morning, incidentally. And a couple in the Times talking about saving their pets from the dog nappers. They're thinking of having serious jail sentences for anybody involved in the puppy trade. And the illegal Channel arrivals could be flown out of the UK within 7 days. It would cost £100,000 per asylum seeker. Why? Why would it cost £100,000? Couldn't you put them up in a Premier Inn? It's only 55 quid a night. How can it be £100,000? That's just ridiculous. And also, we've had it before. They get on the plane, and then their lawyers go on, you can't take them because they're going to be bullied because they're gay or because of this or because of that. Also, what was this one here? Oh, apparently, talk about a nice bit of publicity. Greggs are now a casualty of the country's supply chain. They've got problems. They've run out of vegan sausage rolls. Well, hold the front page and call me Mary. It's ridiculous. I mean, who cares if they run out of vegan? Listen, people survived without vegan sausage rolls before. They'll survive. They're not going to drop dead on the pavement like pigeons, outside Greggs going, oh, I couldn't get a vegan sausage roll. You have to go somewhere else. You have to go somewhere else to go and get a vegan sausage roll. They must do them in other places. They're not the only place in the world. Honestly, I can't believe it. I've been in Greggs loads of times. I've never heard anybody ever order a vegan sausage roll. Never heard anybody. But they did run out of sugar packets. You remember the other couple of months ago, they ran out of sugar. And you think, God in heaven, honestly. And they're sort of doing it like it's a publicity statement. We're running out of vegan sausage rolls. Quick, get them before we run out. We've only got another 2 million to sell. Ridiculous. Another shortage. Apparently, talking about the Mountbattens, which I was a minute ago, there is a call to unveil the private diaries of Mountbatten because what? Come on, because what? Because he was bisexual. Now, I'd heard of that from years and years ago. And they also want the Royal Historical Society hope that they find proof of his lovers, including Shirley MacLaine. She was Warren Beatty's sister. Very good. Loved her in Steel Magnolias and loads of other things, and she was a dancer. She was called a gypsy because she danced from place to place to place. Very good. Seriously, fabulous. But apparently part of the archive could hold significant information about Mountbatten's bisexual flings. To be honest with you, does it really make any difference? Does anybody really care whether or not Lord Mountbatten, who's been dead for, years and years now, was bisexual? I mean, most of the Bloomsbury set appear to be wandering around all over the place. Charles Dance played him in The Crown. Amazing likeness. Yes, it was actually. I mean, he looked a bit like him, but he was bisexual. But I remember hearing that story some years ago. But I don't think it makes any difference, does it? He was a mentor to Charles. But, whether his sexuality ever came into it, I shouldn't think anybody cared about it. Let's face it, most of the staff working for the Queen Mother were gay. She had loads of gay staff because she was always complaining, wasn't she? She was heard to open the door once and said, when you old queens out there have finished, there's an old queen in here wants a gin and tonic. Oh, yeah, well known that. And in fact, her backstairs Billy, the man who looked after her for most of her life and did everything, and also was the one... when Princess Margaret had lost her sight, he was the one who stood behind her when they were outside Clarence House, and he had to say when the troops went past, now, and so she waved. And he was the one who wrote. I'm not sure if Backstairs Billy wrote a book, but she got loads of he got loads of memorabilia from the royal family. And the moment the Queen Mother died, he was out so fast. They don't waste time, the royal family, getting rid of servants. They don't know. There's no care pack, and they don't transfer them to somewhere else. They literally he was out. He had a little place, and he went back to live in his flat. Oh, the one that wrote the book was the nanny. Yes, she died. It's literally totally shunned by the royal family. They couldn't believe somebody had written a book about it. But it wasn't really. It was a serialisation in a woman's magazine. And she adored her job. She adored the royal children. But of course, in those days, it was completely different. Nobody had ever written about the royal family like that. And so she was out. Never spoke about her ever again. And that was Marion Crawford. She was a Scottish educator. She was governess to Princess Margaret and Princess Elizabeth. They called her Crawfie. And she wrote the book The Little Princesses. After that was published, 1950, she was socially ostracised, left Nottingham Cottage, her grace and favour house, and none of the royal family ever spoke to her ever again. Isn't that absolutely unbelievable? Nowadays, people write books, people tell stories, they give interviews and all the rest of it. In Marion Crawford's case, she got ostracized. The royal family never spoke to her. She died, in a nursing home in Aberdeen. Neither the Queen Mother, nor Princess Margaret sent a wreath to her funeral. And that's when you suddenly realise you're dealing with somebody completely different. They have no, that's why there was that film called The Queen, which showed exactly what they were like after Diana died. The Queen was on holiday. She had no intention of coming back to London. No intention. In fact, she was asked, would you like to come back to London? I'm on holiday. And it was only the newspapers who went, you need to come down. You need to come down. Apparently the royal family used to drive past her front door on their way to Balmoral. They never visited. When her husband died, she descended into depression and attempted suicide, leaving a note saying, the world has passed me by and I can't bear those I love to pass me on the road. How disgusting. All because she wrote a book about them. A really nice book. It was really in praise of them and saying how wonderful they were and what glorious children. And for that, they cut her off without anything. Nothing at all. Dreadful. Dreadful, dreadful. Right, let's publish the Mountbatten Diaries. Let's get him in on this one. Yeah, come on, we want to know. Who was he going out with? Who had he been out with? Students lose thousands to sugar daddy con artists. 40 women have come forward because it's people posing as sugar daddies on international websites. I never believe anything that people write on websites. Never believe anything at all. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, enough about me though. I'm also, slim, fantastic, Amazonian looks, a body to die for. In other words, if you see it, you will die. I promise you. You wouldn't believe it. That's Andrew Pierce's body. I mean, honestly, I can't believe it. Do you think he's been touched up? I bet on more than one occasion. More than one occasion. Do you not think they must have photoshopped him? Do you not think so? I mean, it looks like he's got a six-pack on there, but I've seen him. I've seen him in real life, not with his shirt off. Obviously, that would be very peculiar and very odd to have seen other presenters with their shirts off. Although, actually, when I think about it, I have seen presenters with their shirts off. I've just remembered. Try and forget that one very quickly. So, do you remember we were telling you the other day about Jack Grealish? Jack Grealish is a footballer who earns £15 million a year, and he's got a girlfriend. And, now he's actually got 2 girlfriends. In fact, there's now 3 in this relationship because he's been dating a third beauty, somebody from Love Island called Amber Gill. Whoever. But anyway, obviously not difficult to pull. And Amber, his proper girlfriend, the Sasha is the proper girlfriend, Amber's the other one, and Emily Atack's the other. He's putting it about, isn't he? Where do these footballers get the time and the energy? I mean, he's sort of, he says, he says, I want to get in touch with Emily and find out if there's any crossover. So 3 people in the relationship. Do you think there could be 4? I mean, to be honest with you, and that's what Diana said. She said, well, it was a bit difficult with 3 in our relationship. And there were. There was her, Charles and Camilla. Harry Redknapp crashed out of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire without winning anything. He answered 3 questions correctly, but crashed out on the £500 film-related question. And he stumped up the money from his own pocket. I mean, he only got as far as £500. They're generally the questions that a 3-year-old can answer, aren't they? A £500 question. A TV insider said he was clearly shocked and embarrassed. He'd barely been in the hot seat a few minutes, but he was crestfallen because he failed to raise any funds. And so he then, because he would have got a fee for doing the programme, so give your fee over. Apparently, answering the £1,000 question, is the only way to ensure taking home any money. His appearance will be shown tomorrow. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! He could, and we will find out the questions, and just see whether or not you could answer the questions, because it could be worth a little bit of money. In the meanwhile, just ponder on Jack Grealish juggling 3 women. Mind you, I knew somebody actually who was married, and they were having an affair with 2 women at work, 2 separate women. They didn't know about the other one, and the wife got wind of it. I think somebody tipped off the wife and said, you know that he's having a fling with 2 people at work. He then denied it emphatically, and in the meanwhile got the wife pregnant, so she went, oh, he loves me. But he carried on having the affair. It's really bizarre, honestly. Yeah, we'll be naming them after the news and giving you their home phone number so you can give them a ring and say, congratulations, how old are the kids now?
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, freezing cold. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to Thursday. It is so blooming cold outside. And what have they said next week? They've said snow. I'm erring on the side of caution and going, I do hope not. But I think we've got rugby again. In fact, we seem to have rugby. Why do they play rugby in the winter? Why don't they play it in the summer when it's a bit warmer? Why does it get covered in mud and all the rest of it? We were talking the other day on the programme, a morning, by the way, just in case you've joined us, at the advert on the television for Christmas some years ago, where it was the truce on Christmas Day and playing football. And we were sort of remarking, well, I was remarking, because it's my programme, at how clean and well scrubbed all the people, they all looked like they were male models, whereas in fact they'd have been covered in dirt, they'd have been freezing cold, there was snow on the ground, it would have been absolutely the worst possible conditions. They make it sound as if it was sort of, oh lovely, they were singing Christmas carols, and then there was a German band who was playing, and then they swapped cigarettes and bits of chocolate and everything else. It was very interesting, very interesting. What was one of the other questions they got wrong the other day, or somebody nearly got it wrong? And it was either a bar of chocolate. I think the answer was treacle, a tin of treacle. Because when they do the celebrity I'm a Millionaire, you can ask the host of the programme as well, who has to answer truthfully if he knows the answer, and you have that to then decide. In fact, they make it so easy. The fact that poor old Harry Redknapp is so dim that he crashed out without winning a pet. We can't find the questions. We cannot find them. But anyway, it's the first time since Jeremy Clarkson took over that a celebrity has failed to win any money for a good cause, because the questions are so damn simple. It is really, when they do the chase and they have a celebrity version, they're, what colour's the sky? Pink, yellow with green dots, or blue? I don't know, I'll work on that one. But he didn't get anything, so he crashed out on the £500 one. He failed to win any cash, so stumped up the money. But he'd be on a fee of more than 500 quid for doing that. Yes, of course, yes. It's got to be exactly. Well, put it this way, you've got to get them there, you've got to get them back again. They'd have probably a mini cab or something, an Uber or something like that would sort of... No, it wouldn't even be that, actually. I should imagine the hospitality side, but it's very expensive. No, there would be money, and it's up to you if you do. I mean, for him to put his hand in his pocket, I've never heard of people doing that before. Mind you, I've never heard of anybody crashing out at the £500 one. But Jimmy Carr was a little bit too cocky to start with, but then only got £1,000 because he gambled. We've got Jimmy's questions. Okay. Play along at home. Play along at home. No, we won't do all of them. Well, we didn't do very many, actually. Which of these... This is the £100 question, okay? Which of these is a common abbreviation for a popular alcoholic drink? H&M, P&O, Q&A, or G&T? As I say, we are talking mentality of a 5-year-old here. Harry's struggling already. For £200, in the expression often said when promising to keep a secret, a person's lips are crossed, puckered, chapped, or sealed. That's for £200. Very simple questions. The answer was sealed, of course. Which boy's name is commonly used in radio communication to indicate that a message has been received? Richard, Rupert, Raoul, or Roger? I mean, so you are talking people with the ability of a cabbage to answer these questions. Which Warner Brothers character is an amorous skunk? Sylvester, Foghorn Leghorn, Daffy, or Pepe Le Pew? That was for £500. You didn't know that one? That was Pepe Le Pew. Don't you, he was the skunk with the tail. No? Right, well, you'd be out straight away. OK, so then we went on to £1,000. The organisation known as UCAS is most associated... Oh, my screen's gone blank. With which of these places? Museums, hospitals, courts, or universities? He knew that. Universities. Did you know that one? No, not too sure about that one either. Oh, you went to university? Yes. Yes, what was the one he went out on? Here we go. This was the one. Designed, this is the £64,000 question. £64,000. So he has 32,000, which he could have taken, but he gambled it. Designed by Sir Nigel Gresley. I'm going to sneeze. Sneeze now. Which steam Which steam locomotive set a world speed record in 1938 that still stands? Was it the Rocket, the Brighton Belle, the Flying Scotsman, or the Mallard? And he didn't have any hesitation on this one. He went straight in. He tried, and he goes, D, the Flying Scotsman, final answer. And I was taking great delight in waiting for Jeremy Clarkson to go, you dimbo. It was the Mallard. Everybody knew it was the Mallard. It's so well known except to Jimmy Carr. So he gambled and he lost everything, didn't he? It all went down to £1,000, but he could have taken 32,000. I mean, 1,000 is okay for no charity is going to sneer at £1,000. But even so, he should have known. So we can't wait to see which ones old Redknapp didn't know. I mean, that's going to be, you've never heard of the Mallard, really? What do you think it was, a duck or something? Yeah, you'd be outdone by Harry. Pages and pages and pages in the papers today, well, mainly in the popular press, trying to flog I'm a Celebrity. It's just a little game show on the television. It's got a lot of people who otherwise would not be working anywhere else, and they'll pick up a little bit of money, and they go out there. It's not even that interesting anymore. If you're going to sort of do it, they say they're facing the toughest series in the show's history. What agent would ever put their client up for something that is classed as really tough? No, absolutely not. It's going to be as dreary as all the other ones is, but we're all going to be voting for Richard Madeley. He'll be doing all... Who was the one that we voted for years ago? There was some celebrity who got voted for everything. And was it Gillian McKeith? It might have been Gillian McKeith. I can't remember. She was complaining that she's never going to be seen in Tesco again, which is good news. You can go back to Tesco. She fainted, that's right, didn't she? And nobody was too sure whether she did faint or not, or whether it was just a little bit of acting. Nobody knew who she was. It was all very bizarre. So Amazon have sparked panic by saying they're axing Visa credit card payments. Now, the move comes into effect on Jan the 19th, so shouldn't hit the Christmas sales. Phew, bit of a joy on that one. Shoppers will still be able to use Visa debit cards along with MasterCard and Amex. And it's apparently the high fees that Visa charges for processing credit card transactions. They're going to be suffering. I wouldn't like to imagine how much is spent with Amazon, but it would run into hundreds of millions, would it not? Hundreds of millions? I don't know how much money is spent. Amazon are very angry at the rise in so-called interchange fees, which is additional cross-border costs, which it believes have risen fivefold since Brexit. And so they've said, basically, well, we're not going to take your credit card in future. Now, that will hit them badly. Big mistake there. They reckon £36.5 million burden in the UK alone, and they wanted action. So they will no longer accept Visa credit cards. So if you've got it logged into their system, all of a sudden you'll be trying to order something and it won't work. That's of the 19th of January coming up. Amazon have told you, well, I'm telling you as well, you should update your default payment, because you can imagine after Christmas you go, oh, I'll be ordering this and that. I've got to put another card in. And of course, there'll be people writing. I can see it now. People writing and going, I don't have any other card. Well, then you won't be shopping with Amazon, will you? I mean, you can still use all the other cards. There is a Visa debit card. You can use, I've got MasterCard, so I can use that. Just not the credit card. It's as simple as that. Bad news, isn't it, really? Well, I think it's very bad news for them. But put your prices up. You upset Jeff Bezos. I tell you, he'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. Dunnabricks. Avocado, Steve, tastes like kids' crayons on toast. You're right, it's pretentious muck. Nothing beats a sausage and bacon butty. Well, actually, I've had to give up the bacon butty because the producer sent me a picture of a bacon butty, and it's got a pig's nipple in the middle of it. They opened the bun up, and the bacon's got a pig's nipple on it. So, being a bit wary of bacon butties in future, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I don't like that idea. That frightens me, things like that. Frightens me. My friend Ian says, I only buy Christmas puddings if they're good for a year. He says, I bought one last week, which is keeping until January 2023. But America does a Christmas fruitcake, which is very nice, and the difference is it misses the icing, and they do it with nuts around the outside and with glacé cherries, and then it's got a glaze on it. It's particularly delicious. It does look really, really nice, because I don't think you need icing. Seriously, I mean, it's just basically sugar. And so if ever I buy little bits of fruitcake, which I am prone to doing on odd occasions, I have to take the icing off, because the icing and the other stuff just does my head in, so I can't do that. I know you watch QVC, says Christine. Have you seen all the festive foods they've got? Some of it looks lovely. Yeah, you don't need to tell me twice. Andy Peters is on there selling food, and there's chocolate drinks and all sorts of lovely things, and chocolates from House of Chocolat and everything else. Hotel Chocolat. Is it not House of Chocolat? Maybe I've started a new company. Steve Allen's Homemade. We used to have somebody who used to make chocolates at Christmas, used to work for LBC. She used to make chocolates and bring them in for everybody. And they were lovely. What are those round things? Truffles. She used to make truffles, which apparently aren't that difficult to make. I've never done them myself because, you just go and buy them. It's a lot cheaper. And I've just heard you saying, says somebody here, that there is a shortage of Greggs vegan sausage rolls. There are other important things that are in short supply, like the steroid injections for my legs. Well, I mean, yeah, but unfortunately that didn't come into it. I'm quite sure that is, but as far as I know, Greggs are not doing steroid injections. They've got a shortage of vegan sausage rolls. Apparently, quite a few of their branches have got them. I'm increasingly baffled, Steve, with my remote-controlled candles. That's the second time they've come on their own. Total mind of their own, says Kim. You've obviously got a remote control that affects other things, so it might not be for the candles. It will be for something else. Because I've got that. I've got water candles, as you know, and it's very annoying because you push a button and before you know where you are, your candles have lit up and the water candle's given up completely. Sometimes the producer tries to change the channel and the fan then comes on. It's got a fan. And dated, of course, but very nice at the same time. So that you do get that because a lot of them are on exactly the same frequency. Steve, I got my Greggs vegan sausage rolls from Iceland. Pack of 4, £2.50, obviously nice and hot. Every time, not like the ones you get in their shops, but don't tell everybody, says Sarah. I went, shh, secret squirrel. I won't say a word. But you're right, actually. It's never hot. All of their stuff is cold. Why don't they use a hot thing and put the sausage rolls on it so you can have a hot pasty or a hot sausage roll? Because eating them cold is just revolting.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
LBC with Steve Allen.
It's got a mind of its own, this computer, this morning. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold day. Mind you, if you're in Scotland, I bet it's absolutely taters up there. Absolutely taters. I like reading different commentators' columns because I'm quite fascinated by their take on things. Hero of the week for Rod Liddle is former Yorkshire cricketer Azeem Rafiq. His moving testimony about the racist abuse he suffered while playing for the club was pretty shocking. It was a kind of racism that you thought had died out in about 1980. Shows how wrong you can be. Azeem's experiences were only a decade or so ago. The alleged racists were at Yorkshire Cricket Club. I'm from Yorkshire and I speak my mind, by gum. Well, indeed, writes Rod Liddle. How about engaging your brain before you open your fat gob? And Azim is on with Nick Ferrari on breakfast this morning. That's the former Yorkshire cricketer, Azim Rafiq. And you hear him with Nick Ferrari. Not to be missed. Not to be missed at all. What else we got? Pairs of vegan Louis Vuitton trainers are on sale for nearly 800 quid. How can you get vegan trainers? How does that work? No, oh right, no leather. I didn't know trainers had leather on. I assumed they were all plastic or something. The unisex style named Charlie is made from recycled corn, with the low top version at 765 quid and high top 795. Wow, the French luxury brand has been accused of animal cruelty over its use of fur and leather, but head of sustainability, Christelle Kaduppi, says this allowed her to identify the levers to reduce the environmental impact of our shoes. It's just a pair of trainers, isn't it? At the end of the day, they make such a big deal about it. And it's the first sustainable vegan sneakers made from a corn-based leather alternative. They're very plain, aren't they? I thought they were quite plain. I like the kids' ones that light up. Have you seen the kids' trainers that when they're running along, they've got... I thought, I like those. I like those. There's a Peppa Pig impersonator here who was stopped by police tailing a suspicious character seen trotting through a dark village. They were on their way to a surprise party. Somebody booked a Peppa Pig character, and so they dressed up as Peppa Pig. Apparently, musical mascots entertainer Lawrence said the officers were lovely and glad we made them smile with our costumes. I think that's been quite frightening, actually. What have we got there, officer? Oh, it looks like Peppa Pig, Gov. Have you arrested them? Don't like to. There's too many of them. Yes. Have you had a drink? No, definitely not. They did it years ago when they did different kids' parties. I remember telling you all that they had different people who get a magician. You know, magicians have never been busier. Never been busier at the moment because all the people are going, we need a bit of respite in these days of misery and everything else. Let's get magicians back out performing again. So they're all working hard. But it was different parties. And the posh party, where they lived in a Georgian old rectory, they had a wood at the bottom and they paid Mrs. Tiggywinkle. And all the kids were outside and they were, I think, probably around about 5, 6 years old, something like that. And they were all taken into the garden and they all stood there and they go, can you see anything? And and of course I'm playing the game as well. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? And then all of a sudden, just out of the woods, Mrs. Tiggywinkle appeared, and she looked at the and she went, Mrs. Tiggywinkle. I go, well, these kids, because they can't speak properly. Yeah, that was yes, I was doing that. The kids were going, it's Mrs. Tiggywinkle, because some of them their voices are dropped. And grow up, Steve. Don't be silly. And Mrs. Tiggywinkle came out, and she had a basket over her arm, and all the rest, obviously with presents for the birthday boy or girl. And then she disappeared into the boat, Mrs. Tiggywinkle. And then she came close and she came up to them and she was all very humble and all the rest of it and handed over the... Of course, the kids thought it was Mrs. Tiggywinkle. The fact she was nearly 9 feet tall was neither here nor there, a little bit scary. And then she did that and then she sort of disappeared back into the woods again. She didn't say very much. I don't think she said anything at all. And I remember thinking, these kids have had an experience they're going to remember for the rest of their life. All I got was Donald Bloody Duck. Mrs. Tiggywinkle was far nice. Well, it was a party I went to. We wanted Mickey Mouse, but he was a bit more expensive. We didn't get him. We got Donald Duck. I never understand it. The good news is that Katie Price, according to Simon Boyle's bizarre column today in The Sun, does not want your attention. After decades of frantically hunting down every last drop of publicity, the fame-hungry reality star has finally assured us all she doesn't want to feature in the newspapers. And he says, so on these pages at least, I'm happy to assure her that's absolutely fine. Long overdue, this one. Katie took to Instagram to share a lengthy statement about some boring holiday she's on with Carl, and during which she obtained a licence with on-off boyfriend Carl, despite a recent bust-up and split. None of my business, says Simon Boyle, and I wouldn't have the first idea if Katie hadn't opted to give a candid and emotional interview about the matter. The most boring person under the sun. What's the matter with them? Why does she think we want to know about it? We don't. She was saying, the media jumped all over it. Well, you took a photographer with you, dear. I mean, come on, we're not stupid. But he says her next major trip is the sentencing hearing. He said, I wonder how that will go. But he's hoping it's truly magical. Ed Sheeran. Do you know you can't get away from Ed Sheeran in the paper? He's dressed up in a Santa-style dress and boots for a photo shoot with Sir Elton John, because their competition this year is Lad Baby, who had the last 3 Christmas number ones with the sausage roll. I love sausage rolls, except vegan. We built this city on sausage rolls. I thought, if you've never seen it, because I wouldn't know. But it's been the number one, so they're hoping this year Elton John and Ed Sheeran could get it. I quite like Ed Sheeran in a dress. I quite like it. So it's the 70th Christmas number one. They're leading the odds. Have Lad Baby got a record out as well then this year? What are they doing? I think they're all very good. They're, wait a minute, number of acts also vying. Adele, Sir Cliff Richard, ABBA, I don't know, it's vanished. Gary Barlow, The Wanted. Are they vying for the Christmas number one as well? And Sheridan Smith, along with recent novelty act. What do you mean recent? They've had it for 3 years. They're not recent. They're very good. All aiming for the festive number one. But I don't know what Lad Babies is called. It'll be something to do with sausage rolls, won't it? Did you see it? Did you see the video? I thought the video was cracking. The kids were really good in it. Really good. They must be growing up by now. Sorry, Dad, not another song about sausage rolls. Yes, come on, it's made us a lot of money. Made us an awful lot of money. But do we know what their song is yet? Oh, Hang Fire. Hang Fire. This could be very exciting. Very exciting. And, we don't. We have no idea. But, I mean, it must be getting close to us being told, mustn't it? Because I don't know when they do the charts for Christmas. You'll hear it here for one of our radio stations will be playing it, and I bet your bottom dollar it'll be LBC. It'll probably be this. It'll be this. I could just imagine Ollie in the gymnasium going, he's playing, what's he doing? Play music. What's he doing? And then working out to the music, you know, da 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 da. I thought they were really good. Whether it was them singing or auto-tuned, I've got no idea, but I thought it was brilliant. I love the videos. And it was just catchy. They just looked like a really cute family, which is what we need at Christmas. Thank you. Did you see the meteorite shower, says Eve? Do you know, I never thought about looking up into the sky. Never thought about it. The producer was getting a bit excited yesterday. He said, will there be a meteorite shower, Steve? So I don't blooming well know. But I'm looking at it. Visible in Scotland. And it's sort of, blimey. There's quite a lot of it, isn't there? Is that a proper photograph of the meteor shower? Is that just sort of made up? Whatever it is, I like it. Oh, that was the one in 2001, the Leonid meteor. And then best time to see it. It peaks this week. Best time between midnight and dawn. It burns bright but moves very quickly. So, in fact, what time's dawn, as they say? Is it when I come off air? Oh, we could look up into the sky and see... That'd be good, wouldn't it, really? I have to do that to get rid of pigeons. Blasted things like... And they go, oh, it's him again. The mad one. So, Eve, I didn't see it, but I shall have a look a little bit later. On a frequency thing, says Kim. Thanks, Steve, that makes sense. Thought my mum was making unannounced invitation to tell me to get the housework done. And Lindsay from Caterham says, following on from your updates that told us that the mince pies from Morrison's were voted the best, I can't stop eating them. I need help. Can you see if there's an update on any other Christmas food? Then maybe I can move on to it. Well, do you know, Danny, which is the one who swears on EastEnders all the time? Danny Dyer. Do you know what he said in one of the papers in an interview? I mean, I'm assuming he's completely lost his marbles. He can't find pigs in blankets. Well, you're obviously not looking, Popsy. Because I was in Iceland yesterday, freezer full of them. I went to Marks and Spencer's, boxes and boxes and boxes of pigs in blankets. Where are you going, Poppet? You're going to Rhiness or something like that, because they don't do them. Or Ryman's. You know, but, I mean, you can see they're everywhere. You cannot move for pigs in blankets. You buy them. Remember that buying thing? And then you take them home and you put them in the freezer. That'll be the very cold thing that's in the corner of the kitchen. And then you can have them at Christmas time. There's no shortage. I just love it when people moan about something which is so easily solved. I never moan. I'm not a moaning sort of person, actually. I'm very positive about it. Jessie Nelson gets her paycheck, 3 million quid. So she got a cheque for 1 million. Imagine getting a cheque for 1,901,000 from Eternal Magic Touring, which is the company that handles their touring money, and 1,201,000 from Eternal Dance Media, which looks after their music and advertising deals. Shows how much money there is in this old singing malarkey. So she's got the money there, 3 million quid, but that means that she doesn't get anything else from them now. I think that's kind of the buyout kind of thing. So a £3 million payday. which is not bad. But they've said that they're not going to split up. They've said the three of us is very strong. We never wanted that to be over. But poor old Jessie has suffered a faltering start to her solo career with the debut single embroiled in a black fishing storm. She was going to be performing it this weekend in Birmingham, but tested positive for COVID on Tuesday and was forced to pull out. So there you go. It's not very good, is it, really? Not very good at all. The Who frontman, Roger Daltrey, says the internet is destroying our planet, and the sooner it collapses, the better. He says, I never thought any good would come of it, and I really still don't think any good has come out of it. If we're not careful, it's probably the end of our civilization. God. Prophet of doom, isn't he, really? Come on, be a bit more positive. Crikey. And what's this one here? A mum's Christmas gift was lost when a dozy postie left it in her garden waste bin on collection day. Kiri Monk had ordered a limited edition craft advent calendar kit for the festive season. 65 quid. The postie put a card through the door saying parcel in brown bin. Unfortunately, it was then collected with the waste, so she's lost it. Better that my one the other day, handed to resident. Well, I think obviously the resident was just somebody standing outside the door going, oh yeah, I live here, I'll take that in for him, and nicked it. Because it ain't appeared. It was a box set of You Rang My Lord. If I find out who did it. Because luckily we are CCTV'd up. We can go back into it. I'd better get it back soon, because otherwise you're in big trouble. Big trouble. Why a tin of chocolates has fewer of your favourites? And so they've got all the tins of chocolates, the psychology behind the selection. There is no psychology behind the selections. They stick them in a tin, we buy them, we eat them. There's no psychology to do with it. It's called having an addiction to chocolate. There's one here. Roses, Cadbury's, 600 grams, contains 58 chocolates. Cadbury's Heroes, also 600 grams, has got 63 chocolates. Nestle, 629 grams, is 67 chocolates, which sounds quite nice, actually. The quality, 5 coconut eclair, 8 orange cream. I love the orange creams. Big into the orange creams. I like it soft, you see. I don't go for hard. Soft every time. The Cadbury's Celebrations, 75 chocolates, 8 Bounties, 8 Maltesers, 8 Snow. All the boring. It's only the Bounties I go for. I just have a whole tin of Bounty ones. Or a bar. Very nice, thank you.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 to 6 is the time. Thursday morning as we get ever nearer. It's ridiculous. There's Christmas markets opening up all over the place. Very odd story in the paper today about staff in a hospital. And this is at Leeds General Infirmary. And the staff on the A&E ward were caught playing a game of Halloween bingo. OK. With points on offer for spotting stabbing victims. I mean, it gets more bizarre, this one. They also got points for treating spiking victims, people injected with needles in bars and clubs. Other categories referred to sex workers, the homeless and drug takers. Costumes such as pumpkins, devils and angels were also winners, alongside Stabby McStab Person for knife victims. They were also written on sheets of paper visible to anybody on the ward at Leeds General Infirmary. A whistleblower made a complaint accusing staff of disgusting and unprofessional behaviour. Chief Nurse Lisa Grant apologised and said appropriate action would be taken against those staff involved. What in God's name is going on in the hospitals nowadays? Blimey. They've got enough time to mess about with things like that. Let's see what action is taken, shall we? We'll watch that one. And 9 British soldiers who died in Belgium in World War I have finally been laid to rest. The remains of 8 were found during engineering work near Ypres. They died in 1917, including Joseph Patrickson, 24, and Arnold Sanderson, 26, both given the Military Medal for Bravery. All but one of the men was identified as being from the 11th Battalion Northumberland Fusiliers. The 9, who included a railway clerk, a steel worker and a farmhand, were buried with full military honours at a service attended by their families. Taken long enough, isn't it? But you appreciate that these things sometimes take fine. And a teaching assistant demanded compassionate leave to sneak off on holiday, but was busted when colleagues saw her holiday snaps on Facebook. Doesn't really help, does it? Ella Griffith was pictured drinking cocktails in Rome on a romantic break with her boyfriend. She'd asked the head teacher of the school in Anglesey for time off for an urgent family matter. She's since left the school, now faces a classroom ban. I mean, do these people not... if you go on holiday and you've said it's compassionate leave, I'm doing so-and-so, it's something, I need to do this, and she's just going on holiday with the boyfriend, why would you be that thick as to put pictures on Facebook? Somebody would see them and go, oh, look, here she is. She's on holiday. She's in Rome. She's drinking cocktails. She deserved to be kicked out. I mean, I never understand the stupidity. A teacher. You know, you never understand the stupidity of people, do you, really? But merci bien. Channel 4 is splashing out finding a Scottish family for Gogglebox. It comes after MPs told the broadcaster that there had not been one on the Sofa Bound show since 2016. I didn't realise they had to do it like that. So you've got to, so there's nobody Scottish on there. Or Welsh or... Oh, right. But apparently they've got lack of representation. MP Pete Wishart, chairman of the Scottish Affairs Committee, he said, we're bursting at the seams with talent in Scotland. But I don't... But you're right, there's no Irish families, are there, or perhaps I've missed it. There's a Welsh couple. But they have confirmed they will pay for a casting team, with one hopefully appearing in 2022. I wouldn't have thought it made any difference, actually. I mean, you know, we know who most of them are. We've lost a few over the years. We've lost a few. And then some people have sort of opted out and they didn't want to do it anymore. Because what they have to do is they have to sit down and watch these programmes on DVD, and they're filmed at the same time. I mean, it's still quite entertaining. The celebrity one's a little bit naffy poos, isn't it, at the moment? A little bit contrived and a little bit, oh, God, it's them again, you know, as you see them on there. But the ordinary people are quite... I like Pete and his little sister, even though he's got one of the worst hairstyles in living memory. In Blackpool they are, aren't they? Who's the voiceover? Meanwhile, up in Blackpool... Is it Craig Cash? I don't know who he is, but he's got one of those distinctive voices. Well, I know him. Oh, right, okay. I quite like it, actually. I mean, put it this way. Oh, there he is. Oh, yes, I do know him. Yes, because we know who most of them are. We've lost a few over the years. We've lost a few. And then some people have sort of opted out and they didn't want to do it anymore. Because what they have to do is they have to sit down and watch these programmes on DVD, and they're filmed at the same time. I mean, it's still quite entertaining. The celebrity one's a little bit naffy poos, isn't it, at the moment? A little bit contrived and a little bit, oh, God, it's them again, you know, as you see them on there. But the ordinary people are quite... I like Pete and his little sister, even though he's got one of the worst hairstyles in living memory. In Blackpool they are, aren't they? Who's the voiceover? Meanwhile, up in Blackpool... Is it Craig Cash? I don't know who he is, but he's got one of those distinctive voices. Well, I know him. Oh, right, okay. I quite like it, actually. I mean, put it this way. Oh, there he is. Oh, yes, I do know him. Yes, because he's from the Mrs. Merton show. And the Royal Family. Oh, it's him, is it? Oh, well, blimey. I didn't know that. Caroline Aherne used to do it. She did the voiceover, and he sort of inherited from her. But, no, Pete and his little sister. Well, Pete is now married with child. They have a child, and they seem to be fairly good. And then there was a bit that they did in the papers telling you what they do for a living, because they do have jobs, these people. I quite like the ones in the caravan, which is the woman who used to own a pub, and the bloke, the gay guy, and I can't remember which ones they are, but they're very good as well. He spends most of his time laughing, which of course is very good. Somebody's nicked a pet tortoise. Somebody went into some conservatory, and the lady who owns him, Lynn in Swansea, says he'll die without medication. So it's like losing an elderly member of the family. Why would somebody nick a tortoise? What sort of peasant would nick a... I mean, seriously, it really just drives me absolutely mad nowadays. People sort of pinch everything, don't they? A household has had to put up a scarecrow in his front garden because a neighbour keeps attracting flocks of pigeons with bird food. Horrible people. Horrible, horrible people. There used to be a woman in... I can't remember where she was, but she was completely doolally, and she'd been taken to court over feeding pigeons, because once they sit there on the roof, she had literally hundreds and hundreds, and the neighbours they couldn't put washing out or anything like that because of all these revolting pigeons. And I think it got to the stage where the neighbours wanted to poison them. She was putting down tons of food for them every day. We get them in Twickenham. You get people who want to come and feed the ducks. Well, as I say, the ducks are fed about 12 times a day. Not surprised. They're sort of, because they just keep eating. They don't know that they're going to explode halfway through. And getting rid of pigeons is quite the mess they make, and to clear it up costs an absolute fortune. But no, thank you. But there's still people who go and feed them in Trafalgar Square. But this woman, I think she got taken to court about 3 or 4 times. She was obviously a bit dim, and she thought that they were going to die of starvation. Never seen a pigeon dying of starvation. I think they die because they're just being so overfed. Britney Spears could try for a 3rd child. Rick Mayall will appear as a poltergeist in a new ultra-long version of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. He died in 2014. He played Peeves in the film, but his scenes didn't make the final edit. So they're going to sort of put it back in, which is quite a nice thing, I think. And Crazy Frog's making a comeback. I don't know anything about Crazy Frog, but it's obviously very annoying. Is it annoying? Novelty thing. The global chart topper who drove us mad with incessant ding ding has a new track in time for Christmas. There's another one for Christmas. It's going to be that sausage roll thing, isn't it, again? You could just tell. I don't know why. I've just got it. David Ginola played the National Lottery when he was a Premier League star because he worried about cash. And now he doesn't need to worry about cash because he's doing, believe it or not, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Into Here. And they do it. The Insulate Britain protester launched a hunger strike. Oh, lovely. Getting all the ones now going. Starve herself in prison to stay on the right side of history. And she was caged for 4 months. I love that. Caged for 4 months. Like it's an open cage. A bit like the people in Tiswas. Was it Tiswas who they used to put them all into a cage? Gunge them, which was quite good, actually. But Emma Smart, after the self-proclaimed Highway 9 was sentenced, Smart said, our government is betraying it. They're not taking any notice of you, Sweet Pea. I'm so sorry. Nobody cares about you. You can stay there. Nobody cares. You know, you broke the law. You go to prison. No, don't do the time. Don't do the crime. And that's it. She will spend Christmas behind bars along with 8 others. And also, they've got legal costs to pay. About 91 grand at the moment. About 10 grand each. So as long as you cough it up, that's all right. We'll be happy with that. And Krusties from Insulate Britain have caused havoc on the M25 over 2 months. 2 of the protesters were jailed for 3 months and another 6 for 4 months. The 9th one, Ben Taylor, was handed a 6-month stretch after he warned a judge. He warned a judge. Hilarious. That he would block the M25 again if he was not sent down. Family and friends shouted, I love you, and chanted, we are unstoppable. Another world is possible. I don't think so. I really don't think so. You've not made any effect so far, and it's not gonna happen. I wonder if their cells are insulated. I do hope so. Hate to think that they weren't getting the full benefit. But anyway, I mean, if they come out and do it again, they'll go back into prison again. It's as simple as that. Break the law. You know, we can't break the law. Why should you be any different? You know, all this shouting, we love you. What possible use is that? Seeing as you're not going to be there to celebrate Christmas with family and friends. But that's your doing. Nobody else decided to do it. You decided to do it. Steve, I love sausage rolls with tomato sauce. Very popular, actually. Very popular. And Elon Musk's satellite train is unbelievable. Oh, I've lost my mouse. Where's my mouse gone? Oh, there it is. I thought my mouse had disappeared. A string of around 30 of his satellites shooting through the sky is well worth getting up for. Best mince pies from Costco, says Trucker Chris. Not on the list because it's not a supermarket. They were only doing supermarkets. Are Pete and his sister related to the Chuckle Brothers? Well, Chuckle Brother. I think we only have one Chuckle Brother who's doing pantomime with Gareth Gates this year. With Gareth Gates. Paul Chuckle is their uncle. Is their uncle. Because they live in Blackpool, and that's where most people in show business seem to emanate from, don't they? Blackpool. But I can't remember what Pete does for a living. Finding out after the break. Look at that, honestly. You only have to ask and it will be given to you.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I remember the Scottish folk on Gogglebox, Steve, but I couldn't understand the lingo, says Kim. I don't remember anybody. I mean, to be honest with you, I just look at them as people. I don't really care whether they're Scottish. They're just ordinary people. Yeah, I think you have to be vetted because the 2 old ladies. Now, did they die? I can't remember. The 2 old ladies. One of them did. And I remember thinking then they'd been approached in the street. And they then decided to do it. And there were other people. There was that lovely couple, the elderly couple. First of all, he died. And then she died as well. I mean, there's a rigorous sort of process to actually decide if they're going to be right. Because they're looking for somebody who's got an opinion. And that's what they get. The couple in the caravan, which is actually not a caravan, it's a mobile home. But the reason they call it a caravan is because it's got 2 little tiny wheels. But you never tow it behind a car. It's far too big. And I think it's owned by him. I think he owns it. And his boyfriend is somewhere else. And she was the landlady of a pub he used to drink in. And they just seem to get on really well together, don't they? I mean, they spend most of their time laughing. But they don't get much money out of it. I suppose the spin-offs, it's Jenny and Lee. Jenny and Lee, but you rarely see them outside of the environment of the programme, which I'd be more than happy to see. I think they actually turned up for I think there was a television award thing which they all turned up, yeah, which was a short while ago, and very nice. Did I not like anybody in it? I'm trying to think actually if there was anybody I didn't like on it. I don't think so. Yeah, I like everybody. I mean, there was nobody I didn't like at all. I just knew it was contrived because somebody said, oh, they're all watching at the same time. I thought, no, they're not. No, they're not. What they do is they give them a DVD and they're watching the DVD and they get very excited about quizzes and stuff like that, which is a little bit. I mean, some of the families are good. Some members of different people's families have opted out of being in it because I assume it takes away all your privacy. So, and Jack says, I don't normally listen to LBC. But you, Steve, you crack me up, so I think I'll stick around. Well, you stick around then. You stick around. We like people sticking around. Loads of people are sticking. 20 million downloads. Hello. 20 million downloads. I mean, that in itself is exciting. I wonder if they're going to actually really keep up with this one. The dog nappers. You get people who go out and they thieve people's dogs. And then what they do is they hold them to ransom and say, you can get your dog back, but you've got to pay us £500. It seems enormous business now. People who've left their dogs in their front gardens, you know, while they're in, the dog is playing around. Somebody just come along, whip, gone. Simple as that. But they say they could be locked up for 5 years. Good. Good. Sharp rise in the theft of beloved pets, because for some people their pet is everything, and for somebody like that woman, even with the tortoise, you can't imagine you could become attached physically to a tortoise, but this particular lady is, and somebody nicked it. I mean, they don't do anything, tortoises. They're not like rabbits. They just sort of, they eat a little bit of grass. They don't eat glass. Some of them have learned to, but they're touring with a circus, and they eat dock leaves and stuff like that, and that's all they do. They don't do anything else. PM Boris Johnson, who owns a Jack Russell Cross, Dillon, promised a crackdown on dog napping earlier this year. Good. I mean, there was one place they went to. Didn't they find 73 stolen dogs on one particular place? And so if they lock them up for 5 years, that's very good news. I'm all in favour of that. Lock them up for 10 years, as far as I'm concerned. I say very shortly we'll have to build new prisons just for the extinct rebellion people and the people who want to insulate themselves. Especially with me in charge. I tell you, I'm hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. I mean, all this messing around and we pussyfoot around and go, oh, we're so sorry, you know, we upset your human rights. No, not at all. You just inconvenienced us a little bit. But don't worry, we get our own back. You can have a right miserable little Christmas this year, but I'm sure you'll come out and be a better person. 84850, Connie says, I don't get it. So many people are telling you they've received their Steve Allen trays. I've not received mine yet. Hope it didn't get lost in the post. No. They're sending out thousands. So don't worry. It goes in phases. So panic not. So Jack's sticking around a little bit, which is good news, isn't it? Yeah. Because when you wake up first thing in the morning, I mean, mind you, some people are working at this time. You get all sorts of people who are working, and then you get those people who are waking up. And it's the getting out of bed and forcing yourself to do things when it's freezing cold is a bit difficult, isn't it? I always find it a bit. But actually, the funny thing is, I don't find it difficult. I don't know why. Actually, I've always been a good early riser. I've always been somebody who can sort of, you know, yeah. Even still, I don't have any trouble. I wake up before the alarm. Which is, whether that's my body is programmed. My body is programmed. Have you heard of such rubbish? You know, I don't know whether or not, you know, I've sort of programmed myself to sort of wake up at a normal time. But I like to wake up. I go to the bathroom, pick up my shaver, and go make myself a cup of tea, and have some water, do my tablets, do my little bits and pieces, and then, you know, and then just watch television. And then if I'm really feeling extravagant, I put my feet up on the settee and go for another 10 minutes. I can do that, and it's not too difficult, because I have a dread fear of oversleeping. It's never happened before. I did wake up one time. I had some friends round years and years ago. I don't have breakfast, no. No. When I do the injection, if I do an injection in the morning, sometimes I forget to do it. Then I'll have something like some pomegranate seeds. How pretentious! Pomegranate seeds. Have you ever heard of such? I do. I buy them in Waitrose. They come in sort of tubs of pomegranate seeds, and I love them. I sometimes sprinkle them on yogurt if I'm really feeling decadent. But I love pomegranate seeds. Yeah, I think they're really good. And I'm supposed to take some sort of food. Occasionally I'll have a piece of toast, but it's not very often because my butter's soft. And because I don't like leaving it in the fridge for some reason. And if it's soft, it doesn't taste the same. I don't know why. I like Lurpak. Salted. Just one of those kind of people. And but occasionally a piece of toast in the morning. But I've run out of peanut butter, and I like a bit of peanut butter and then fold the toast over. I mean, that's really pushing the boat out. I'm so common, I can't help it. I just do it. But no, going back to tortoises, bloody boring. You'd be better off with a newt or something like that. They live forever. Tortoises live forever. They come in sometimes smuggled into the country. Little teeny tiny things they are. You've seen them on the beach, the little turtles. They look as tiny as that. They're about an inch across. And on this particular time, when the moon is... Oh, actually, talking of the moon, I've got something else I need to ask you. This is very important. When the moon is right, all these little turtles emerge from the eggs and run for the sea like something possessed. And they get picked off, a lot of them. Thousands and thousands lose their lives because to the seagulls, they're just a snack. They don't realise they've got little feelings and everything else. How old is the oldest tortoise currently alive? Oh, well in excess of 200 years old. 188. No fooling me, I tell you, mate. His name's Jonathan. He's a Seychelles giant tortoise, which is a subspecies of the Aldabra giant tortoise. It's the oldest known living animal. He lives in St Helena, a British overseas territory. He's got a small bungalow with disabled access, and he lives there. They live forever, these things. One of them died, actually. I remember some while ago. What they do with them after they've died, I've got no idea. But the St Helena 5p coin has Jonathan on its reverse. Such is the fact they are revered. Mind you, in China, they eat them. They eat them, yeah. We used to eat them here as well. But anyway, yeah, my friend Lynn, she sent me a thing this morning, and she says she was sort of we're going out to this Christmas market over the weekend, and I said, well, have a nice birthday today. She said, better get to bed now. But the full moon is on Friday the 19th, and as probably told you in the past, my body can tell because I get hyped up for want of a better term. This full moon is called a beaver moon. Don't ask me why. She says, check it out on Google. Ask your listeners if they get affected by the pull of a full moon, because I do, even without even knowing when it's due to happen. Has anybody ever heard of this before? Do you get affected by the pull of a full moon? And this one's a beaver moon. I've never even heard of it before. But she knows when it is, even then when she doesn't know when it is, because she feels the pull of it. So it's going to begin at 7:18 a.m. tomorrow. This is the 19th, isn't it? Yeah. And it will last over 6 hours. The sun's arrival shortly after it begins means viewers in the UK will miss the peak of the eclipse, which begins at 9:02 a.m. and lasts for 3 hours and 28 minutes. So there you go. It'll be the longest. The beaver blood moon, the longest in 580 years. The full moon will appear red for a time during the eclipse due to the scattering of light. So now you know. You see? Did you know that? No. Did you care? No. But I feel duty-bound to tell you these things. If nothing else, we're in education in the early hours of the morning. That's how it works. That's how it works. I wish the amount of people who are joining gyms around here, you know why? Because they've suddenly realised Christmas is around the corner and they're going to just double in size. So it's a case of, it's normally January that people go to the gym. Not anymore. People now go to the gym before Christmas to leave room, if you please, so that they can go for the gym. The producer's going on holiday. Well, that's what he thinks. You wait till I phoned up customs, and he won't be going any further than that. And it'll be a case of he's going off to Rome. The one thing, have you been to Rome before? No, you're not going to Rome, are you? New York. Well, it was close. Both international. You've never been to Rome. Rome is full of graffiti. The only place, dribbled, the excitement. The only place I've ever seen so much graffiti. I thought, London, at least we clean it off fairly quickly. It's these impudent little nobodies who decide to put their moniker on everything. You know, they see an empty wall, they go, oh, I'll write something squiggly because I'm a bit thick. And so they go, squiggle, 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 and you go, oh, for God's sake. What I want to do is catch them at it, because at Richmond Station, they can't stop it. As fast as they paint over it, within 2 days, it's all back. Why not machine guns and dogs? Well, would that not deter people? Literally, you've never seen. And they do it on the side of trains. It's unbelievable. There must be something the matter with these people. They're not normal, are they? Definitely not. And so, best sausage roll from a local butcher up here in Bramfield in Suffolk. But didn't take you long, Steve, to talk about mince pies again. I've never seen a thin pigeon either, says Viv. Oh, and I got my tray. Oh, listen, don't, because Connie's upset. She's not got hers yet. It will arrive. Panic not. I promise you. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock. Thursday morning in London town. We're coming to you live from Leicester Square. It's the 18th of November. Looking forward to the weekend. And looking forward to that moon. Definitely. It'll turn red. Will you see it? You probably won't. You'll probably be fast asleep. But at least I've told you about it.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to... Gosh, it's cold. It was freezing cold outside this morning. So I still see people... And the funny thing is, they were talking the other day that more and more people now are not wearing shoes. Ladies, in particular, are not wearing shoes to go to work. They're wearing trainers because it's more comfortable. Because if you're walking or you're standing on a train and you've got high heels on or something like that, it's really difficult. And it must be a dreadful strain. So, I mean, I wear shoes, but then I'm a man. And, yeah, I look silly in the high heels anyway. And it's a case of and I see people getting off the trains in the morning, and it's mainly ladies, well, in fact, it's always ladies, wearing trainers, which I suppose must be the comfortable thing. Then leave your shoes at work, change into them at work, and then you're okay. It's like a friend of mine has got all his clothes at work. I mean, blokes wear trainers anyway, but they look a bit silly with a suit. If you're wearing a suit, if you've got a job, and, you know, you have to wear a suit for your job, so you'll be an estate agent or something like that. You know, you wouldn't be allowed to wear trainers. They have to wear suits. And you can always spot an estate agent, ill-fitting suits. Ill-fitting suits. I can spot them walking. We have a competition in Twickenham. You know, you sort of see two guys walking down the road together, and you go, estate agents. There's something about the suits. They're not wearing anything expensive. It's always something, looks as though it's seen better days, much better days. What have we got? Rugby hard man Mike Tindall. Do you know he's failed on every reality show that he went on? They started popping him on all sorts of ones, but he's going to be doing this International Men's Day programme, so it's going to be like sort of Loose Men, as opposed to because they did try Loose Men, but it wasn't for anything to do with International Men's Day. Vernon Kay is going to host it, which will have a guest appearance from David Gandy and Ian Sterling and Aura Duba. And so they'll be sort of chatting about different... I mean, the trouble is it's not really the same, is it, when you've got people on there who don't normally do it, but they say no subject will be taboo. So either is going to be dreadfully... That'll be interesting, won't it, with sort of some of them and some of the stories that do the rounds with them. Funnily enough, they never asked me. I wonder why. I could have taken them into realms they never even would have imagined. Never imagined. Bill Bailey... he grumbles that he was showered in confetti as he lifted the Glitterball trophy. It was immediately confiscated. He recalls his triumph and says, we got the trophy, then the broadcast ended, all the lights in the studio came up. A bloke from the production team asked for the trophy back. He came over with a black bin liner. I'm not kidding, he said. He put it in the bin liner. He was given a trophy to keep, but it didn't have quite the same impact. It's true, actually. It is true. People do that. They give you your reward, and then the moment the cameras are off you, they take it away from you and say, you can have it later. That's how it works. I know. Yeah, well, they have to engrave them and do things like that for them, which is good. I like it. What else we got? Oh, the activists. I'll do it all again. Well, then you go back to prison again, won't you, silly man? This is Ben Taylor, whose family brain cell must be out on loan at the moment. That's why he was given extra, because he said, the moment I'm out, I'll do it again. And you think, right, well, you're going to prison for another 2 months. I mean, you know, they can keep adding it on for you, love, if it makes you feel a bit better about life. You can't have HS2 to Yorkshire or Northern Powerhouse Rail over the Pennines because they're too expensive. They talked about this the other day, actually. I think they were talking to Andy Burnham, and they were talking about whether or not it will go to Leeds, and they're going, no, it's not going to Leeds at all. I mean, Boris Johnson will unveil a long-delayed integrated rail plan for the Midlands and the north of England today, billed as the largest ever investment in rail infrastructure. 96 billion has been pledged to improve existing routes. So the plan is expected to confirm that HS2 will be curtailed, with the eastern leg extending to Leeds cancelled, and the northern powerhouse Trans-Pennine route scrapped, despite the Prime Minister having publicly promised to deliver both in the last 2 years. That's why Andy Burnham was on, because he said, I don't think we're going to get it. I don't think it's going to arrive for us. I don't know anything about it. I don't take enough trains like that to different parts of the country. I appreciate that people do it on a daily basis. Steve, she's right. This is my Lynn. She says, I get the same feeling. With a full moon, it's a strange feeling, but I love the show. Andrea, thank you. And Sarah says, me too, Steve. I can feel the full moon a few days behind. So now you know. And Steve, don't buy tubs of pomegranate seeds, says Josie. Just buy a whole one and cut it in half. Whack it with the back of a large spoon over a bowl and the seeds pop out. It's cheaper. I know, I've tried doing that before. I used to, you'll laugh. Well, you probably won't. I used to buy pomegranate and cut it in half, and with a pin take out the individuals. I mean, it could take forever and a day. And you put it in your mouth. Most of the time you'd miss and you'd pierce your lips. And you're just left with a lot of wasted pomegranate seeds. I think you can run your fingers around the outside of it and then squeeze it, and I think that will come. It's easy to go and buy the blooming things already done. They must have a machine, mustn't they? But I do enjoy it. Pomegranate seeds, peanut butter, tortoise, and a newt in one sentence. Only on the Steve Allen Show, says Martin. What are you complaining about? Steve, I can spot an estate agent. They always wear slip-on shoes. You know why? Because when they're sitting at their desks, which they do a lot of the time, they can slip their shoe off. And that's it. It's more comfy. So they pad around the office in their socks. Lee in Essex says, I used to be an estate agent. Of course, because you're called Lee and you come from Essex. What else could you be? Apart from somebody from Towie. And I wore a pinstripe suit for my first day and got told off. As apparently, pinstripes were reserved for those doing the valuations and three-piece pinstripe suits for managers. See, I knew there'd be a snob value to it. Is that what it is? When they come out and do valuations? Because I used to like it, watching the house programme in the morning, and they would go round and they'd come round and they'd value the property. And most of the time they were both singing from the same hymn sheet, give or take a few £1,000. I think this is a very good make, because the makeovers are fantastic. I love them. You see a house that's, practically falling down. The next minute you go back there, it's all been replastered, rewired, new boiler, new everything. And they go, and you're going to rent it out. And you think, well, the people who rent it from you are not going to look after it. They're really not. You've heard all my horror stories about things like that. Penman investigates, from the fishy to the fraudulent. And I love him. Scandal as the scammers get official approval. Facebook has been helping scammers along by running adverts. Do you know, I'll tell you the thing that I can't get used to. You go to YouTube and I'll go to watch something. You've got to put up with about 2 or 3 adverts before you even get to it. And somebody said to me, I can't remember who it was now, that you can pay. It was you, wasn't it? Very rare for you to spend money, but there you go. And you can pay, yeah, on the wages I pay. I keep them mean. Keep them mean, keep them keen. And you can pay, and so you don't have to watch the adverts, because I find it so annoying. Just when you're trying to watch something about people beating each other up on flights, and not putting a mask on, and then all of a sudden it goes to another blooming advert. So it's YouTube Premium, £12 a month. Wow. See, I think that's too much money. If it was £5 a month, I'd go for it. Is that what you pay? £12? You are loaded, honestly. How much money are you earning? Blimey, I feel like the pauper of the family. It's ridiculous. I didn't realise it's gone up. You will do when you. How much was it? 7 when you signed up. Now it's £12. I think that's a lot of money. So I think I'll have to put up with the adverts, I'm afraid. But I do get very frustrated with them all the time. But, So we've got, what is this one here? I can't work out what this is. Oh, this is Sporting Heroes. Princess Anne knighting Brendan Foster. Big Bren is 73. He said he was particularly excited. Oh, good. I'm glad he's got that. I like that. It's a nice thing to get. And also, you are clinging on to unwanted stuff. We are becoming a nation of hoarders. I have to put my hand up for this one. Are you a hoarder? You're not a hoarder. Are you minimalist? The person I'm talking to is the producer, just in case you think I'm having a conversation with myself. I haven't gone that balmy, thank you very much indeed. So you haven't got anything? Really? You don't not get DVDs or stuff like that? No? Oh, streams everything. Well, apparently, on the clutter list, number 20, old computers. How many people have got an old computer? Because you're not too sure what to do with it, are you, if you've got an old computer? Has it got naughty stuff on it? There is a company that will come round and they will wipe clean your computer so that they can then sell them on to something else. Or you can sell it to somebody, I'm assuming. But second-hand computers fetch nothing. Why would you want a second-hand computer? You're going to buy one, buy a new one. Children's old toys. I know families, my family, have put toys in the loft to make way for the new toys, which are going to be arriving this Christmas. Recyclable packaging. I don't save anything like that, actually. I really don't. I do have a bag, though, in the kitchen, which has got envelopes in. Loads and loads of envelopes, different sizes and jiffy bags and stuff like that. Old school reports. Come on, who keeps old school reports? Have you got old school reports? My brother's got mine. Yeah, I think my brother's got mine, because they want to hang on to them to remind you in years to come just how thick you were at school. Yeah. Stephen showed a lot of promise, except he daydreams. That's what I used to get. Daydreams and talks a lot. Shut up! That's what I used to get at school. Stephen, shut up. I was only just trying... Shut up! Poor old the man who used to look after us for religious education used to get quite overwrought with me at times. I couldn't keep quiet. Chipped crockery. Who keeps chipped crockery? That would be... I'd just throw it out. Old receipts. Well, if you're self-employed, you have to. Not that I'm self-employed anymore, but I have to keep old receipts anyway. Unused kitchen gadgets. I've got a few. I bought some... baskets, wicker baskets from a Chinese shop a short while ago. Well, about 5 years ago. Actually, about 10 years ago. And it's for steaming vegetables. Never use them. Never use them. But I don't want to get rid of them because they look quite nice. Makes me look as though I'm sort of, experienced in the ways of cooking Chinese food. Pens that don't work. No, who would keep pens that... Blimey, really mad on that one. Empty cardboard boxes. You keep empty cardboard boxes? You don't keep them, but you have empty... Why would you have empty cardboard boxes? Would you go round... Oh, right. Bizarre. Empty or used pots of paint. And then when eventually you prise the lid off, you realise that the thing has solidified and is going nowhere. Unwanted gifts. Well, of course you're going to hang on to them because you never know when you're going to use them. Old furniture. You don't keep old furniture? Oh, right. Oh, I do. I keep everything. I'm a bit daft. Unloved jewellery. I don't have any unloved jewellery. I'm a man. Old bills. Does that mean old policemen? Or something like that. Old bills. Old phone chargers. We've all got those, haven't we? We've all got those. Dog-eared books. No. What's a dog-eared book? Is that where you fold it over and you go, oh, I'll come back to that one tomorrow? Because I used to fall asleep in bed reading. God, I was a dynamite person in bed, let me tell you. I really was.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Somebody's written to me and said, Steve, regarding the YouTube advert thing, you can get the app that skips the ads. Yeah, but Ray, it's like 12 quid a month. I can think of better things to do with 12. I'll just have to put up with the adverts. It's as simple as that. Anyway, on your clutter list, we got as far as dog-eared books. Now, I think that dog-eared books occurred when you were in bed, and I would fall asleep in bed reading a book, and eventually you sort of, your eyes are sort of, you can't read anything at all, and so you put the book on your chest, the next minute you've gone to sleep. And then you would wake up and you'd sort of mark the book by folding over the dog ear, and you'd put it on there so you could go back to the same page. It was like using a bookmarker. Oh, the edges are sort of folded. Oh. What sort of books would that be? Through over-reading? Really? I've got all sorts of books, actually. Books which I'd love a little library. Oh, I've seen libraries in stately homes and stuff like that. But yeah, there you go, dog ears. You could dog ear your life. I do it, actually. I do it with all the newspapers. So when James O'Brien, who inherits my newspapers, because I have to share them with him, because I've read them anyway, and if I whiz through them and I go for a story and I fold the page over at the bottom, so all he gets is sort of a list of all the stories that I've obviously done without actually having to hear the programme, which is very good. So anyway, so get as far as dog-eared books. Number 3, old mobile phones. I've got all my mobile phones. And no, I don't have the boxes, but a friend of mine used to keep the boxes so he could sell them and do all the rest of it. He used to keep the boxes for all of it, but he had a huge loft which had been boarded over so he could keep all the boxes and everything. Whereas I've just got the telephones. I forget how many iPhones I've got now, probably about 6 or 7. But got them all, and all the chargers, of course. You've just got to work out which charger it is. Number 2, clothes that no longer fit you. And we hold on to them. The reason being, you think, at some point, I'm going to be putting these on and they're going to fit. They never will. They never will. And number 1 on the list is never worn clothes. So clothes that you've bought and you've just never worn them. Yes, but again, that fits into the clothes that no longer fit you. I remember having a pair of jeans once, and I remember thinking, I'll keep those until I can fit into them. I've had them for about 15, 20 years. Yeah, 26 waist. 26 waist. There was no chance of ever fitting into these things in a million years. So they just sit in the top of the wardrobe. I've still got in the wardrobe a big bag. When I finished doing Channel 5's company, we had a big Christmas tree supplied to us by one of the big Christmas manufacturers, and they'd given us all these little ornaments to put on there, which you took the light out of your lights, plugged this thing in, and it turned round and did all sorts. It became an animated tree. And I've got the biggest bin liner full of these things. Never used them. Still kept them because I keep things. I can't throw stuff away. I find it very difficult to throw stuff away. You know, I know lots of people because they do television programmes on them. Friends of mine think it's an illness. I'll have to get an extension built so I can. But the trouble is, I quite like it because I know where everything is. It's just that, you know, I'm not sure what sort of condition it's in. Yes, under a pile of stuff. And Rita says, my husband is laughing. I'm saying yes to your list of hoarding. I'm such a hoarder. See, I think it's great. I think hoarding is good. I know it's not the most popular thing, and people do it. Leslie, oh, my screen went. It's come back. Leslie in South Croydon says tree is up. Can't wait to see you on the 18th, and also front row in February. Blimey, a glutton for punishment. 18th is the Magic Circle shows at the Magic Circle, of course, where you get to see. Oh, blimey, is that the tree? Good God, how long does that take you to decorate that? That has got just about everything on it, hasn't it? That's what you call a decorated tree. That really is a decorated tree. Blimey. Wow. Oh, you've got curtain tie-backs. I like a tie-back on a curtain. But the tree's great. Blue lights, my favourite. Really, really nice. There's my Prosecco glass in there, is it? Might be. Oh, yeah. Look at that, though. That tree's very good. I don't think you can ever put the tree up too early. If they've put the trees up in town, then you can put your trees up as well. And if you're somebody like me who loves it and derives great pleasure, because it's over so quickly. It really is. We sort of whiz through Christmas, and then all of a sudden it's a case of January sales. And we all go, oh, right, so we'll take them down for another year. Easter. Yes, Easter eggs. I'll bet you anything. I will be getting all sorts of emails and texts from people saying, Steve, I've just seen Easter eggs on sale in Tesco. Of course, Gillian McKeith won't be seeing them because she's not going to Tesco's anymore. She's boycotting them over their advert with Father Christmas. Couldn't believe it. Paula in Warrington says, I still have my old high school reports. I'm sure my music teacher gave me a grade E out of spite for not being in the school choir. I don't think they bothered marking me for... I was never in the school choir anyway, but I was in the brass band, which was quite good. I played a flugelhorn. It's a cross between a cornet and a trumpet. You ask me these questions, I answer them honestly, and immediately the producer goes, oh, like that, like it's something funny. Steve, cut the corner off an envelope and pop on the page corner to mark without damage. No, PJ, I quite like the damage. Get the flugelhorn out for the live show. I don't have it. It was owned by the school. The school owned it, and they used to come round and when we were casting for the brass band, they would get your mouth to form because when you play a brass instrument, you have to go. That's not just that doesn't work. It's and so we had to do it, and your mouth size determined what instrument they gave you. So basically, I started off as a triangle. Yeah, I didn't get the tuba at all, and it was a euphonium, and I didn't have that. So I ended up with the flugelhorn, which I sort of... It used to make me laugh, because when we used to do the Christmas carol concert, we'd have the brass band would all be assembled, and when you were going into your instrument, that basically builds up spit. And so every so often you have to, there's a valve at the bottom of your instrument, and you open it and go, and all the spit goes onto the floor. You're basically draining it. And I used to love the carol concert because I'd be at the front, and with the cornets and all the other people and things like that. And the euphoniums, they could have put it a little bit further to the back, mainly behind me. And when you were emptying the instrument, you could see the people in the front row visibly moved, because we're all going to get soaking wet. There's a lovely piece in Mr. Holland's opus where one of the blokes playing a trumpet, I think, empties his instrument. The girl next to him just looks at him with horror on her face, going, "You've just emptied spit all over the floor." But that's how it worked. I can only tell you the truth. We can't fib about these sort of things. Little Julie says, not looking forward to the colder temperatures on Sunday. We've been spoilt by mild weather. Well, I can tell you that it drops from the 15s and 14s we're getting at the moment to 9 on Sunday, 9 on Monday, 9 on Tuesday, 7 on Wednesday, 6 on Thursday. Getting colder. Then it goes up. On Friday the 26th, light snow showers. Da, 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 da. Bet you're loving me this morning. Light snow shower. Now, you know I like a light snow shower. It's very pretty, but I'm not. It's the temperatures. We're hovering around the 6, 7, and 8, and that's about it. We go down to 6, but starting Sunday, it's going to drop dramatically, practically half, nearly half, 9 degrees. So brace yourselves. If you don't have a scarf at the moment or a hat, go and get. I need to go and get some more baseball hats, actually. I like a baseball hat. My little treat, honestly. He's an easily pleased fella. But thank you. But you're right, little Julie. We have been spoilt by the mild weather. And Dave in Swanley in Kent says, my wife doesn't throw anything away. I complained during an argument. She keeps everything. And she said, why do you think you're still here? I had to laugh. Well, I hope Christmas goes well for you, Dave. It's going to be a nice time for you. Actually, I'm hoping this year's going to be really good. I nearly brought a tin of soup in the other day. For some reason, I went home, and I wonder why my bag was particularly heavy. I put a tin of Heinz tomato soup in it. I'm having a breakdown. Seriously. Yeah, without realising. I'd obviously just done it and sort of put the tin of soup in there. And then this morning I had to take it out of the bag because I thought, I'm not going to have a tin of tomato soup, am I, at work? And then I thought, why not? Why not? I could save it for Monday. I'm going to need it. Because it's going to be blooming cold. So we're going to suffer. And we've been reminded of that by little Julie. So wrap up warm. OK, that's the best thing.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Apparently, we're now all going diet mad. And the reason we talked about it is because everybody's doing it before Christmas. They used to do it after Christmas, when you'd sit there thinking, I couldn't eat another thing. Now you're more likely to stick to a fasting plan for 2 days a week. They say it could be recommended by GPs for weight loss after a clinical trial showed participants were more likely to continue with the diet. Aren't they boring? I'm serious. I can't get excited about diets. Somebody said it's little and often. That's all it is. Little, often, bit more exercise. Don't take the lift, walk up the stairs. I hate the walking up the stairs. In the morning, I can't do the walking up the stairs. And you've got to. It's a lifestyle. You know, you keep going there. I mean, I think I might turn up at a gym or something like that. They've got a Pure Gym just over the road from here, I believe. So it's very, very close. And it's open 24/7. Yeah, we have one as well in Twickenham, which is open 24/7. Does your card entitle you to go to any Pure Gym, or is it just the one where you're registered to? You pay more to... Oh, right, OK. But you can pay more to go to all of them. That seems like a good idea. Yeah, only a little bit more. But loads of people seem to be going. Henry's going to go to a gym. Mind you, he's been saying that for donkey's years. I mean, seriously, when I first met him, he started saying, I'm going to be going to the gym. I've yet to see any evidence of this, but I think he's going to do it. He said maybe we should do the Andrew Pierce thing that he's done in the Mail today. So Andrew got a 6-pack. It's sort of a 6-pack. I mean, it's not not a real six-pack. It's a bit of an image kind of thing. But I think you have to keep doing this. You have to keep going back about every 3 months or something like that. But I could do that. It just depends how much it costs. And it's the only thing it doesn't tell you. Mike says, always remember when I worked at Waitrose, started the shift the day after Boxing Day. And what do we get a delivery of? Cadbury's cream eggs. Exactly. You can buy them all the time now because people don't see them as being Easter eggs. They're just Cadbury's cream eggs. Wasn't it Victoria Wood who said it seems like it's either Christmas or Cadbury's cream eggs in the supermarkets? And Paul says, I'm using Tesco more as I applaud their Santas being vaxxed. See, in some Tesco ads, the Santa's been removed to appease the stupid. Well, Gillian McKeith says she's going to boycott Tesco because of this advert. So I thought that's good. That's good. You know, if you don't want to go there, don't blooming go there. Albert says the worst school instruments was the dreaded recorder. When my mother found out I'd been given one to take home for practice, she barred me from the house. Happy days. A recorder, honestly. That's showing your age on that one. Marks and Spencer, says Kathleen. Mini all butter mince pies are wicked. £2.75. Thank you. Wicked. And Steve, greetings from Ireland. How are you, Christine? How are you? How's your... I just want to let you know I'm still here listening and your biggest fan in Dublin. I'm just about to head to the shower, but I'll listen to your podcast later. Thank you. 20 million downloads cannot be wrong. 20 million. I can't even imagine what 20 million looks like. I'm not going to mention it, though. No, it's dreadful to mention things like that, isn't it? Listening to you, Steve, in New Zealand, from a place I can't pronounce, Wayne Uyamata. Well, if I found it, my God, there's not many people there, are there? Very small little place. I like New Zealand, but it rains a lot. A friend of mine went there. She went on a big holiday, whale watching and doing all the usual bits and pieces. They're listening to... I know, I can't believe it either. Isn't that live? Isn't that amazing that all that way away you can listen? Absolutely beautiful here, not a cloud in the sky, about 20 degrees and on my third pint of lager, says Stuart. Enjoy that English weather. Stop it. We've had a look at your place. It's okay. Is there a volcano near it? Just thought I'd mention that, Stuart. I don't know. I'm having a look where you are. So you're 11,684 miles away from us. It's so clever, isn't it? Look, 1. There you go. You can hear that immediately. 2. You can hear that. It's instant. Now it's Friday where you are. Welcome to Friday's show. Isn't that clever? Listening in New Zealand. It's beautiful. It does look very beautiful, actually. I'm thinking of sending the producer there on a fact-finding mission. You could go there, couldn't you? You're going to New Zealand? Are you really? He loves getting away, you know, enjoying life. It's never. My friend did go. She went there for a few weeks, actually. The only reason I mention it, because she went with one of her best friends and they had an argument. She told me. It's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way. But it does look beautiful, doesn't it? Got some lovely places in New Zealand. Look at that. All those lovely flowers and lovely... Do you know, honestly, we're very lucky. Right? But you can't be going there yet because they aren't welcoming tourists, are they? You in particular. And that looks nice. New Zealand eases quarantine but won't welcome tourists just yet. Beautiful scenery, isn't it? That's nice. What's it? I mean, yeah. I don't know what people do for a living in New Zealand. Do they do anything? I mean, they just seem to drink. Which seems okay. Do they do radio? Yes, of course they have a radio, because I told you a friend of mine was murdered over there, which is not the best thing you could ever have. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it light. But, yeah. But things like that are very, very rare. But it does rain a lot. It does. Mind you, people think that about this country. People come, you know, over here and they go, oh, all it does is rain in England. All the people go round with rolled up Financial Times under their arms and bowler hats and umbrellas. You know, as if we're a scene out of a Mary Poppins movie, which we're not, of course. But we do have history. Boy, do we have history. We have the best history ever. You know, we've got it right on our door. We see it every day in London. It's not the same if you live in Birmingham, is it? You're hardly going to get excited about the bull ring. I don't know, you might do. But in London, we see it all the time. I see Buckingham Palace every day, Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square, all these different places, Eros, Piccadilly Circus, the Mansion House, you know, Horse Guards Parade, Buckingham Palace, Downing Street. There's loads of all within a short space of, you know, you could walk around most of them here and you can end up in Parliament Square. Look at all the scaffolding over Big Ben. we're still waiting for that to come down. Actually, they can't be dragging it out much longer, can they? Are they going to be doing it for next year? About blooming time. It'll be nice. And then, of course, scaffolding will go up on some other blooming building, which we'll have to put up with, because that's it. Sometimes people come over here and they go, we want to take pictures of Big Ben or the clock and all the rest of it. And you go, you can't. It's all covered up in scaffolding and everything else. So summer next year, apparently, they've said it will be finished at a cost of God knows what. And then I think they're covering up the Houses of Commons, aren't they? Because they're doing that. And then they're going to be doing Buckingham Palace. I mean, seriously, we spend our life in scaffolding. If ever you had a company, scaffolding would be the one to be in. That would be very good. And Jilly from Designer Pet says, thank you for the long-range temperature. Looks like I'll be getting my heated jacket out for the Borough Basket Market I attend in Basingstoke on that chilly Friday. Don't fancy standing there freezing me what's-its off. If you've not got a heated jacket, you really should get one. Look on Amazon. Do you know, I keep meaning to get one. I quite like... I know it seems a bit naff, doesn't it? Perhaps I've got to that age. I would love it. I would love it, actually. They sell them on Ideal World. And they're about £69, £70. And do you plug your jacket in, or do you plug a battery pack in? What are you laughing for? I'm only asking. You wouldn't get the cable's 10 miles long. I've got a reel of cable to get me to home, plus an extension lead. Can you imagine? That'd be so funny. This year's Panto Stars. I forgot to do the Panto Stars earlier on, didn't I? It's only because I was too taken by the picture of Her Majesty the Queen with General Sir Nick Carter. I'm glad she's feeling a bit better. I did get a bit worried, I'm afraid. A bit worried. So the Amazon story you should really work on at the moment, because they're going to block British shoppers from paying with Visa credit cards. So if you've got another card, now would be the time to input it into the machine. It's not going to come until January, but most people do their shopping after Christmas, and the idea is, as far as I'm concerned, change the card now, and then it won't come as a bit of a shock. Okay, and it's only because of the rates that they're actually charging. So Visa issued outside of the UK will be exempt, and so no other credit cards or Visa debit cards would be included in the ban. It's only that one. Okay, so just be aware of it. Makes it a lot easier. I can't find this blooming thing. Every time I pass the Daily Mail, you get the picture of Andrew Pearce with his shirt off, something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, nor did anybody else, I should imagine. But he's standing there in his boxer shorts, but they're not. They're not boxer shorts. It's just a pair of shorts. No, they're not wide fronts, they're just shorts. Well, I don't think we could cope with wide fronts, could we? Not on a Thursday.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. So pantomime is back. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. And you can smile again as the wicked dames, the sleeping giants and the dwarves return to stages. Although, strangely enough, actually, when you look at the people who are in pantomime this year, most of whom have never done pantomime before. And I don't think they realise how absolutely exhausting it is. Stepping into the role of Buttons, must be about the oldest Buttons. Tony Beak is doing the Richmond Theatre from December the 3rd to January the 2nd. They're so short, the panto seasons now. They really are very, very short. And they're on every night. Oh, yes, you can't. If you're paying somebody that much money, you're on all the time. And they used to, some of the pantos do 3 shows a day. You can imagine. At 11 o'clock in the morning, then there's a lunchtime, and then there's an evening performance. It's really tiring. Ask anybody who's ever done panto. So Tony Beak's doing Richmond. Anne Hegarty is taking on the role of Mrs. Blunderbore in Jack and the Beanstalk at the Beck Theatre in Hayes. Now, I've played the Beck Theatre. It's only a small theatre, about 600-seater, and Anne will love that one. But get them to check, Anne, the dressing room's at the back, OK? You might hear coughing. And the only reason I mention that is because there was somebody sleeping at the back of the theatre. But I played on the stage, though. It's very good. Alexandra Burke is doing her Spirit of the Ring at the Manchester Opera House. That's a barn of a place. Spirit of the Ring, that's in Aladdin. And she's doing from the 11th of December to the 2nd of January. So that's even shorter than Tony Beak's one, which is December. Oh, no, he's doing December. Yeah, she's shorter. I mean, seriously. Gareth Gates. This is a combo here at Cardiff's new theatre. You've got Aladdin, played by Gareth Gates, his brother Paul Chuckle, and the Genie in the Lamp, played by Gareth Thomas. So they run from December the 4th to Jan the 2nd seems to be the cut-off point, interestingly enough, because here's Debbie McGee in the Southampton Mayflower production of Cinderella. That's a huge theatre. I saw Biggins down there. He played the Mayflower. But it's their production. It's a drag with the Strictly Judge Craig Revel Horwood as the evil stepmother. Debbie McGee flies in as the fairy godmother, and little Sooty will be supporting Richard Cadell, who plays Buttons. And they're from December the 10th to Jan the 2nd. Robert Rinder and Leslie Joseph at Bristol Hippodrome, December the 4th to Jan. Jan the 2nd appears to be the cut-off for every single one of these pantos. But Leslie will be back, taking on the roles of the Man in the Mirror and the Evil Queen. I have to tell you, she plays Evil Queen better than anybody else. Joe Pasquale is at Theatre Royal Plymouth, December the 17th until January the 15th. So that's a good one there. And he's playing Wishy Washy. He's a past master of pantomime. And Shane Ritchie, of course, he'll show off his comedy prowess at the Wimbledon Theatre as Dick Whittington. And Shane and the rest of the cast from December the 4th to January the 2nd. Faye Tozer, 5, 6, 7, 8, will be down at the Darlington Hippodrome, 10th to the 31st of December. They don't even get as far as January. Don't make it there. Yeah, come on, you can put a bit more effort into it. Diversity are doing Jack and the Beanstalk, and that's at Milton Keynes Theatre from December the 11th to January the 8th. And Jason Gokwan is doing it. I'd forgotten, actually. He's playing the Man in the Mirror in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs at Woking's New Victoria Theatre, December the 4th to January the 2nd. And Jason Donovan, too many broken hearts when he had to postpone his UK tour due to COVID, so he's making up for lost time. He's going to play the evil ringmaster. I don't know where some of these characters come from. I've never heard of an evil ringmaster in Goldilocks and the Three Bears. I mean, I think they just make up characters. There's only 4 characters, isn't it? And he's doing the Birmingham Hippodrome, big theatre, and that's from December the 18th to January the 30th. That's a long one. That's very long, but mind you, big place. But, there's all sorts of other people. There's a couple of people from Love Island, but, as far as I'm concerned. Listen, it's children for pantomimes, but most of them seem to be playing to the adult side of it, because otherwise you wouldn't know who they were. Little children don't know who certain people are, so it's a way of filling theatres up, which is all good news. AJ Bunker. Go on, I defy anybody to tell me who AJ Bunker is. I've got no idea at all. Appears in Christmas Panto this year from Love Island. I mean, who? But it isn't. She'll be playing Fairy of Soho in a cheeky version of Snow White at the Rialto. Also stars Big Brother contestant Simon Gross. Anybody? No? I don't know who these people are. How can they put them on stage if they... I mean, ridiculous. But Celebrity Eggheads is coming back. I think they must be filming it. I think it's been commissioned for 60 episodes. 60 episodes. That'll be quite good. And they'll be having some celebrities on it. Phil Mitchell played King Rat in Dick Whittington, and he reportedly got 200,000 for Panto in 2011, which is the highest that we could find. I can remember years ago there was one particular actor who picked up 150,000 for doing Panto, because it's the name that pulls them in. And as I said to you before, there's a budget for the Panto, and the budget will be for, like there is for radio programmes and things like that, exactly the same. And so they would say, just supposing hypothetically, £200,000 for Wimbledon Theatre's pantomime. And they'll go, OK, let's put in, Blinkety Blonk as our main celebrity. They want £100,000 for the run. And if they can get more out of it, they get more of it. And then the rest of the money, the 100,000, is split between the other people on the bill. So that's why I'm saying they must be paying an awful lot of money to Tony Beak down at Richmond Theatre, because there's nobody else in the cast we've heard of. I'm sure they're all lovely people, but they're not names. They've paid for the name. And so that must have cost them a fair bit, even though he's never done pantomime before. So it should be quite interesting whether he can stick to character or keep messing about. I haven't booked my tickets yet, no. The trouble is they don't really do reviews of pantomime. They'll do one for the Palladium because it's basically mega bucks at the Palladium. The tickets are not cheap. They go up to about £100 and something at the Palladium. But they've got an all-star cast, including Donny Osmond. And Donny Osmond, I would have thought, would not be cheap. you'd be paying a lot of money to get Donny Osmond over here to play pantomime, and it's a big all-star company. Big all-star company. So some of the other ones, they've only got sort of one person who's the major celebrity. The others are sort of padding out at the bottom, actually. Another one which says, speaking of Amazon, did you hear from January? They're not going to accept. Yeah, we've done that one, Gilly. Yeah, we've done that one. I've warned people, you need to change them as quick as possible. Change your cards. Doesn't come until about the 22nd. Sarah says, when I did Panto at the Palladium, it went on for nearly 3 months. They used to run forever. You could take a panto up till April. The Victorians had pantomimes that ran up till April, and they must have been exhausted. But I can remember, some of them, on certain days of the week, they would have to do 3 shows. You imagine, you do the first one, you put all your effort in, hello kids, all this kind of stuff, and then I'm doing 2 every day on here, and you do that, and then you think, oh good, I've only got another 2 shows to do. They must reach the end of the day and just go, I'm so tired. But you have to pace yourself for panto. Barbara used to say, she used to do it, and then she stopped because it was very, very tiring. Jane says, went to see Fools and Horses last night. It was excellent. It is good, isn't it? I'm glad you liked it. We like it when people take recommendations. Steve, we live in Arrowtown, New Zealand, where it doesn't rain a lot. That's Jeff and Beverly. I can't believe we've got people listening all around the world, but it's good news, and thank you very much indeed. Boy, nice to have your company. It's Friday. Thank goodness for that. The 19th. I got very confused the other day. I thought today was the 20th. I don't know why I'm wishing the days away. There's no logical reason behind it. I didn't get my gloves yesterday, mainly because I couldn't be bothered. I really could. I thought, oh no, for goodness sake, go out and start looking around at gloves. I know the sort I want. I want something that sort of fits quite tightly. And that you can still function with. Well, I'm probably leather. It'll probably be leather. Simon was asking me this morning, the newsreader, and he was sort of saying, do you get them? I said, I didn't. I said, they're so expensive, gloves nowadays anyway. I don't really want to spend a huge sum of money. Anyway, some of the stories in the papers for today. The brouhaha, as PG Tips has sold off. The shameless Duchess of Talk. Meghan's new TV show. She appeared with Ellen DeGeneres. Just a plug for her little book. Funny, isn't it? Why don't you just leave it alone, Meghan? Why don't you leave it alone? Wouldn't have done this before. And the England cricketer in the blackface shame. Couldn't make it up. Seriously, it just gets worse and worse. The white wine drinkers told to brace themselves for a global shortage of Sauvignon Blanc. Walker's crisp held for a tot, because she apparently only eats Walker's crisp. Well, give us something else and write Walker's on it. She doesn't know. She's only tiny. And if you touch your phone behind the wheel of your car, that means if you've got it on the seat next to you, and you touch it, and they see you. Mind you, they've got to see you touching it, haven't they? It's yes, you can get gloves. I have had them before. They're not warmy gloves though. I want warmy gloves because my hands get a bit chilly in the winter. So £200 fine if you touch the phone. But it was always a fine if you touch the phone. The very act of it, people think if you're stopped at traffic lights, you can use your phone. No, you can't. No, you can't. And I thought, and perhaps I've got this wrong again, did they not ban smoking in firms' vehicles? And so is it still illegal to smoke in a firm's vehicle? Council workplace. Because there was a bloke the other day. There's a boiler company up on Twickenham Green. And their driver happened to stop at traffic lights, but directly opposite where I was waiting for a bus. And he's on his fagging away. Fagging away? What God's name is that? Smoking away. And I remember thinking, wait a minute, if I took a photograph of that, you could be in serious trouble. Because you're not supposed to smoke in work vehicles. Because it's classed as work. We don't smoke in our building here. People, in the bank you go into, they don't smoke behind the counter, do they? So why was he doing it? Answer, because he probably doesn't know the law. As indeed do not many people nowadays. Remember that bloke the other day had an accident. He was on his telephone and he was blissfully unaware that he was not allowed to be on his telephone at the wheel of the car. I mean, how thick and dim do you have to be? Unbelievably thick. So I think £2,000 fine. Really kick 'em where it hurts. Any use of a handheld mobile phone whilst driving to become illegal next year. I mean, because you can buy a hands-free kit. And you don't have to wire it or anything. This is one which charges up and it's synced in. You put your phone on and it will come up as a device and you sync it in there. Mine's built into the car. I'm so high-tech. I mean, seriously, but I mean, I didn't know how to do it. A friend of mine had to do it. We sort of connected up and he phoned me and said, there you go, and then you do this. And it also puts up my entire phone book as well. The unfortunate thing is the bloke who had the car before me, I've got his entire phone book as well because he forgot to delete it. So, I mean, but the trouble is you never phone up people's friends, do you? unless it's somebody you really don't like. Anyway. Elton John and Rod Stewart have resumed their feud. I don't know why. I think it's Elton. I think he just gets a bit crotchety. He's an old man now, bless his heart. If he doesn't get number one at Christmas, he'll be throwing things around the house. You had to. Do you know? You never saw that the Tantrums and Tiaras, did you? Oh, you have to watch it. It was the best thing ever. It was Elton in the south of France, and he was playing tennis, and somebody went cooey as they walked past. They saw him playing tennis. He threw his racket down, had a major Queenie fit, and stormed back into the house. I mean, obviously something the matter with him. Who gets grief over that? The couple who covered their home in Christmas decorations banned. Oh, there we are. It is actually on there. It was really. He just looks desperately unhappy. Every time you see him, and he's sort of, he's had various toupees over the years. Perhaps it's the latest one. I mean, he's 76 now, isn't he? But you'd think that him and Rod Stewart would have kissed and made up. They've been friends for donkey's years. Perhaps, I don't know, it must be something that he's just not happy about. I think he'd be a very interesting person. He managed to sort of feature on Little Britain, didn't he, when they were doing some of the comic relief, which is about the rudest I've ever seen anybody be on the television. Anyway, the couple who covered their home in Christmas decorations and lights, they've been doing it for 25 years. Now been banned. Councils go, health and safety. Oh, for goodness sake, come on. They're bringing a bit of pleasure, but of course anywhere that brings pleasure. The council in Southampton did the same years ago. There used to be a little close of houses where they all decorated their bushes. And I've lost my glasses. With all these lovely lights, and people went round there and they opened up their garages and they were selling, hot mince pies and stuff like that. It was really pretty and beautiful. Council stopped it because too many people were going there. Health and safety. Health and safety on the buses yesterday around my way. I got on a bus in Richmond. Well, they couldn't have packed any more people on the bus. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. If I'm assuming it's running by TfL. I don't know how many people you're supposed to have standing on a bus, but they packed in all these little children, packed in. Every time he was such a crap driver. Every time he braked, which he seemed to do every 5 seconds, people lurched backwards and forwards, and he pushed his little button, going, please move down the bus. In the end, he had so many people on there, you were fighting to get off the thing. About time, the company that look after the buses round our way check how many school children they're letting on the buses, because this was just dangerous, highly dangerous. There's a limit to how many people are supposed to be on it, and I made a mental note. And if it happens again today, I'm going to be reporting people. Because if parents knew the dangers that their kids were in, apart from the fact, little tiny children, some of them were little tiny children. About an inch tall. Some of them really, really tiny. So we'll check that. Chris Packham wants glue mouse traps banned. Have you ever seen them? I'd never even heard of them. The producer prefers the other one. They're called the Little Nipper. And you can buy them in all sorts of places. But these rat glue traps are like bits of paper. They're like moth traps, only the mouse, once it steps, you think it would put one foot on there and suddenly realise that you're not going to get the thing away because it's got this glue on, and they basically, if you don't check the traps on a regular basis, it just dies a slow, agonising death. But it would take it quite some time because, it can't eat anything. It can't drink anything. And I don't know how often mice need to drink, but he says that these things should be banned. I'm inclined to agree. The Little Nipper ones are the ones that it's basically you put a piece of chocolate. Don't put cheese on. Mice don't do cheese. They do chocolate. Chocolate. Don't do cheese. Oh, no. Gorgonzola? I don't think so. And, the old Tom and Jerry joke, putting it on there. And then I think Jerry always managed to get the cheese off the trap, and so it didn't work. And Tom was the one who got bitten. But those ones, basically, just break the neck of the mouse because this thing's spring-loaded. So every time you hear it, at least it's quick, but the sticky's not quick at all. So I'm with Chris Packham on that one. Pretty's fury at the EU over the migrant crisis. Yes, I'm sorry. Can you do something? Do something, please. Oh, the stolen tortoise. You remember the tortoise? We used to call them tortoises when we were little. It's been returned. It was dumped on her doorstep, which was good. Thanks to this show, no doubt, highlighting the problem of stolen tortoises. Equal rights for tortoises. The LBC campaign as performed by Steve Allen. First blast of winter about to bite. Sunday. That's why I was telling Darren, because he likes winter, but it's better to be inside where it's nice and warm and cosy. And you can I tell you what's really popular at the moment, these throws, which are made of like a velour material. And you can sit in front of the television, drape it round your shoulders, and it just covers everything. You've never seen them? They're everywhere. They're all... No, it's not a onesie. No, it's like a blanket, but a very thin one, and it's velour, and they come in all different colours. It's called a throw, and they're specifically made. I'd throw them on your bed or throw them on all sorts of things, and they're really good, and they're cheap. A slanket. No, they're called throws. I've just told. Why do I have to keep repeating myself to you? No, it's not as naff as that one. That's very naff. That's in sort of a no. All of mine are plain. They're like velour, crushed velvet. Crushed velvet. Oh no, these are horrible ones. There you go. The ultimate is running ruby wine, which is quite nice. I don't like the models, but I suppose we'll have to just put up with that. But no, they sell them in Costco. They sell them everywhere. Don't think I've been in a place that they don't have them. And you just drape it round you, and it keeps your legs warm. And you could be just wearing your pants at home. My Aunt Enid's listening. Not you, dear. Not you. Don't want anything like that going on, do we? And you just wrap it round yourself, and then you can see. No, this one. No. It's got sleeves. It's got sleeves. My one doesn't have sleeves. It's just a big piece of material, but it's not a blanket. It's not a blanket. I don't know why you're calling it a blanket. Steve, do you think the BBC are getting ready to replace Mary Berry with Nadia Hussain? No, they're more than happy to have both of them, I should imagine. More than happy. I mean, Mary Berry is an icon, and Nadia Hussain is just very clever and very nice. I've met her on a few occasions. She's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Steve says Shane in Sydney. He says, I put the Sunrise programme on this morning. Meghan was on with Ellen. I switched channels. She was on that channel. I switched the TV off. Yes, I mean, all she is, she's hanging on to the title. She thinks she's a duchess. She's got no class whatsoever, so duchess she ain't. And she's flogging her book. Have you noticed? Harry nowhere to be seen. Basically being edged out, poor little soul. But somebody's got to look after the children. And she was describing, how she and Prince Harry are happy. He's not Prince. OK, he's not a member of the royal family. Get it right, love. Stop trying to milk it. We know that you're a bit desperate, but there you go. And, of course, I mean, interestingly enough, that'll be the last big interview, I suppose, that Ellen DeGeneres will get. They're closing the programme down. They've had their problems. Will truck drivers, says Will, still be allowed to hold a Yorkie bar whilst driving? Well, technically, no. Technically, you're supposed to have two hands on the wheel. That's what the driving test says. You're supposed to, because we all drive differently. Once you've learnt how to drive, then all the things you've learnt go out the window. But you're supposed to technically have two hands on the wheel. And when you turn to the left, you push up with one hand and pull down with the other. Well, we don't do that. We don't do that. We all do it completely differently. So I mean, at the moment, it is illegal to text or make a phone call other than in an emergency. So if they catch you on one of their cameras at the wheel, holding your telephone up or even just looking at it for something, £200 fine. It's going to be instant. And so you can't take photos or videos or anything else. You can't scroll through playlists or play games. You can't play games. Who in God's name plays games on their phone? Here we go for a drive down the M3. Who wants a game of Hangman? Hangman, good for anybody? Hangman. The RAC have said their own research suggests more than 1 in 10 younger drivers admit to taking a photo or video while driving. Of what? What are they taking videos of, for goodness sake? That's just naff. And 6% say they played a game. Yeah. I mean, I'm speechless. Yeah, I Spy. Wait a minute. I'll close my eyes. OK, ready or not, here I come. Yeah, hide and seek in the car. Oh, we've lost Baby. Where's Baby gone? Just crawled out the window. Richard Madeley talking in the papers about his 3 in a bed shocker and how he's going to miss Judy because she's his right hand on so many occasions. And she said that, well, he's actually said he's going to miss her and their anniversary. So obviously the money basically takes precedence over poor old Judy, who's got to sit at home because he's had to self-isolate for 2 weeks before he went on there. So he's not seen her for that. And apparently that's the longest they've ever been apart. So obviously the money really is the reason for doing the show, because otherwise he'd be going, no, I'm not going to leave Judy at home. He must have made enough money. Don't you not think so? God in heaven, I do hope so.
This is LBC.
Come on, the Blues!
We're in white, Einstein.
Oops, Sunday League footy, so British. Which reminds me, smart meters could help Britain create a future where we're less reliant on imported gas.
All right.
They help us manage our energy use, which improves the balance of supply and demand. So we could use more wind and solar energy from Britain.
Help Britain create a future that's less reliant on imported gas. Search Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Morning, Steve. Do you remember that smashing Top Cat cartoon? We used to sit and howl at it, says Kim. Yeah. Well, in fact, it was Top Cat here, Boss Cat in America. How many episodes? Never guess in a million years. You would think hundreds, wouldn't you? Because cartoons were just never ending. There used to be a cinema at Piccadilly Circus called the Cartoon Cinema, and all it showed was non-stop cartoons, 24 hours a day. You could go. A lot of tramps used to buy a ticket, go in there and fall asleep in the cinema, and it was non-stop cartoons. And they only made 30 Top Cats. That's all they made. It ran from 61 to 62, and yet it stayed with us all this time, because you imagine that they produced loads and loads of them. How many of the Tom and Jerry's did they produce? Do we know how many Tom and Jerry shows? I would guess about 160. 160, I would have thought. No, it's going to be a lot more than that, isn't it? No, it's not. Go on, ruin it for me. 106. Oh, right, 164. Steve Allen strikes again. Woo, clever boy. I don't know why. Perhaps I remember these things. Perhaps I've read it somewhere. And in the dark recesses of my mind, I remember these things. But it is nice to have your company today. The first Tom and Jerry, 1940. And if you look back at 1940, and then you look at sort of some of the in inverted commas, modern day ones, then he looks completely different. He was Jerry Mouse then. And it's interesting. Mind you, watch Only Fools and Horses. From the very first ones to the very last ones, and you'll notice David Jason, who all of a sudden is old, he's had to dye his hair and everything else. But in the other ones, he's sort of younger. Now he's portly and put on weight. And he turned up in Porridge the other day, playing an old man like that, who'd been convicted of murder, but in fact he hadn't murdered anybody. And so they sent him on his way, and he goes to see Fletcher in his cell, and he goes, "I'd like to thank you for everything." And Fletcher goes, "Well, you're very lucky." He says, "You're going to be going outside into the real world." He said, "You've served all this time inside for a crime you never committed." I know, he said, "but her father," he said, I know how he died." And Fletcher said, "How did he die?" He said, "I killed him." He said, "Right, off you go. Go now, when you're outside." But everybody remembers all the things from their childhood, don't they? You remember the television programs, but it's like the was it Fawlty Towers? They only made 13 Fawlty Towers, I think. 12. Is it 12? Oh, all right, 12. 12, 13, who cares? There might have been a compilation or something. And there was a programme that had racism all the way through it. Oh, my goodness me. They had some trouble with the army general or major or whatever he was, talking about the cricket. There was another bit where sort of Basil goes to visit the wife in hospital and the doctor's black, and Basil jumps backwards. Oh, there were loads of things. There was Basil doing the goose stepping for the German family who'd arrived to stay, and we just accepted it. Nowadays, when they show them, they sort of cut bits out all over the place, and they have to tell you that they've cut bits out. But as I say, if you bought the original box set, it was all complete. It was like that, was it the Battle of Britain film with the dog called the N-word? And sometimes I've seen it shown on the television. They've left it in. But, in a lot of them, it was cut out. Right. Oh, two people from Tower you've never heard of, somebody called Lauren and somebody called Chaz, have split up. They were only together for a short time, just enough time for her to get pregnant, have a baby. Now she's a single mother. Hope to God we're not going to have to pay for these sort of things. Dan Walker is the envy of all his mates. You know why? Because he's dancing with an ex-Playboy bunny. Tacky. And he's supposed to be a Christian. Not the sort of attitude we like. Parents worried about the shortage of toys at Christmas are forking out for video messages. Most popular one at the moment, Kermit the Frog, apparently, is the most popular video message that you can have. I can't even do the impression of Kermit the Frog. I can only do Miss Piggy, but I can't do Kermit the Frog. I liked his little nephew who's like, "Halfway down the stairs is a stair going up." They were very good. When you looked at the Muppet Show and you looked at the skills of the puppeteers on there who were working above their heads, if the camera pulls back, you'll see them all standing there with these puppets, and they just make them. There's a guy called Jeff Felix who's very famous in puppetry terms. He makes ventriloquist dolls, and he did stuff on the Muppet Show. And he was very clever, very, very clever boy. Still is a very clever boy. I call him a boy now because he might even be a little bit older than myself. But as far as I'm concerned, we're all still the same age. I'm still a boy. Pizza Hut are going to start flogging fast food at petrol stations assuming pizza. You know, what else do they sell? What else do they sell? And bargain hunters are being offered cut-price Brexit booze cruises, £10, and then you can go and buy all your booze on board and everything else. It'll save people trekking over to France and going there. This one goes to Wales, I think. So you've got to get to a port that'll get you to... I know, it's £10. But it's £10, isn't it? Which is cheap. But the booze cruises, people just go there and buy all the tobacco and smuggle it all back in. Oh, yes, it's for my own use. You liars. Honestly, it wasn't. They were selling it. Also, this Christmas will be the raunchiest ever. Apparently, we Brits, I do not include myself, are sex-starved. For that, we used to read Sex Mad years ago. Yes, sex mad, aren't you? And Germany has a nude version of Love Island. It's exactly the same, except they've got no clothes on at all. So if you're lucky enough to have one of those satellite dishes, you'll be enjoying that one. I watched another episode the other day of Naked Attraction. Where do they find these people? Where do they get them from? Seriously, why do you want to stand on television and display your bits? I've got no idea. Some of them are quite scary. Very scary. Well, not the bits are scary. Well, some of the bits are quite scary, as they've been primped and done. They were showing an old episode of Towie, and they've got that peculiar Amy Childs on there, where she was talking about vajazzling. And they had the only gay in the village on there, whose name I can't remember, who's got a clothes shop, Harry Durbridge, who apparently was going to be having a vajazzle. I don't quite understand that, but there you go. And the close-ups on Naked Attraction. What is the matter with those cameramen? What is the matter with them? Yes, and then they go, so do you think that's... Are they hanging at the right... Is that... please. Dear Lord above. Costa are going to sell M&S food in a new collaboration. They're all doing it, aren't they? They're all doing it. They're going to do salads and things like that. I've got a salad which is still waiting to be eaten at home. I shall get round to it probably at some point tonight, actually. Also, there's a grandmother. Every day she passes this field, and there's an ex-racehorse in it, and she feeds it carrots. And the owner of it went, "Get your hands off my animal." She said, "It's starving." So I went, "No, it's not." Anyway, she got taken to court. And she's been given a restraining order. Don't feed the horse with carrots. In fact, actually, horses like apples as well. Little apples, they just crunch the whole lot. Yeah, I remember learning how to feed horses years ago. Keep your hand really flat, put the item on there, and the horse will take it. It's like dogs. You know, they're not going to bite you because they want the piece of food that you're holding. Trucker Phil says, did you know Top Cat was based on the Phil Silver Show? I did not. So there you go, today's bit of information. Do you remember the double-deckers? I might do. Can't remember why I remember the double-deckers, but I'm sure it's there. Steve in Stitches, laughing about your experience on the bus from Richmond. I think I've had a similar driver. They just can't keep their feet off the brakes. Jump, stop. I mean, you barely got, to the place of sitting down and you're sort of hurled to the back of the bus again. One of these days, they're going to get a writ against them for bad driving. They should, from me. But then the amount of children they got on the bus, and then he kept pushing his little button, going, please move down the bus and occupy every vacant seat. I don't think so, love. People are still dying of COVID, and 99% of these school children are not wearing masks. Bit of a stupid driver yesterday. But apparently Top Cat and his gang, it says, were inspired by the East Side Kids. Tough characters, from the 1940s B-movies. But their more immediate roots was the Phil Silver Show. Bilko was a crafty con man. Oh, right. So now you know. During the original network run, the sponsor objected to the Silvers impersonation, insisting he was buying Arnold's Stang, not Phil Silver's. So in later episodes, Stang modified the Top Cat voice as a closer approximation of his own voice. It was the voices, wasn't it? And who was the man who did the most voices? That would be Mel Blanc. Mel Blanc, who did the B-L-A-N-C. He was the one. When he died, and he did the voices of Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig. He also did Barney Rubble on the Flintstones, Mr. Spacely on the Jetsons, and he did everything else. He was named the Man of 1,000 Voices. And when he died, way back in 1989, when he was 81, there was a lovely photograph of all the characters that he'd voiced standing round a microphone with their heads bowed. Have you ever seen that? Have a look. Mel Blanc tribute. And it was the characters that he'd been the voice of for many, many years. And it was... Wait a minute. No, go down. Go down. I can tell you which one it is. There they are. Wait a minute. Yeah. Mel Blanc. and all the characters standing there with their heads bowed and their eyes closed. And that was to celebrate his life because he died in 1989. And also, because I've got a few of these Seri cells, as they're called, from the things. I've got some from Chicken Run. Is it Chicken Run? And yeah, the plasticine thing, honestly. Such a heathen, isn't he? That plasticine thing. They were real, okay? They were real plasticine thing, I ask you. Oh, the England cricketer in the papers today. This one's not going away. Because he blacked up some years ago. He did blackface, as they call it. And the man we were talking about the other day, the other cricketer, he's had to come clean. That's Azim Rafiq, because he came up with some anti-Semitic comments. I mean, it's just... There's no end to this one. There's also talk of drink being a problem within English cricket. I mean, I should imagine... I mean, and I can tell you stories because, you know, having been in Fleet Street for quite a number of years, there were lots and lots of very interesting stories about cricketers who were on weed, puff, you know, marijuana, weed, and there were some very big names of people, and people were saying, you know why? And the word would filter back but nobody thought anything of it. Yeah. Well, after 6, we'll be naming them, like maybe 10, something like that. I love it. So yeah, I mean, but you know, is it not of the time? Is it not of the time? And then they go now. This was so many years ago because the anti-Semitic comments were made years ago. Yeah, when he was 10 years ago, and you think to yourself, do we let something? I mean, how far back do you go in life? How far back do you go in somebody's life to go back there and go, I'll get something on you yet because you must have done something. Everybody must have done something. Can you guarantee that every single conversation you've ever had with your friends or your mates or your family has been absolutely the kind of thing that you would share with the whole world? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, are there any, you know, there was a woman, she went in to pick her phone up, or it had been sorted out or something. And it turns out the bloke on it had been trawling through her pictures of her wearing her underwear. I mean, now, I can't help feeling that if you don't want people to look at you in your underwear, don't take bloody pictures. You know, but if you go out there and you take pictures of yourself in your underwear and you on holiday, you on the beach, you in your Speedos, you know, you and this, you and your Auntie Mary or whatever it happens to be, then you've only got yourself to blame. Because if it's not on there, there's nothing for people to look at. But people do trawl through pictures. You know, they're looking for your nude pictures. And if you've joined any of these dating applications, which apparently are out there now, people want to see bits and pieces of you. Mind you, nobody's ever asked me. Nobody's ever asked me. I feel quite depressed. Sorry, I'll be all right.
This is LBC.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, my God, it's going to get cold on Friday. But all you have to do is just, you know, put on a jumper, put on a coat, get yourself onto these throws. Ever so cheap. They're like 10 quid or something. And I had one the other day, which was in corduroy in Costco. And that looked quite nice. But I thought I've already got 3 of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these things, which are lovely. Colder, but not that cold. That's Sunday, isn't it? We've got to wait till Sunday. So today, 14 degrees. Tomorrow 13, Sunday we plummet down to 9, and then goes up again on Monday to 10, down to 9 on Tuesday, 8 on Wednesday, 6 on Thursday of next week, 6 degrees, and 2 at night. So that's the time, isn't it? That's the time. I bought a new fitted sheet, actually. I bought 2 fitted sheets. They were quite good value, actually, in Costco, from a well-known sheet manufacturing company. Well, some of them were nice. And so I've got those to change. I do like fresh sheeting over the bed, which is quite nice. It's nice, you know, when you've had sort of the same sheet on for sort of a week and then you change it. That's the excitement, isn't it? Very exciting. Not as festive today, Minty, but I suppose black's okay. Have you just been to a funeral or something that I'm not aware of? Would you like to tell us about this? I still think yes, it's still painful memories. We don't talk about it actually. More of your texts and emails. Mike in Aberdeen says, I can't believe how warm it was yesterday up here in Aberdeen. 16 degrees in mid-November. It's strange. Greta would blame climate change. I think it's just the weather, actually. I think you're probably right. James is in Guernsey, in the Channel Islands. I bet that's lovely, isn't it? How lovely. I bet you've got some history, haven't you, there? Could you mention a very good friend of mine, Gwen, on the Isle of Man, who I've managed to convert to listening to your show from another radio station? Well, that's always the best advice, isn't it, Gwen? So I hope you're both having a lovely time. It's nice. One in Guernsey and one on the Isle of Man. I've never been to either. I've been to the Isle of Wight, and that was only when I was it was okay. I was only little. We went with we were in a church youth group, and it was lovely actually. We had a bit of an accident because we went there and we were camping, and it was lovely. We were in a field next to a church. And we all had to put our tents up and everything else and sing songs and everything. And it was really quite nice. Then we went for a walk through the town the following day. And one of the little lads who was with us, because I think the ages went from about 6 up to probably about 14, something, no older, I don't think. And the little 6-year-old lad had, he got homesick. And he got so homesick, he went to the toilet in his little shorts. And it was really embarrassing. It wasn't normal one, it was the other one, and the normal one, and they got number 2, and they had to take him into a department store and wash his shorts out and everything else. It was really awful, and that was all brought on because he got homesick. Because in those days, little children, when I went to prep school, I went there at the age of 9. So, woo! Look at you. Sorry, just pointing at Henry, looking quite smart this morning. Must be somebody interesting coming in on the programme. Mustn't there? You can always tell whenever they wear a suit. We're not allowed to. Oh right, we're not saying who it is just yet. But okay, take my word for it. It'll be a good guest. If Henry's dressing up for it, it's either that or he's due back in Burton's window very shortly. But little. So at 9 years old, I got packed off to boarding school and or prep school, and you stayed there, and you kind of learnt to grow up fairly quickly. But still, for some of the boys, it was very, it was homesick time because they missed their mummies and daddies, and they had to do everything. And so you kind of relied on each other for doing things. And at weekends, you'd be farmed out to other boys' parents for them to look after, so that you would go there. So you'd sort of vaguely know somebody, and you just go there for your meals, and you'd sleep there, and then you'd be back at the end of the long weekend breaks, or the exeats, as we used to call them. Steve, on the topic of overcrowded buses, when I lived in Chingford all those years ago, I was stuck on a double-decker bus which had become completely rammed with secondary school. I had 3 of my 4 kids with me who were still at the primary school. Of course, none of the rabble would make room for me to get off, so I had to be somewhat forthright in my endeavours to get off the bus, and took 5 of them out the central exit door with me. I was having to yell at the bus driver to leave the doors open and stay parked as we fought our way through. Well, I mean, I think it says on the bus, on every bus it says, so many seated, so many standing, so many chairs and all the rest of it like that. Well, he was way over. And if there'd been an accident, I hope somebody would have sued him. Because it's these are little tiny children on this bus, in their little school uniforms, packed into all the seats and everything else. And I forget what it is on a single decker. But on the double deckers, even worse. Packed upstairs, packed downstairs. I've never seen anything like it. Really bad from Richmond Station. So I'm hoping that the inspectors start checking on these things, because you're running a huge risk of some disaster happening. And we've had disasters happening with buses before. And if there's lots of children on there, there's a very good chance they're going to be injured. So I just mention it to you, just to make sure that you're aware. Kermit the Frog talks like Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg, Steve. Does he? Oh, right. And at the end of each show, Top Cat will get into a dustbin, brush his teeth, set an alarm clock and drop the lid of the bin overnight. No, he'd put his hand out and pull the light switch off. Always remember that one. During the live lotto draw, the numbers are called out as they come out, but when Euro Lottery is live, the numbers are not called out. Says Ahmed. I've got no idea. I've never seen any of these things live. I don't know how they work. I just know tonight it's Minty got Fickle. I brought them both in. They're lucky fish. Fortune-telling fish. You put them on your hand, and depending on how warm or cold your hand is, determines on what the fish does. In the case of Joe, it sort of curled up in a ball and tried to sort of, get out the window as fast as possible. In the case of Minty, Hers just didn't do a great deal, and when you interpret what the fish did, it came out as fickle. Joe's was passionate. Very worrying. I tried not to tell you that, Minty, because you're stuck with him in there. I'm luckily separated by a door and by 2 panes of plate glass. So we should be on a very big contract. The mask messages are automatic, not done by the driver, says Chris, the bus driver. No, in our one they are. He's got a box above him and he pushes it. I've seen him pushing it. Yeah. Because otherwise you'd be going, please move down the bus, when the bus wasn't that full. That would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? So, in fact, no, they're done by him. I've seen the list of all the things that it can say, you know. I mean, one of them loved doing it. He was obviously Polish, and he loved hearing the messages. So it goes, the bus is ready to depart. Please hold on tightly. And it was at every bloody bus stop. The bus is getting ready to depart. It's a bus, of course it's getting ready to depart, you know. Yeah, getting ready to depart, almost as if we're going, you know, rear doors to this, and sort of, you know, we'll become passing down shortly with the tea trolley, and you can buy a Kit Kat or something like that. And then the other one is, you know, please remain with your baby in the pushchair. You see, they wouldn't be generated from anywhere else but on the bus, because otherwise how would they know there'd been a pushchair on the bus? That's why it's all done by the thing. So, Chris, you're obviously the worst bus driver in London. You should be fired immediately and made to go round sweeping up mess from the people who mess up buses. Steve, loving the info of Top Cat, Boss Cat. Very surprised it was in fact a 60s concept and only 30 episodes were made. I know, you'd think more, wouldn't you? You would think more. We only had one. My father had a cine projector and we only had one thing, and it was Woody Woodpecker. And we used to sort of link this up, and that would be our treat every year, Woody Woodpecker. Another Mel Blanc voice, yes. But we didn't have sound on our projector. We just had it was silent. So my mother used to sit there playing the glockenspiel. Steve, I've had my booster vaccine, says Matt in Chertsey, and flu jabs all at once. Very happy. Didn't need an appointment. Walked in appointment. All done. Feel fine. Yep, I'm absolutely fine as well. Absolutely fine. Is it too early to post my Christmas cards, Steve? Or wrap my tea tray gifts? These things worry me. Never too early to post the Christmas cards. Do them now. And then you've got them out of the way, which is fine. I need a cure for my bagel habit, says Lawrence. I love them, filled with salmon and cream cheese. See, I don't look on that as a habit. I think that's a necessity, a right. It's your rite of passage to have cream cheese and smoked salmon. In fact, actually, just forget the bagel or the bagel. Literally, just take the salmon and shove it all in your mouth at the same time, and then a good squirt of the cream cheese. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, congratulations, says Sandra, on highlighting the abomination of rodent traps, which also catch birds and wild animals who attempt to chew off their legs. Yes, I mean, I know. Apparently they're working on a bill with this regard, said Sandra, the DEFRA and Environment Minister, George Eustace. I don't understand why. I mean, I've seen the ones we go trapping in Canada and places like that. These old metal, what I used to call man traps. They were there as well to catch men. And this thing would go and clamp onto an animal's leg. And the animals would attempt to gnaw their leg off to get out of it. I mean, we have humane mouse traps in this building. I've never seen a mouse in here. Never seen a mouse. Yes, they're all in the traps, you know, writing their Christmas cards. Dear management, had a lovely time. Thank you for providing us with a new house. But sometimes you see out in Leicester Square the big traps for the rats and things like that. But it doesn't trap them. They go in there, they eat the stuff that's in there. They go back to the nest and they die of poisoning. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a poison. But they're not actually traps. Otherwise, somebody'd have to come around and shake them to see if there's anything inside them. No, they're eating what's in there, taking it back, and then sort of feeding the rest of the family. Well, it's the best way of doing it, because then you can clear out because, I mean, mice, I think 2 mice can produce, well, I wouldn't like to imagine how many thousands of offspring in the course of a year. You'd be surprised, actually, how many, and you can imagine if you've got a lot of mice, because they spend most of their time having sex. Don't we all wish we were mice? Not me, thank you very much indeed. Imagine it's freezing cold. not nice at all. But I think you'll find that 2 mice can produce well over 1,000 offspring in the course of a year. Oh, I love the way you look at me like that. You're going to tell me, what is it? There you go. So a female mouse gets pregnant 5 to 10 times each year and can give birth to a litter of 3 to 14 pups. Well, 10 times 14 then. What's 10 times 14? 100. Well, it's still a lot. Yeah. And imagine if you've got, loads of other mice also in the same thing. There'll all be. You could easily. Did you not see the outburst the outbreak in Australia, where they lift up in this barn this corrugated iron, and millions of mice come out there? That's enough to frighten anybody, and because all they've been doing is having SEX. And you look at this. We've actually got it up now on the YouTube, which is our mean, and it was a plague of mice. A plague of mice, and I think they were on a farm where he had grain stored. And they're literally all over the place. All over the place. They had heavy rains, and these things are everywhere. I mean, they don't stop to even have a chat with each other. They're literally running like mad, and they lifted up this corrugated iron. I remember thousands and thousands and thousands of them. Literally, it is a mouse plague. And look at them. Look, they're clinging on the inside of doors. When you open the cupboard door, there's millions of these things. What they were doing was eating all the crops. So it wasn't raining men, it was raining mice. And they were all over the place. Hallelujah. And ghastly. So that's all people doing it. But these traps are horrible. And you've seen animals, foxes, who've tried to gnaw their legs off for the simple reason that they can't go anywhere at all, and they're prepared to do that, because otherwise they just freeze to death. And they die, but it's a slow, agonising death.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Steve, I changed the bed linen on the bed yesterday, and fresh bed linen is lovely, says Mike. Nothing out of the ordinary, you might think, but we live on a narrow boat, and changing a double bed is a dark art and a better workout than 45 minutes at a gym. Yes, I have changed the bedding on a boat, on a barge, on the Thames, because we went on a holiday, not on the Thames, but we went on a holiday in the Norfolk Broads years and years ago. And my mother, who prided herself on being able to do just about anything, and my father, they were both, they sort of complemented each other perfectly. And so we hired this boat on the Norfolk Broads. And what you do is you pootle up and down the Norfolk Broads and around, you wave to other people and try and pretend it's your boat, but of course it isn't. And it was host seasons or something like that. Anyway, we always were looking around for a place of an evening where you'd moor up, and you'd just be surrounded by fields, and you'd moor up. Mum would make tea, and then you'd didn't have a television or anything else, so you went to bed early. It was lovely. You woke up in the morning, and then you had a pot of tea, and then you pootled off again in the canal boat. And we did this on this one evening, and my mother and father had said, we've got this lovely spot where you can get off the boat, play in the field. There was nobody else around. It was just us. I mean, the Norfolk Broads is phenomenally huge, and we were sort of playing there, and then we sort of get back on the boat. We have our tea, and then we get ready for bed. Which was lovely. Mum and Dad used to sit up reading and stuff like that, listening to the radio. We woke up in the morning, and unfortunately my mother had no idea, or my father either. They'd obviously misread the map, because the area we were in was tidal, and we'd been left on a river with no water. We were moored by the bank, and there was no water. There was nothing. We were just sitting on mud. It had drained away overnight. We had to wait 24 hours for it to come back in again. And then it was ridiculous. My mum was going, well, it wasn't my fault, saying to my dad, my dad said, well, I thought you were the one who was reading the map. Like going out with Paddington Bear and following a piece of orange marmalade as opposed to a motorway. It was the same kind of thing. So, whole day we had to wait, yes. Steve, my daughter came home from school with freshly baked biscuits. To home baking. She goes to St Catherine's School in Twickenham. Those were the days. You could always tell the kids who'd been baking because they were holding the Tupperware box with whatever they'd made, and biscuits were very, very popular. Steve, am I alone in thinking, says Simon, that Alan Sugar is the most lifelike of Jerry Anderson's creations? I like him, actually. And Steve, can you thank all the street cleaners in Hounslow They do a fantastic job. The councillor's generally on holiday till the 5th of January. If not longer, I should imagine. And Kim says, getting colder up here now. Come back, hot flushes. All is forgiven. And Graham says, your daily advice is so educational. Can I get more than one question answered? Yes, we normally know the answer to most things. I mean, we're not sort of trying to do anything that we wouldn't normally do. Steve and the Groovy Gang. Yesterday morning was a sad day. Woke up to find my pet mouse, Elvis, had died. It's very sad. He was caught in a trap. The old ones are the best. Robin Hatfield, your bard. And Steve, am I the only one who doesn't know when Black Friday actually is? It's now. It's now. Today is Black Friday. No, sorry, next Friday is Black Friday. Sorry. Confusing me. It's the 26th of November, isn't it? Yeah. So that's it. He said, I've got a voucher, a 50% Black Friday voucher, valid next Monday to Thursday. Yes. That's the way it is. But it's called, I don't know, I've never heard of Black Friday before. But some of them offer deals from much earlier in the month, hence people talk about Black November. But, does it really make any difference? It doesn't make any difference. It's a way of them flogging stuff so they can try and get some money in before Christmas. Otherwise, they're all going to be closing, which is not so good. Richard Osman gets the lowdown on Strictly from, he says, the makeup artists. They're always the best source of gossip. They will tell you everything. Makeup artists. I've known a few in my time, and they're very good at doing that. The water bosses, who could be fined in all the papers today or prosecuted for releasing sewage into the rivers. I can't believe it. I can't believe they've not been fined up until now. Really just dreadful. And if you fancy a bit of carry-on memorabilia, here's a nice bit. Kenneth Williams' Caesar tunic. You know, the one, infamy, they've all got it, infamy. Goes on sale. 1,500 quid, they reckon, which means it'll go for a bit more for that. And HS Two-Faced, because promised one thing and then a load of old cobblers later. Oh, diddly-dum, ho-ho-ho, we're not going to be doing anything to Leeds. You can basically sod off. We don't care about you at all. Plans for the Northern Powerhouse Rail downgraded. It's just lie after lie after lie, isn't it? I love the way that there were certain Conservative MPs the other day trying to justify it and saying, oh, no, they say he's not changed his mind. Really? Well, they were saying, oh, no, this will actually be better, because the plans were originally meant to connect London with the city centres of Birmingham, Manchester and Leeds. Not anymore, I'm afraid, no. They've decided not to do that. It's going to be a series of buses and cheap railways and stuff like that. Honestly, I mean, 96 billion. And instead, it will deliver faster train journeys, both earlier and cheaper than the original HS2 plans. And that's it, really. That's it. Grant Shapps confirmed the eastern leg of HS2 has been scrapped and plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail have been downgraded. They've got. He's on. Is he on with Nick? Oh, blimey. Good luck to him. Good luck to him. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Daily Star today, Richard Madeley. He says... nothing will be as scary in the celeb castle as a ghost which joined him and Judy in bed. We need to know about that. Thank you very much indeed. Kerry Katona has offered Nigel Farage a free membership to her OnlyFans page. What's the matter with these people? I mean, seriously, how desperate do you have to be? Ryland Clark has shown off his swollen face. He's had his white veneers removed. So, in other words, he has teeth underneath them, and they just put veneers on the top. But he had too many. Far too many. And so he's had them taken off, but he's got to wait for the swelling to go down. I thought they would just apply the same blue light that they put them on with to take them off again, but obviously not. But, so Richard Madeley has said that with him and Judy in the bed, and then this ghost, it was really, really spooky. Are you sure it was a ghost? Are you sure it was a ghost? There's a picture of poor old Judy with who is the love of his life. And it's his right hand, he said. Right arm, yes. My God, we have some interpretations of that one, I have to tell you, in the office. Richard wants to shake off his Alan Partridge gaff-prone image and said if he was so bad, he would have been sacked by now. He said, I've done thousands of hours of live television. I've never been sued for libel, so I think I'll be okay. Yes, I mean, it is one of those things, isn't it? People go, oh, I bet you've been sued. Yeah, no, why would I be? Why would I be? You can only be sued if it's incorrect information. If you're telling the truth about something, then there's no case to answer. But I do love it when sort of people think that they've sort of got the upper hand and they know the law better than the people who sort of do things on a daily basis. Always gives us a good laugh, I think. So the planet's most outgoing publicity-shy woman invaded her own privacy to plug her bargain bucket kids book. She emerged from her £11.5 million mansion in a 12 £100 blouse to pop up on the Ellen show to mention her children's tome, which they're not going to mention because it's in respect of her shyness. But it's had prices knocked off it now, so it's on discount. And Piers Morgan has made a cheeky offer to be the next person to interview the publicity-shy woman. He said, we've had Oprah and Ellen DeGeneres. Who's next? Piers Morgan? I think that's a lovely idea because, as you know, the world's most outgoing publicity-shy woman takes private jets everywhere now. Funny that, she never took them when she was just a struggling little actress. And nobody's been offering any more work since. But a jailed Insulate Britain activist called Emma Smart. Do you remember I told you about Emma Smart the other day? She's vowed to go on hunger strike because she's really, really upset that people have put her in prison. She said, in my heart, I know I'm on the right side of history, but she's been branded a hypocrite. Why? She spent 2 years driving around the world in a gas-guzzling 4x4. 2 years. Naughty, naughty little Emma. Naughty. That's why you're in prison, because you're a hypocrite. They described themselves, her and her husband, as valiant adventurers whose dream is to circumnavigate the planet. Oh, isn't that lovely? But they have returned to the UK to earn money. Not much bloody use to you now, are you really, love? Because you're in prison. You won't be earning it. Do you still get money for mailbags? I don't know whether they do. They have jobs in prison where they earn money. I'm sure that there is something. No, it's not like holiday camp. It's prison. They're chained to the walls like that. Their arms are behind, and they're chained to the walls, and they can't go anywhere. And the jailer comes round and gives them a little sip of water, and then goes, Tsh! You won't do that again, will you? Tsh! That's in the dreams. Do you know I had a dream the other day? I got stopped by the police for speeding. I was coming down the 316, and on the roundabout, which suddenly became devoid of trees, there was a van sitting there. And as I pootled my way down to the roundabout, I saw a flash in the front window. I thought, what the dickens is that? And it turned out to be the police with a speed gun, and I'd been done for speeding. This was a dream, I point out. And so I parked the car up and went for a walk round to see if I could peer in to the police vehicle to see, and they were operating a speed camera in my dreams. Isn't that funny that I should dream about something like that? Something that was so realistic. Not remotely interested, are you? I couldn't care. I don't know why I bothered telling you these stories, honestly. I go out of my way to sort of jeopardise what is a very nice career, thank you very much indeed. As Christmas is around the corner, and what do I get? Nothing but cynicism. It's not good enough.
This is LBC.
For over 70 years, the Royal Mint struck every official UK coin of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's record-breaking reign. Now, budding and experienced coin collectors alike can collect the final commemorative coins struck during the monarch's final year. Celebrating a range of themes, from British royalty to music and cultural icons, the limited coins will only be available until the 31st of December 2023 from the Royal Mint. Don't miss a chance to own a unique piece of history. Visit royalmint.com today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Good morning. Are you well? I trust you are well. Steve, on this day in 1990, Milli Vanilli was stripped of their Grammy Award after it was learnt they didn't sing on their award-winning Girl You Know It's True album. The funny thing is, isn't it, that Milli Vanilli get this Grammy Award. And I remember them distinctly. And it turns out they didn't sing on it, but they got the Grammy Award. But that was the case of loads of groups. Loads of groups, when they were sort of trying to have their hits. I mean, they were one of the biggest groups on the planet, but their star faded as quickly as it arrived, because it turned out they weren't singing on the hits. That what they'd done is they'd booked an image. And so they had these people there, but and after they fell from grace. I mean, you know, it's hard to believe it would be such a big scandal in today's world that they didn't sing on their records. Well, you know, Yahoo sucks, as they say. The duo was founded by Frank Farian and consisted of two singers, Fab and Rob, and they had successes. Their biggest hits, Girl You Know It's True, got to number 2 in America, 3 in the UK, and so it went on. And it was a shame. They toured Spain, France and Italy, lip-syncing to the pre-recorded tracks. And that was how it worked. But then loads of people... Do you remember Steps? Of course you remember Steps because you went to see them. But I remember talking to Pete Waterman about them. You know, the fact that they were always known as a miming band. And he said, but why would I, he said, carefully craft a single in his recording studios, which are down on the, by where the wheel is, in that building there. That's where his studio is, yes. Well, that's where it was, whether it's still there now. And he would charge the same price, and he would do he said, I would craft the record. He said, why would you want to let them ruin it by going out and singing live? He said, I'm in the business of selling records, and so it didn't make any difference whether they mimed or anything, because they had to dance, they had to learn the dance routine, and I think they made a fortune out of it, because I don't think they wrote anything. So, Seps, and I think they might have only... Yeah, they are back. I mean, yeah, they've got another tour coming. Did you buy your ticket? You bought your ticket yet, Joe? You will. You will. Waiting for Christmas, hoping to open up an envelope and there'll be, oh, look at Steps' ticket. Yeah! 1 for Thorough, 2 for Joy. No. I feel sorry for this couple. They've been covering their home in Christmas lights for nearly 25 years. The Cliffords' festive display includes Santa's sleighs lit up their cul-de-sac since 1996. Roger Clifford is 73. He comes from a place called Fioch in Cornwall. I think that's how you pronounce it. A new housing officer has come in and told us no. We're just gobsmacked. Cornwall councils would approach for comment. You can imagine, can't they? No, I think we have a new officer and he's decided to ban these festive lights because he doesn't celebrate Christmas. And they've been doing it for ages, but because people travelled miles to see it and told them no. Well, I tell you what, put them up anyway. Put them up. God, why should a housing officer come round and say you can't cover your house in lights? What's it got to do with him? Nosy dead. Why don't you go round to him and see if he's got a tree in his front room? Start sticking notes through the door going, what you got a tree on display for? I mean, this is really good. He claimed the Cornwall housing officer cited ridiculous reasons such as slippery grass. Oh, these housing officers. Mamby-pambies, ladies and gentlemen. Mamby-pambies. The sort of people who complain about everything. Any bit of happiness that gives to children and stuff like that, whose parents are poor and they can't afford to have trees and stuff like that. And the housing officer goes, well, you're not having this tree either. It's miserable, isn't it? It's like the mayor. No fireworks for you lot. None of them. Yeah, there will be something spectacular. I wonder what it'll be. It'll be his resignation. Do you know we could possibly get that? That'd be something spectacular. HS2 is a farce, Steve. Well, I think we knew that. I was listening to an MP the other day who was trying to sort of wriggle her way out of it and was being quizzed by somebody on the television, quite rightly so, to say, listen, Boris has lied. They've all lied about it. Oh, yes, we're going to be doing this. Now we're not going to be doing it. Now we're not going to be doing it. And she was going, but of course we're going to be getting... Oh, goodness sake, honestly. You get MPs who lie, and then you get MPs who permanently lie. How do you know an MP's lying? Their lips are moving. That's as simple as that. They don't know the truth, do they? They really don't know the truth. Barry is listening from Guinea in West Africa. Oh, that's nice. Guinea in West Africa. So there was a light show instead of fireworks last New Year's Eve. Who wants a light? Honestly, I can stand there with a torch and turn it on and off. That's lovely, but it's not very exciting. It's not fireworks. Unless the buildings are burning. It is a bit boring, actually. I mean, it does look quite sweet. Is that what it really did at that speed? The lights went round the big wheel. I call it the big wheel because I don't know who sponsored it at the moment. The London Eye. But, I mean, it's very nice. But to be honest with you, who wants a light? So in other words... Oh, wait a minute. Here it is on the banks of the Thames, the light display. So all the people have crowded to the banks of the Thames to watch a light display. What is the difference between the light display and a firework display? Answer, nothing at all. So why is he banned the fireworks? Because it's going to be exactly the same, isn't it? You're crowding round to be on the banks of the Thames to watch a light display, on the big wheel and all the buildings along there. What's the difference between that and fireworks? No difference at all. They've got them in every other country. Fireworks, you look up in the sky, and it'll still be the same amount of people watching. They'll be crowded onto the banks of the Thames. So he's achieved nothing. Nothing at all. We'll have a good explosion on the Thames, to celebrate Christmas and then New Year's Eve and everything else. And that's what it is. Look, hundreds of people. And there'll be the same people standing there to watch a blooming light show. Cheapo mayor. Yes. What if he'll be having a tree up? Big fan, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. And what else we got? Kermit saving the big day. Because people are worried about not getting... There's no toy shortage. There's no toy shortage. They're doing this to make you spend money quickly. That's all it is. It's publicity. And they say they don't want tears on Christmas Day. Well, what sort of dreary children must you have if they're crying on Christmas Day because they can't get a particular toy? They don't know. They don't know. They say swathes of children's gifts could be scared due to Black Friday panic buying. Well, then tell them they can't have Black Friday panic buying, for goodness sake. Can't have it both ways, sorry? Scarred, not scared. Wait a minute. Swathes of could be scarce. Scarce. So you were wrong as well. Telling me the word, making up your own words. And ongoing supply chain problems. It's ridiculous. A Cameo spokesman said, with more Brits wanting to have an eco-friendly Christmas and physical toy shortages, digital gifts are set to soar this festive season. It's what your 3-year-old needs, isn't it? Get him an Apple phone or an iPad or something like that. They're far more adept at using them than we ever will be. The boss of Royal Mail has reassured people that the ongoing driver crisis and supply chain issues will not affect deliveries for Christmas. They're thinking of starting delivering on Sunday as well, which is a good idea. I don't have any problem with that. Deliver on Sunday. Deliver on Sunday. But, I mean, all these people trying to make out that Black Friday is going to completely, decimate all these toys that your kiddies are waiting for is just sheer balderdash. It's sheer balderdash. Give them something else. When I was little, we didn't say what you wanted for Christmas. You would just... My parents had a budget, and you got your prize. We never had a new bicycle, like a prize. OK, if you can knock the tins off, with a coconut, you can win a jumping jack ball or something like that, or an orange. We used to have a stocking at the end of our bed. I thought it was mainly attached to my Auntie Enid at the time, so that was a bit difficult. She objected to having nuts put down there and all sorts of things. But we did. We had a stocking to keep you going before you got round to the present bit, which as you got older, got less and less. What went in the stockings? Bar of soap, flannel, toothbrush, Satsumas, Sweeties, what else was in there? A pen, which wrote 7 different colours. What? We were a poor family. We didn't have anything. It's all right for you rich people who probably had, a turkey. We had to catch our turkey. That was the difference. My mother used to say, lunch is in the garden. We'd have to go and chase it round. Tried to catch the blooming thing. A pen. But listen, a pen was a good gift for Christmas. I don't know what's the matter with them. They're so mean round here, honestly. They just sort of denigrate every little present. It wasn't just any pen. It did 7 different colours. It had little slides at the top. It could be red or green or blue or black. What did you get for Christmas, then? Maybe you got a Scale X-Trick? Blimey, we used to... the nearest we got to a Scale X-Trick was looking in the toy shop window and seeing it going round. We never actually got one. My brother got one when he got married, first time. He got... He had a Scale X-Trick because I think him and the wife liked Scale X-Trick, so they had it all spread out over the floor. It's great for 10 minutes. But to be brutally honest with you, after 10 minutes, you're fed up with putting the car back on the blooming track again and trying to make it stay there. And then you get to the chicane. That's the bit where the lines cross and you've got to get to it first. And invariably, one car would crash. But never once was an ambulance called or anything like that. Honestly, fancy being mean about pens for Christmas. I used to enjoy getting a pen for Christmas. We didn't have much money, actually. We didn't, we couldn't afford presents all the time. Sometimes for birthdays we wouldn't get presents. Yeah. Hope you feel suitably guilty and admonished. Jenkins says, ridiculous the fireworks are cancelled. Well, what's the difference between the fireworks being cancelled and the light show? The light show's exactly the same. Crowds of people are going to gather on the side of the Thames. I don't get it. And Steve, are you sure that the housing officer's not called the Grinch? Says David in Sunderland. 25 years they've been putting up this elderly couple, their lights, for the benefit of other people, because if they're sitting inside, they can't see them, can they? It's for the benefit of people outside. And there you go, there's my pen. I had the black-barreled pen on it. And that one's got 10 colours. Yeah, we couldn't afford 10 colours. That was a lot more money. We had to wait, save up for it. How much is it? £3. I think ours was a lot cheaper than that, actually. We couldn't... Yeah, it's 2 and 6pence. If we'd had a pen that cost £3, my mother would say, well, that's the next 3 years taken care of. We couldn't have had anything else like that. Listen, you may do with things. We couldn't afford to, buy all sorts of decorations, so we made a lot of decorations ourselves. Paper chains we made. I grew to hate the taste of the glue on the paper chains. It was gum arabic. That's all I remember. But your tongue would wear itself out licking these paper chains, and then we just arrange balloons in phallic positions just to make it more entertaining, so that my grandmother would come round and go, "It looks exactly like a willy," and you blow up the long balloon and then 2 little round ones as well, and we had a tree. We had our sort of decorations on that. Real as opposed to what? Imitation decorations? What do you mean real Oh, yes, it was always a real tree until my mother saw a fake one. And she saw it. Where did she see it? She saw it somewhere. And she was so excited by this fake tree because now you can get really super duper fake trees which cost many hundreds of pounds. But in fact, we didn't have that. So my mother saw this thing and she brought it home and we thought it looked all right until years after my mother died. We suddenly realised that she'd kept it in storage. And we took it out, and it was the most awful fake tree I've ever seen in my life. It certainly didn't look anything like it. It only seemed to have about 7 branches, and you had to assemble it. It was a nightmare. So I have to be brutally honest, and sorry, Mum, if you're listening, but we threw it away. We decided we didn't want it at all. We threw away all sorts of things, actually. You don't keep everything, do you, really? Well, I do.
This is LBC.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, Love Island champion Amber Gill has been targeted by trolls. Well, quelle surprise in this day and age. We love the old trolls. We love it. Well, just before we send them off to prison, we love them. They're all so funny. They're all so thick. And they always think that they're right, but of course they know so little. And because she claims she dated Jack Grealish, who seems to be caught in the middle of not a trap, but a threesome here, reportedly at the centre of a love triangle. It was claimed he was seeing Amber and TV star Emily Atack, but he was still with his partner, Sasha Atwood. I mean, he might just be friendly with these people. But anyway, Amber Gill's been targeted by trolls, which is exactly the same as Emily Atack got done. She got targeted by trolls. People who sort of interfere in other people's lives because their own lives are so empty and shallow. That's the problem with them. And, it's lovely. It's lovely. Yesterday, Amber posted a video denying she was involved. I mean, you don't have to respond to them, Amber. You really don't. You don't have to respond. These people are simpletons. They're simpletons. They're little peculiar people. If you saw them in the street, you would cross over to avoid them because they're a bit screwy. They're not the full ticket. Why would you write to somebody who's having a relationship or not having a relationship, telling them off and calling them all sorts of bad names? What difference would that make to you? Mind your own business. Keyboard warriors wasted no time in turning their attention to Amber. And, Amber said she found it very disappointing, but she was I think Emily was branded a tramp and all sorts. And you think to yourself, these people, it's because they're lonely. They don't have anybody else. They haven't got any friends. So they have to sort of write and think that they're talking on behalf of everybody. It's like, years ago, you get somebody writing and say, "Oh, I don't like you," and all the people in my road say the same thing. And you know that they're lonely. You know that they don't have any friends. Certainly not people ever speak to them unless it's the police or the social services. So there it is. Scientists are hoping to search out alien planets by launching a telescope into orbit. There are no alien planets. I mean, there are thousands of them up there, but what are we looking at? We're not going to find anybody. There is nobody up there. No, we do know that. I'm prepared to stake my entire savings on the fact there is no life. And when we're talking about life, there is nothing that bears any physical resemblance to us, or even if it sort of looks like an android or something like that. The only thing you're going to find is a puddle, or a little bit of water with sort of some microcosm in it or something like that. But that you would find anyway. Yeah, it'll be a bacteria, but you're not going to find anything with people going, "Hello." It's not going to happen. There's no ETs out there. There really isn't. Definitely not. So Costa Coffee are going to start selling Marks and Spencer's food in a new collaboration from next year. M&S Food will gain access to 2,500 outlets. That's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Why would you be... I suppose it doesn't make any difference who's actually selling it. The products include sandwiches, salads and hot meal boxes. Because we've got a Marks and Spencer's by the station now. But they don't seem to have half their range of food in at all. It's very shoddy service. Very shoddy. It's right outside Twickenham Station. There's a Sainsbury's. and then a Marks and Spencer's, but it's obviously meant for the commuters because it just does sandwiches. Most of their hot food they appear to be empty, and there appear to be two people. People have got an insatiable, irresistible urge to drink coffee all the time. I've never known people drink coffee all the time. They take it on the trains, they're on the platform drinking it, they're trying to put their mascara on, hold the coffee the other hand, then they get the television out, plug the television in, and the shower goes on. This is all on the train. It's ridiculous. It's like the people who want a seat on the train. What do? They go into the toilet, shut the door, and stay there for the entire journey. They've got loads of room, and people... How long are you going to be? Hate it, don't you? I do that, yeah. I sit in there, I think, I'll read a book. Sometimes I put earphones in so I can't hear anybody outside banging on the door, yeah. Do my makeup, I'm quite happy sitting there. You've got loads of room inside. You could probably get about 6 people in the toilet, but I'm blowed if I'm sharing. Thank you very much indeed. Jeremy Clarkson has admitted he thinks about dying every day after he's turned 61. 61 and he thinks about dying every day. Isn't that funny? I wonder why. He says he's now as old as his dad was when he died. Well, actually, I've superseded my dad because my dad died at 52, and so I've gone way past that, which is strange. Actually, you wouldn't have thought so with the smoking and the heart complaints. Do I think about dying? Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, but the trouble is, the question I always ask is, when you die, do you know, can you see yourself dying, or does it just go black and then there's nothing else? I've got no idea. I've never spoken to anybody who's died before. Does it depend on the circumstances? Yeah. But if you just die naturally, they had somebody the other day who died, Benny Hill. He died sitting in front of his television over a bank holiday weekend down the road from me. And I remember thinking, do you know that you're dying? Do you do you get chest pains and your heart gives up, or what is it? Or do you just... They say that people just die in their sleep. It was always said that the Duke of Edinburgh knew that he was dying, and that's why he discharged from hospital to go back to Windsor, because he wanted to die at home, in bed, surrounded by the family. I mean, some people say they see a white light, and they see... And you've got people who've said they've been on operating tables and they've sort of floated above the bed. They, of course, are mad. Absolutely mad as fruitcakes. Because you can't ever prove anything. You can say anything you like, And this person came with wings and led me towards a huge gold door which opened, and there was loads of clouds and smoke, and a kindly old man with a beard said, "Welcome to heaven." The nightclub, that'll be £7 each to get in. And you go, I don't want to go yet. And people do claim that they have died and come back again, but they can't ever prove it. It's just the way it is. So, I mean, yes, you do think about it, but I always think there's nothing you can do. If you're going to go, you're going to go. I mean, I'm hoping to go at work. Seriously, I am. Who wants to die when you... I mean, you can imagine, actually, and they go, do you know, 1 minute he was talking, and the next minute he went all quiet. A bit of a rarity, yeah. And the producer will have to come in here and sort of go where's his wallet? Where's his wallet? How much have you got in it? That's what'll be happening. They'll be going through my case and all the rest of it. Zach says, we had a lump of coal in our stockings at Christmas. How poor were you? A lump of coal. We used to have Coke delivered. Mother had a bit of a habit. And the Coke man would arrive and he'd empty it in. We used to have an outhouse with a stone floor, and he'd empty all this Coke on there because we had a Rayburn kind of fire thing. And I always remember in the middle of winter, you'd go there with the coal scuttle and a metal shovel, and you'd scrape it along the floor of this stone. And it's the combination of somebody dragging their nails. You'd see it on Tom and Jerry down the side of a ship or something like that, and you imagine them ripping the nails backwards. And this metal shovel on the stone floor made the most excruciating noise. It was absolutely terrible. It was just what you think, ooh, makes your flesh creep and all the hairs on your arms stand on end. Niall says our central heating's packed up, can't be fixed for a week. They are so busy. Everybody's busy. And this is the time of year that people want everything done, isn't it? The boiler serviced, that packs up, there's no hot water, it's this. So my heating's on, yes. But the trouble is, my place doesn't get cold. It really doesn't. Some people are sort of very unlucky. They live in houses where they do get very cold at Christmas, so they long for Christmas to be over. And my godchildren's house, because it was built in the 1600s, it's not obviously as insulated as you would like to think. So they've got central heating, but they've also got a couple of heaters which sort of turn and blow out hot air, I've got one as well. Excellent. I can't remember what I paid for it, like 50 quid or something. And it's really brilliant. I mean, it can heat up a room in a matter of seconds, and they advertise them on the television as well. So there's no excuse. But you're right. You've got to wait a week, and it's a bit of a pain actually. Steve, kids get too much these days. I remember having a book and one big present at Christmas, and the best bit was seeing my cousins in Perryville at my nan and granddad's. All the adults had Advocar, and us kids ate my nan's sausage rolls. Happier time. Yeah, I mean, never would have bought them. My mother wouldn't have bought sausage rolls. She made sausage rolls. It was as simple as that. Very pleased, Steve, to hear the story of the woman getting into trouble for feeding somebody else's horse. Most treats like carrots can be high in sugar, and in some cases leads to things like equine diabetes, Cushing's disease, equine metabolic syndrome, causing the horses a lot of pain and discomfort. They usually need medication. I was introduced to you by Mr. M, and so glad I listen to you every day. Thank you for making us smile, especially in the hardest of times. I'm seeing Mr. M for lunch today, actually, and then we're going for drinky poos a bit later. For all those people who go, oh, do you ever speak to any of these people? All the time. Sometimes you can't get rid of them. Oh, ghastly. But no, today's going to be nice. Steve, I wonder if Jack Grealish has been trolled. He's the one who's allegedly cheated, but the women are the ones that get trolled. Yes. But wouldn't you love to find out who these trolls were? I think what they should do is find them. We found the activists who glue themselves to the rows. Let's find the trolls. You can find them quite quickly. Put their faces in the papers and then go round and doorstep them. Hello, troll. You know. Who today have you been trolling? You know, have you written to somebody because they've been having a fling with somebody and you're just a bit jealous? Yeah, that's what it is. Bev says, I've seen enough mediums to know there is life after death. It doesn't all end here. Oh, no, it ends here, believe you me. Oh, yes. No, there's no medium. There's certainly plenty of larges and extra larges, but there's certainly no mediums left at all. I know. The producer was saying to me the other day, he said, have you shopped in Next? And I said to him, I don't think it's for us. I don't think it's for us, Next. It's because people are littler now than they used to be. They are. When was the last time you went into Next and bought something? And when are we going to see the evidence of it? I bet if we check all your stuff, it's high and mighty, isn't it? Steve says, Helinka and Christina wish our good friend Jenny a very happy birthday, a very special one. We are celebrating at a spa hotel. Oh, dear. My friend Helena's favourite place, a spa hotel. You couldn't get her out of there. Seriously, a spa hotel. They're lovely few ladies. Funny, these ladies like them better than the men do. So, Jenny, have a very, very happy birthday. I'm not even allowed to guess what your age would be, but I bet I'm a little bit older. I have been to a spa. They're not for me. Have you been to a spa? No, probably not. What would the reason for that be? You're not like sort of having to sort of get in and swim about or something. It's supposed to be very good for you. If I won the lottery tonight, I'd buy a house with a pool. I'd make sure that I swam at least every day. No, you had a message in Thailand. A massage, not a message. You got a message to have a massage in Thailand. Wow, did you like that? Yeah, so they're a bit something and nothing. I think Thai massages. They used to do the 2-girl herbal assisted. I never knew what it was, but it sounded like fun, and it was 75 quid. The masseurs were talking to each other in Thai and laughing. Well, they would. You're in Thailand. What do you think they're going to be speaking? Chinese. Speaking in Thai. Bit of a revelation on that one there. They were probably sort of talking about you, I should imagine. I should imagine they were. And Jemima says, for my 17th Christmas, I got a set of BMW convertible keys in my stocking. One of my best prezzies ever. I bet it was. I never got anything like that. I think the best I got was a second-hand bicycle, which my father did up and painted up and everything else. And that was quite a nice thing. But we never got anything new. We didn't, so it was always hand-me-downs and stuff like that, because we were just your average kind of family, Yeah, the pen. You and the pens. Honestly, you're obsessed with my pens now. The deluxe Christmas present. £3, honestly. God, I tell you. Thank God I lived in the time I did.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Can you imagine somebody being a Willy Wonka fan? There's a bloke in the paper today. He's called Nick Franklin. And he's the Willy Wonka fan of all Willy Wonkas. He's got a fantastic collection worth more than £100,000, including a chocolate bar from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory film, which he bought from Julie Dawn Cole, who played Veruca Salt. He said, my dream item to get my hands on would be an original golden ticket. I don't know how many they made, actually. I don't know how many they made, but I quite like the idea of having that. But I mean, that is some sort of... I've seen a few films. I'll tell you what I watched yesterday, which was brilliant, which was on Sky Movies. And it was a show called Newsies. And it's been a film, and it's a stage show as well in America. It's not come here yet. And it's about the newspaper boys in America who used to buy their newspapers and then sell them, and because they bought the papers at a discount. But then the owner of the newspapers put the prices up, and the boys couldn't really afford to run it, so they went on strike. And it was a story of that. It was a blooming brilliant show. It's a musical. But the Newsboys strike was in 1899, and there was it was Joseph Pulitzer and William Randolph Hearst newspapers who compensated their force of newsboys or newspaper hawkers. And so the boys would go there. They were very young, much younger than they are on the stage show. I mean, they were literally little children. They would go and buy their newspapers and then sell them, and they could make the money back on it again. I mean, I think... what it did, it caused Pulitzer's New York World to decrease the circulation from 360,000 papers every day to 125,000 papers. And the boys were threatened with violence and all sorts of stuff, but they turned it into a musical. And it was blooming good. It was really, really good. But there were shades of Billy Elliot. Lots of things with sort of, scenery moving and lights and everything else. Because Billy Elliot, of course, is about the miners' strike. But it really is good. 1,000 Voices, A Single Dream, and it was just, I think it came out in about 92, I thought, something like that. The play was nominated for 8 Tony Awards. 8 Tony Awards, but strange enough, the film got negative to mixed reviews, but I thought it was great. But the stage show, the infection and the sort of enthusiasm from all the guys in it, who are such good dancers. I think actually the film was choreographed by Kenny Ortega, and that was his debut. All sorts of people were in it. Robert Duvall, people like that, and Margaret. But I got so carried away with it yesterday, you found yourself cheering along. It sounds a bit daft, doesn't it, really? Cheering along to something that's on the television. But if it comes out on DVD, I shall have to buy the blooming thing. Because it was really good. It was as good as Billy Elliot, but Billy Elliot was really, really something else, I think, in terms of transferring a stage show and filming the live version was nothing short of miraculous. I loved it. I wish it was still on in the West End. Andy in Mansfield says, Steve, I've not been to Spa for ages. I prefer Tesco Express these days. I don't think I've been to a Tesco Express, or I might have done. I can't remember. And Steve, have you dropped any severe hints as to what Christmas presents you want from friends and family? I never ask for Christmas presents. In fact, I always say to them, please don't buy me anything. I do say that to people. Please don't. Listen, yes, I do. I've got if I need anything, I'll go and buy it myself. There's nothing that I need. I don't need anything. Quite like to knock 20 years off my age, but I mean, apart from that, no, I don't have any needs. I mean, it's a very fortunate position to be in, but at the same time, people take no notice. They still buy me things. So if anybody was going to buy me something this year, what should we get you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. It's, I mean, it would. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that somebody would sort of say, you imagine if you win the 110 million tonight, it would have to be the other way around, wouldn't it? But we know what your main objective is, Joe. It would be just £1 million. That'd be enough for me. Just about, because what you do if you've got £1 million is you buy yourself a flat, so then you wouldn't have any outgoings or something like that, and then you've got something to fall back on if it all went sort of pear-shaped, which would be quite a good idea. It's a tradition, says Maxine, in our house for my dad to cook the turkey. He'd cook it overnight on Christmas Eve. Come lunchtime, it was like cutting into the turkey on National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Bless him. We used to put a pillowcase on the end of the bed for presents. Always satsumas, nuts and chocolate coins. Yes, chocolate coins. They did last year, was it? No, maybe the year before at Costco. They did Belgian chocolates Christmas coins, and they were really good. Very, very good. So I might have to look around for them for this year because they're very lucky today. Normally I get them biscuits and stuff outside. Today they've got Belgian chocolate brownies and some little donuts which are filled with cream, which are particular. What? What's the matter? No, you don't. No. You've eaten through most of your things, haven't you? Hopeless. Has he been sharing or not, Minty? He's been sharing the pastries, has he? Yeah. They're particularly good, actually, their pastries at Costco. And I was in there yesterday. I thought, bit of a treat for them. And I've got some satsumas, but I think you're overdosed. You're not really a satsuma person, are you? You've had so many, I know. So ungrateful. Sarah says, Steve, it's Sarah. Hello. Editor of European Spa magazine. European Spa magazine. We need to get you into our brilliant UK spa so you can appreciate how good our industry is. Let me know and we'll make it happen. Sarah, I couldn't do it. Seriously, I couldn't do it. It's not that I don't like spas. It's just that if I was going to do it, I'd have to do it all by myself. I'd have to do it all but European Spa is... they've got everything. Got the workout tables and... wow. I mean, I know it's huge because I said my friend Helena loves spas. Me, it just doesn't do it for me at all. But bless your heart for even thinking about me. Thank you very much indeed. Paulie Winchester says, Steve, as a child in the 1980s, at Christmas, my parents were kind enough to give me various thoughtful toys. However, I had to wait till the shops opened days later for the batteries. At that time, batteries cost a small fortune. Makes me smile how many you can buy for £1 nowadays. We had a thing on LBC every Christmas. Every Christmas, we would have a big delivery from a company called Everready, and they would deliver boxes and boxes of batteries. Boxes and boxes of batteries. And the idea was that I was always on Christmas Day, and it would be for people who've bought toys and they've forgotten to get the batteries. And so we would say on air, on Christmas morning, listen, if you're passing Gough Square, call in and we give you a few packs of batteries to take away. And so we had queues of people waiting to pick up, battery packs so that their kiddies could actually finally use them. Because in those days, it would be powered by a D cell. There was D cells, C cells by the seashores. Bit of an old gag. Sorry. Amuse myself. I might go home and listen to this programme at some point in the future. Might have to. 20 million downloads, can't be wrong. But anyway, they used to have the D cells. In fact, made the toy twice as heavy. Nowadays, it's AA batteries or AAA batteries, which seem to, or failing that, the little round cell things and everything else. So that's what we did. The little button batteries, as I call them, those sort of things. And so people would call in and pick up the batteries. Because the one thing people forget, you buy a kid a toy for Christmas, and then they go, have you got any batteries? You go, no. You go, well, how are we going to make it work? And so you then have to get in the car and go driving around to various garages to try and find batteries. What's that behind Charles? That's the Sphinx. They're in Egypt. Bit of a giveaway. And that's the Sphinx who sort of guards the pyramids. You thought it was Tutankhamun? No. Tutankhamun's in a museum, I think. Exposed to the world, poor soul. He only died at 19. But that used to have the pyramid. Look how big the pyramids are. And, of course, they were all booby-trapped so that nobody could get in there. But they were built as the graves for people like Ramesses and things like that. And you can go inside. I mean, I'm surprised that Charles hasn't been to the pyramids before. But the weathering of the outside of the pyramids, that's what the weather's done to it. It's, weathering. And they used to be covered, the pyramids, with sort of an outer covering and all the rest of it. And we used to live quite near to there. Quite near to there. Quite a place. Charles likes history. I lived in Egypt. Yes, I lived in Egypt. 2 years. 2 years. And my dad was stationed at Port Said. And so I've got lots of pictures of me as a scruffy little urchin with bright blonde hair playing in the dirt. Don't know why we didn't. Nothing changes. We didn't have much money even in those days. No, Charles is something. When somebody asked him the other day, how is Her Majesty? He said, she's fine. He said, I'm 71. Indicating that, she's doing very, very well. Very, very well. Steve, do you still wear a new pair of socks every day? Yes. Yes. Sometimes I'm a bit of a cheat, actually, now. I make them last 2 days. I know, it's not like me at all, is it? Not like me at all. People believe in ghosts and are sure there must be something out there, that their dear departed grandmother is giving them some daft advice from beyond the grave, says Joanna. I know, they always say that, don't they? No, there is. Listen, you die, you die. I don't think there's any coming back. I don't think there's any of this old baloney about, I'll talk to the dead and I'll do this. No. What happens if they're cremated? What are you talking to? Ashes? As David Bowie sang, ashes to ashes. Bless him. The £10 booze cruises mentioned in all the papers today because we obviously... they're going to sail every Friday, Saturday and Sunday from Holyhead or Fishguard until December the 12th. You can buy 200 cigarettes, a litre of spirits, 4 litres... What's the point? 200... I can go to Costco and buy 200 cigarettes if I want to. Admit it. Yeah, they sell cigarettes. Don't they sell cigarettes? I don't know. I can't remember now. But or a litre of spirits, 4 litres of wine and 16 litres of beer in the duty-free allowance. You can pick up duty-free classics such as aftershaves and perfumes, chocolates and sunglasses. Just to drive to Fishguard, I'm bored already. Can't think of anything worse. Why would you bother? Save yourself a few measly quid. It's not worth it, is it?
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Steve, I'll come with you. We can have a glass of bubbly and a facial would take off 10 years. Oh, Lord. No, it's just the very idea. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest, but it doesn't matter. So there is a tot in the papers today. Tot, little person, who's obsessed with Walker's Crisps. So her mother has spent hours traipsing around shops trying to find Walker's Crisps. Oh, just give her something else. She's little, and she's about 2 or 3. She doesn't know this kind of thing. She shouldn't be eating crisps anyway at that age. Not really very good for you at all, but there's a shortage of them, which is, just perpetuating the myth that there's hardly anything on the shelves. Whereas I've seen there's well, then don't eat crisps. They're fried. They're not good for you. So there's a shortage of crisps. Well, eat something else. And so here is this woman. She's from Leicestershire. Her kiddie's wearing her daughter's 4 years old. She faces hospitalisation due to the Walker's Crisp shortage. Well, what's she got? She's got a disorder that restricts her eating. Oh, the family are worried. She's not been told she's going. And she's got a narrow diet that includes oven-baked sea salt flavour Walker's Crisps, toasty waffles, one type of fruit puree, almond milk, and a prescription of vitamin mix. Of 4. Well, what's going to happen then if she can't get these crisps? So she's got a range of conditions, including avoidant or restrictive food intake disorder. But she eats crisps. Blimey, even I don't want to eat crisps. Definitely not. And so there's been a shortage of them for a month. You know what's going to happen now? She's going to have a tanker load delivered of Walker's Crisps. Definitely. And this is an IT upgrade, whatever that is. I've got no idea what an upgrade is. But I was quite horrified to think that a 4-year-old just exists on crisps. Wasn't there a girl a short while ago? What was she addicted to? Was it fish fingers? I think she owned... Oh, no, not fish fingers. She was chicken nuggets or something. Whatever it was. I remember thinking, how do you wean somebody off chicken nuggets? She didn't have any allergies or anything like that. It's just that she was addicted to chicken nuggets. This girl needs them for health. Have you ever heard of somebody needing crisps for health reasons? I've never heard of that before. So what happens if she doesn't get the crisps? That's a bizarre one, isn't it? How would you ever work out something like that? All of a sudden, if you eat this, that makes you better. And if you don't eat this, you get ill. Perhaps Walker's... could you not make them? Can you make... My mother used to make crisps. Yeah. You just get... We had a little machine that you took the potato and you sliced it backwards and forwards, and it wafer thin. You dried them on a tea towel, and then she put them into hot oil and made her own crisps. Obviously she didn't do salt and vinegar and roast chicken flavour, but she did... No, she didn't do prawn cocktail either. But she did crisps. We made our own crisps. You can make anything nowadays. Cheesy puffs were a bit of a problem, but we managed to do crisps. But it was a machine that you had spikes on it, which held the potatoes. You didn't slice your fingers off, and you'd whiz backwards and forwards. You see them advertised on the shopping channels loads of times. And then we just deep fried them and had crisps. But my mother was fairly good with food, actually. We didn't have too many what I call bad food. I went a bit berserk the other day, and I did buy a little raspberry trifle in Marks and Spencer's. Little raspberry. And then, because I had an urge for a raspberry trifle. Today I've got an urge for rice pudding. But as I'm going out for lunch, I won't be having rice pudding, but I might go and buy one anyway just to have it. There was a woman on the train the other day eating porridge out of a tub kind of thing. She's sitting opposite me and I'm thinking, why are you eating porridge on the train? That's like taking out and having a full cooked breakfast in front of you. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Managed to keep it. She'd obviously bought it because I think some of the coffee shops serve porridge. And so, what? Greggs do as well. Porridge. And is it really for people sitting on trains that they eat this? That Amazon place is opened in Richmond that Andy Peters told us about the other day, where you come out of the station. I was exactly right. You turn left. It's where they used to sell all sorts of strange, bizarre things like telephones and stuff like that, and unlock your phone. And it's there, so you can just go in. I might actually have a sneaky peek at some point today. I have to set it up. Oh, right, you set it up on that. So does somebody stop you coming in unless you've got it set up? So in other words, you go round, you pick up whatever you want, and you just walk out again. Simple as that. So, right, because each shelf has got little sensors on. It'll probably be like sort of barriers at the station. Yeah. So you'll have to scan to get in, and then you just go and pick up the stuff, and then just walk out. It automatically knows what you've picked up. How clever! How clever is that? I'd have to try it, actually, just to see how good it is. But the idea is it's just another way of wasting money, isn't it? Buying your fruit and veg. Because that's all they do, isn't it? Do they do fruit and veg in these Amazon shops? I think it's... Oh, it's like a supermarket. Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. Lovely. Steve, are you going to have a Secret Santa at LBC? No, I don't think they do secret. I don't think they do Secret Santa. I wouldn't know, actually. I wouldn't know. Oh, right. There's the futuristic grocery story, Amazon Fresh, to open in Richmond. Is that it? Oh, right. So there's no tills. You just go and pick it, and they've got flowers and different things. And every time you pick something up, it knows what you've picked up. That is unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, very shortly, I should imagine people who work on the tills in supermarkets must be fearing. Because is there any way of thieving? Is there any way of thieving? I mean, it must be foolproof, mustn't it? To stop you. I haven't worked it out yet. I've never been in one, but I might just. Of course, you can't just go in it. But they're advertising for staff. They pay, blimey, £11.10 an hour for full and part-time staff. As a result, it may well attract staff from rival grocers. Well, right next door to them is a Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's is right next door. So you sort of check in with your phone. That's right, you were right, actually. You scan your barcode, and then you go in, and then you pick up your stuff. Presumably you buy a bag, or you take a bag in, and you just pop the stuff in there, and then just walk out the door, and it just adds it on. How brilliant. What a lovely idea. I like it when we sort of entered all modern technology. It'll confuse some people, but I wonder whether or not... And then you just use the same barriers for getting out again, I assume. That'll be interesting. There's loads of drunks around the station at Richmond. Loads of people who hang around, beggars, and also, I mean, literally, there must be about 25 of them every day. So I hope it's safe and they don't do wine and stuff like that, which would be a little bit fatal. Because these people, sometimes you come out of the station in the morning, there's blokes drinking cans of beer at 8 o'clock in the morning. A little bit early, I thought, a little bit early. Meghan Markle, the shy retiring one, has turned up and revealed how she and Harry went on early dates dressed in Halloween costumes. Nobody cares, dear. I'm so sorry. You're so far away, we really don't care. Not remotely bothered. Harry used to dress up all the time. Did he tell you? Thought you'd like to know. Also, police quiz bomber's relative over motive. Search continues at former homes. And the workers still suffering as Qatar builds for 2022. They've got lots of migrant workers in Doha and things like that. Are you listening, David? And also the BBC are going to show a long-lost episode of Morecambe and Wise in full as a Christmas treat for fans after it was found in an attic. It's been restored, painstakingly converted from black and white to colour by a team of experts. The episode, which aired once on October the 8th, 1970, was discovered by Eric's son Gary last year in a film canister, written by Eddie Braben, who enjoyed a long working relationship with the comics. It features classic sketches and music from Patricia Lambert, Kenny Ball and his Jazzmen, and Paul Anka. A BBC source said, "We're very excited to hear that this episode, long considered lost, still exists. Morecambe and Wise, the lost tape, should be a real Christmas treat for comedy fans." The episode was watched by 14 million viewers when it was first screened. It was the 6th instalment of the pair's 4th series. They fronted 175 shows over a 22-year TV career. Eric died in 1984 and Ernie Wise died in 1999. I wish they were still around now, actually. God, it'd be lovely to talk to them. But we've lost all of these people, which is a great shame. Great shame. Handheld phones, the ban even in stationary cars. You're not supposed to touch it. Do not touch it. The Morecambe and Wise Christmas show in 1977 was one of the highest ever audiences in British television history. 20 million viewers. 20 million viewers. Phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, stuff nowadays doesn't even get a third of that, which is a bit naff, I'm afraid. Steve, if you could visit any movie universe, where would you go? I don't know. I don't even know what that means. A movie universe. Oh, right, any world. I don't know. Wherever Star Trek goes. Its 5-year mission or whatever it is. Yes, I like to go to infinity and beyond. And that's about it, just to see what's out there. And I think I'd probably spend all my time sleeping and then just open the window and go, oh, look, still stars. My best present, Steve, says Gaz, the train driver, was an enormous Skelex trick when I was about 7. And in those days, nothing ever came with a plug. And rather than take off something else in all the excitement, I remember my dad just shoved the wires into the plug socket and left me to it. Yes, I mean, you're right, actually. Things didn't come with plugs on. You have to go around and find a plug, or failing that, take a plug off something else to put it onto your new item. I don't know why they never thought of things like that. Nothing is foolproof. People will work out a way of stealing out of this Amazon shop, says John in Smithfield. Oh, I'm sure they will, and I'm sure Amazon have thought about it. I really believe that. I really believe it. Ever been to a Uniqlo shop, Steve? It's the Japanese store. They've got one in Kingston. It's in the Benthall Centre, I'm pretty certain. Nothing needs scanning and you pay and that's done. You would like that shop if you haven't been, says Lee, who's in Canterbury. Bet you haven't got one in Canterbury, have you? We've got one. Paul says, Steve, your show now is totally hilarious. Shades of Pete and Dud. Pete and Dud. Do you remember them? Peter Cook and Dudley Moore. Very rude. Very rude on occasions. I'm never rude. I don't do that kind of thing. Expensive branding is going to be discouraged on school uniforms to ease the burden of kitting out children. Department of Education has ordered that from next year, all state schools must ensure costs are reasonable. Have you seen the price of some of these things? You can get 2 little shirts for like £1.50 or £3 or something. They're unbelievably cheap, the school uniforms. Some of the places are expensive, but there's a lot of them that are really, really good value. Very good value, aren't they, for things? And you can, there's no excuse for kids. I know, I was surrounded by them yesterday on the blooming bus wearing their school. They've got no idea how to dress themselves. Have you noticed? Shirts are out, the girls' skirts are up around their bottoms, little short ties, and dirty, scrubby, dirty. Obviously, don't have any sort of hygiene things or anything like that, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, look, here's somebody going into I'm a Celebrity in a helicopter. Not very good carbon footprint, is it? David Ginola. But a lot of people arrived in classic cars. There were 5 classic cars which turned up to pick up the celebrities and take them so they can earn some money for Christmas. Whoopee!
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 4 minutes past 6, Friday morning, and this is the end of the decent weather, as they say, because I think Sunday the temperatures start dropping down, and by the time we get to Thursday next week, it's going to be freezing cold. So wrap up warm, get your gloves out, get your scarf out, get a hat. Always get a hat, I think. Steve, what happens in the Amazon shop when you pick up an item but then change your mind and put it back? Yes, I mean, I don't. They must have. Oh, right, takes it out and then gets refunded. The producer knows these things. And Steve, one here that says, little school kids, says Mark in Lee Green, they all seem to be stuffing fast food in their faces. Well, no, what they're doing in the morning on the buses is they're all on their telephones. It's the overcrowding. It's the dangerous bit. As far as I'm concerned, overcrowding on buses has now reached epidemic performance. Round our way. I mean, there's loads of people, far too many on the buses. If you counted them on, in fact, I might do the counting this morning. I'll let you know next week. Anyway, here is a gran. Her name is Margaret Porter. Margaret Porter has been hit with a restraining order. You know why? She keeps feeding carrots to a retired racehorse. It's got nothing to do with her. It's not hers. And a rare court ruling gave the chestnut gelding Nelson legal protection from her. She felt sorry for him after seeing him in his paddock, so began feeding him, despite the owner, Suzanne Cook, explicitly saying, don't. It's as simple as that. Mrs. Porter told the magistrates, I thought he looked quite sad. The fields were frozen at the time. I passed 6 or 7 times a day and didn't see his owner once. I began speaking to people about my concern. It's got nothing to do with you. It's got nothing to do. It's not your horse. I decided to give him a few carrots. I didn't want him starving to death. Mind your own business. Honestly. Mrs. Cook, who's the owner, called the police. This is in North Yorkshire, in a place called Scruton, and pointed out to Mrs. Porter there was a sign on the fence asking people not to feed him. But Mrs. Porter, this is the nosy old baggage, kept on feeding him. Mrs. Cook saw her and warned her she could poison Nelson or give him colic. An RSPCA inspector then called at Mrs. Cook's house to carry out a welfare check. Mrs. Cook was in no doubt who had reported her, but Nelson, known as You're Doing Well in his racing days, got a clean bill of health. Mrs. Cook reported her to the police and Mrs. Porter was arrested. She denied harassment but was found guilty. You nosy old baggage, what is the matter with you? It's not your horse. You don't know anything about it. The horse got a clean bill of health. Anyway, she was fined 180 and 310 pounds in court costs, so the grand total of of £490. That'll teach you. Don't feed it. There's a sign there, dear. Presume you do read. I don't know, but that's the trouble. And then she starts asking people, but, you can poison an animal. If you don't know anything enough about them, giving them carrots all the time is just completely interesting. I didn't want him starving to death. It's not your horse. Oh, honestly, some people are so annoying. Anyway, you've had your day in the papers, dear. You've been suitably admonished by the courts and found guilty, as charged. And Steve Allen. So how the Amazon Fresh stores work. When it comes to buying groceries, visitors scan a smartphone app when they enter the store. Then they only have to place the product in a bag or carry it out the shop to be automatically billed when they leave. They don't need to scan items, in contrast with other retailers, which rely on products being scanned into a smartphone or shopping device. The shop also doubles up as a place to collect and return Amazon products. You can return goods simply by scanning a code without even having to repackage or relabel the item. That makes sense to you? Didn't make any sense at all to me, I'm afraid. But, I mean, that's it. You only have to place it in a bag or carry it out of the shop to be automatically billed. So if you don't carry it out the shop, you won't be billed for it and it will deduct it. OK? It's very clever. So presumably, before you go through the barrier, which is the moment when you will be charged for everything, if you've taken something out... Oh, so you put it in the bag, you're charged. All right. And then if you take it out your bag and leave it in the shop, you're refunded. So there you go. Simple as that. That's good, isn't it? Very clever. Can't wait to try it, actually. I bet Andy Peters is in there already. Because I'm assuming it can be sort of operated almost 24 hours a day. But there is a supermarket next door to it. There's a Sainsbury's. And I'm beginning to wonder how many of the staff will be jumping ship for £11.10 an hour, which is not bad. And you've got the train station right next door. And the buses. So you don't even have to walk to anything. Yeah, but I mean, I could do a Saturday job. Yeah, I could. That'd be good. Nicola, listening from Cairo, Sharuk City, been here 5 years. Love listening to your station. Tutankhamun's mummy is still in Luxor. His entire collection is due to be on display at the new Grand Egyptian Museum, due to open next year on the Pyramid Plateau in Giza. It's also currently the Art d'Egypte exhibition happening at the Pyramids. Wow. How nice. How nice. I love it. I knew that there was a big museum that they were opening to put all the stuff in there. And his mummy is still there. I feel a bit sorry for him, actually. He's been unveiled, poor little soul. He was only 19 when he died. And they've sort of, taken his shroud off and everything else. You'd think they'd wrap him up nice and warm. I mean, it's somebody's body. We're supposed to respect the dead, aren't we? Even if it is Tutankhamun. I think the most famous out of all of them, because he's the only one, yeah, very tiny little Willie, didn't he? Poor little soul, honestly, imagine. Oh, he was only 19. Goodness sake. Rail betrayal, total rubbish, says Boris. Yes, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? And Richard Madeley, who's getting all the coverage in the papers because he's going into the army. He must need the money because he's dumped Judy, poor soul. How's she going to cope? She's his right arm. I love saying that. It just makes me feel a bit better about life, actually. Colic is deadly, says Sarah, and if fed carrots and other foods too often could be fatal. Yes, I know all about colic. I know all about colic. Horses become very... But this silly old grandmother didn't know, and even when she was told by the owner of the horse, it's like somebody coming around going, your children don't look very well fed. I'll feed them. What? Get out. And this one, there's a sign up, do not feed this horse. It can give it colic. These people think they're being really clever. It's like the people who feed pigeons. What do you end up with? Fat pigeons. They don't serve any useful purpose at all. The only decent pigeon is under a bit of short crust pastry. I've never eaten pigeon. I can't think of anything worse, actually. No, I wouldn't eat pigeon. No. Dirty. Flying rats. No. 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 Well, have you eaten pigeon? No. I've eaten... What have I eaten? I've eaten something. I think a guinea fowl I might have eaten. But it doesn't interest me in the slight... No. Oh, God, no. No, take the pictures off. Makes me feel quite ill. I can't think of anything worse. I mean, it's the sort of thing that they would cook... Oh, goodness me. No. Flying rats. No, thank you very much indeed. I've seen other people cooking things. They were showing somebody... I think it was a Rick Stein. We were talking about Rick Stein being a fabulous chef. And they were cooking. He went to... I think it was Thailand. And they were cooking a whole pig. But they did it so well that the crackling just literally lifted off. It came away, and he said it was the best crackling he'd ever tasted in his entire life. And then they served him the meat, and they just do it with rice. And he said it was absolutely delicious. It's always nice when you watch people eating all these things, but it was the crackling. I've not had crackling for years, absolutely years and years and years. So £110 million tonight, dream come true money. Listen, £1 million would be dream come true money for most people. Former Yorkshire cricketer Tino Best has urged the game to tackle a drinking culture that's hampering black and Asian players. The retired West Indies bowler who played alongside Azim Rafiq at the shamed Headingley Club in 2010 believes alcohol contributes to what his old teammates described as institutional racism this week. So there's drinking as well. I mean, this really looks terrible, doesn't it? He said he didn't drink alcohol again. This is Rafiq told MPs how when he was 15 and a practising Muslim, he was pinned down by a player at the local cricket club and red wine was poured into his mouth. He said he didn't drink alcohol again until around 2012 when he felt he had to fit in at Yorkshire. Best, who is the former Yorkshire cricketer Tino Best, told the BBC that people should not be pressured to drink 8 or 9 pints to be part of the team. You've got to stop bullying people into doing what they don't want to do. Exactly, if you don't want to drink beer or wine, you don't want to drink beer and wine, do you? Absolutely disgraceful. What else we got here? Dame Judy's cash joy for the lifeblood of our industry. We love Judi Dench. One of the funniest things I've seen her doing. She was on with Michael Parkinson and she was on with Ozzy Osbourne's wife and Dame Edna Everage. It's some of the best comedy you'll see in ages and ages and ages. Very, very good indeed. But Dame Judy has called an emergency cash injection for Britain's struggling theatres. Very good news. 925 organisations will share the £107 million pot. Not very much, is it? Should be really, and they're going to get less than £1 million, these people. But they come from £300 million announced earlier this year and bring the total support for culture during the pandemic to £2 billion. Well, that's what you've got to do. You've got to book for theatre. Book for theatre. Pantomimes. Go and see a pantomime, which I'm sure you will love. Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall strolling arm in arm around the pyramids of Giza. And they posed in front of the Great Sphinx. And it was lovely. I think, actually, Charles has been before because he was showing Camilla around. But the royal visit to Egypt is intended to highlight its close links with the UK. They've got the pyramids of Giza. How fantastic. And here we go. This Margaret Porter, 67, is in every paper today. She's just an old busybody. A big sign up. It's like, the horse is even wearing a coat, which they put on them for winter to keep them a bit sort of snug and eating hay. And she was just chopping up carrots and shoving carrots. I mean, this thing could have died through what she did to it. But, of course, she obviously thinks she knows best. Whereas Margaret Porter told Suzanne Cook, stop feeding my horse. And eventually the bench in York says you must not put food in the field for the horse and must not interfere with the horse. After the hearing, Mrs. Porter obviously is a right crackpot, isn't she? She says here, it seems all to be ridiculous for taken to court for giving horse a few carrots. But at least I got to have my say and they didn't send me to jail. Horses, it gives them colic and they can die. What more do you need to know? There's a brain tumour agony for some mum who went private. She faced 56 weeks wait on the NHS. 56 weeks wait. But so she decided to go private on it. And I think it was about £3,000. I've always said, if you can afford to wait for the NHS, you get the best service that you can possibly get. If you need to do something seriously and you can afford to do it, either on an insurance policy or something like that, go private. It's exactly the same as the NHS. The only difference being you can pick when you get to have it done, but you have to pay for it. And it's worth every penny. Worth every penny, I promise you.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. God, it's cold. It is cold. Luckily, I bought some Zippo hand warmers, but I suddenly realised the other day I gave them away to people who'd never heard of them. Because I bought them and I thought it'd be quite nice to keep my hands warm. And then I thought, I'm just going to buy these things. It's like a little paper packet. You shake it and the stuff inside there, which feels like a bit of earth or something, heats up and keeps your hands warm. Because you don't want cold hands, do you, in this weather? Definitely not. Why are racehorses given unusual names? Well, because they're from so-and-so, so-and-so. It's the bloodline, the bloodstock line. And that's why you'll have, that's why people who've got a lot of money can have their mares impregnated by horses. So the stallion will be taken round there and They'll be doing the business kind of thing. And, yes, a little bit of horseplay going on. And people pay for that. You pay a lot of money. If it's a really super-duper stallion, you pay a lot of money. And then you hope that you're going to produce some fantastic foals, which are going to eventually end up being champions. I just see it as gambling. I don't see it as anything else. Have you ever been to horse racing? I was just amazed how small the horses were. I thought they'd be big, but they're like My Little Ponies, just without the different colours. They're quite fun. No, I've seen them close up. We had them in the ring next to us. We got invited into the ring to go and, I don't know, brown girl in the ring, tra-la-la-la-la. And we went there. We went to Kempton, Sandown Park, and we were. And I remember looking at them thinking, are you sure they're going to run around this course? They looked a bit feeble. They looked little tiny legs and everything else. But it's very popular. We went on, very muscular. We went New Year's Day, I think we went, which seems to attract a very bizarre collection of people going on New Year's Day. It really does, because it's freezing cold. But that's why, actually. That's why they've all got different names. And some of them have got really odd names. And I think I don't think they ever use these names. They just put them down for the horse racing. What have we got here? Scam victims. Now, that seems to affect loads of people nowadays, doesn't it? Many of you have written to me saying that you've been tricked into paying. Fraudsters will be entitled to their money back. The payment system regulator has set out proposals to make it mandatory to cover customer losses. Guess how much in the first half of this year on fraud cases? £355 million we lost. That's how easy it is. Mind you, there was something the other day. There was a story of some man who'd come from overseas. He'd committed horrendous crimes in this country. He was deported. He's back in the country again. And the Home Secretary was asking the question, how did he get back in again? Well, obviously, the system is very lax. Very, very lax, unfortunately. Steve, I was in Thailand recently, and Eddie says they sold me a hearing aid made from pigskin. Totally useless. All I could hear was crackling. Don't they get worse, don't they, really? They get worse and worse. Pamela says, Steve, I think Judy will have much-needed respite from Richard. But the way he's gone on about her in all the papers today, we're in love, we've never spent time apart. What's he going in there for? They're dumping her on the outside. She's not good by herself. Don't want to leave her there, do you, really? Carry On fans will not be resting on their laurels when Kenneth Williams' red Julius Caesar tunic goes on display. This was the one taken from Carry On Cleo. This is where he did the infamy. They've all got it. Infamy. They expect it will go for £1,500. Do you imagine somebody's kept it all these years from 1964, and it's expected with a K Williams #1 label on it, Kenneth Williams #1, and so £1,500. That'd be nice, but you wouldn't. I mean, would you wear it? Don't know what you do with things like that. I've got no idea. Oh look, sorry, wear it around the house. You could do actually, couldn't you? Nothing the matter. I see they're all booking the dates in now. Even Michael Ball and Alfie Boe off again on their UK and Aya tour. What's that? An Aya tour. Ireland? Oh, Era. What's Era? Oh, right, Ireland. I'm trying to find, actually. They're going to Belfast, Leeds, Aberdeen, Glasgow, Newcastle, Manchester, Nottingham, London the O2, and they've just added Cardiff. There's all these arenas around the country. These are vast places, which is very good. Lots of toys for Christmas. Not the sort of toys you're thinking of for the children, but these are ones you can put up, including fairy lights. Do you know, nowadays it's nothing to buy 200 fairy lights in a box, or 400, or 1,000, or 5,000. Hardly anything, isn't it, really? And you can now get here 400 fairy lights from Netta for under £19. They're so cheap, and if they start breaking, you throw them away. Get some more. One here from Andrew in Seven Kings. The original Black Friday, Steve, was the 11th of May 1866. The bank had failed the day before, and it triggered a stock market crash. The Black Friday phase was used by the Observer newspaper in its report. Well, there you go. I never knew at all. I never even knew about it. The panic of 1866. And in Britain, the economic impacts are held partially responsible for public agitation for political reform in the months leading up to the 1867 Reform Act. Right, all of that just to sell some toys. It sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it? Black Friday, because they want you to spend money. They want you to spend money so they don't have to complain about it afterwards and go, oh, people didn't spend as much this Christmas. I think people are spending loads of money. All I see is people standing at the bus stop with bags bulging of, goodies for Christmas and everything else. Tea trays, Steve Allen's tea trays. The Duchess of Cambridge went to the Royal Variety Performance. Oh, I'd forgotten that. It was held at the Royal Albert Hall. And who was there? James Blunt, Elvis Costello, Gregory Porter, Anne Marie provided the show's music. The cast of the Royal Shakespeare Company production of Matilda the Musical and Cirque du Soleil also performed. Matilda's fab. Matilda's really good. And there was comedy from Judy Love, Bill Bailey and Josh Widdicombe. The show, hosted by Alan Carr, will be screened on ITV next month. You've got to wait for it, so they'll edit it and tart it all up and make it look absolutely wonderful. Pretty dress, isn't it? Very pretty hair. Do you think it's all her own hair? Actually, I have a sneaking feeling it probably is. They say she went full glam, and they went there. The Royal Albert Hall is enormous, but it does mark 100 years of patronage from the reigning monarch. So she turned up in a Jenny Packham dress, London-based designer. She's worn her stuff before. And must be quite nice, actually. You get to go out. Mind you have to sit through some of these things. There must be some acts in there. She goes, oh, not really for me. Not really for me. But I can't wait to find out what it's going to be like, actually. Chris says, Steve, with HS2 rail being cancelled between a certain route, surely all that money for the whole of this rail system would have been better spent on electric charge points for cars, and that would be better for the environment. Well, there's a great shortage of these charging points, isn't there? I don't know how much each one costs to put in. And Gaz, the train driver's back again. He said, did you know that the mayor of my local town has promised £1 million this Christmas and to the person with the smallest forehead? It's raised a few eyebrows, I can tell you. Bar him completely for life. OK, just make a mental note of that one. Thank you very much indeed. The worker at the mobile phone repair shop, I told you about Louise Johnston, went to collect her iPhone, only to find the man leering in the phone shop at the intimate shots of her in underwear and bikinis. And as I said at the beginning of the programme, well, don't take photographs of yourself in underwear and bikinis and then sort of take the phone into the shop, because most people go straight for people's photos. She said anyway, the worker has since been sacked from a place called the Mobile Doctor in Worcester. Manager Malik Ali says, we've resolved the issue in the presence of the police. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I know, because otherwise your business will collapse. You'll have no business. Imagine they went to the police about it. That was very good. On YouTube, they had somebody there. There was a girl. She was at a swimming pool, and she's confronting this man, and she says, I've just seen you've got pictures of me on your telephone. Delete them now. And this bloated man who's lying on his sun lounge had been taking pictures of girls at a swimming pool. Well, that's totally forbidden. Not here, it's in America. But she confronted him. Good for her. Good for her. Very creepy, very creepy. She said, take them all off. I'm doing it, he said. I'm doing it. She said, well, you've got more. Who are these other people you've been taking pictures of? And that's what he was. He was an old pervert at the swimming pool, just taking pictures. That's why I don't go to swimming pools. I don't want people taking pictures of me or anything like that. I don't have to confront people. So more Richard Madeley in every paper now, to the point of boredom, I think. He says, had the family lav dubbed the Glory Hole, and a few of them have met each other, so that'll be quite nice. Naughty Boy says, I snubbed the show last series to care for my sick mum. And a lot of fans have blagged their way onto the set. But poor old Richard is now called a TV veteran. It's almost embarrassing, isn't it, really? Even though he hates the Partridge reference. He hates that. I thought he'd embrace that. I thought that would be just sort of very funny. Pop couple Shawn Mendes and Camila Cabello. Cabello. Oh, I do beg your pardon. I don't know who they are, actually. I think I've heard of Shawn Mendes. But the statement is, hey, guys... because they speak like that in America. Hey, guys, we've decided to end our romantic relationship, but our love for one another as humans is stronger than ever. I'm going to be sick. Why do they write this stuff? We started our relationship as best friends and will continue to be best friends. We so appreciate your support from the beginning and moving forward, Camilla and Shawn. Lovely. But who are they? What are they? Are they Disney stars or something? Oh, they're singers, are they? Can't he afford a shirt? Why has he just got a jacket over his naked torso? What's the matter with these people? Say, let's have a whip round and get him a T-shirt or something. I mean, that looks ridiculous. But they look as though they've come out of, sort of the Disney Channel. I know they go to the MTV Awards. I don't know what she was wearing last time, but they had a global smash with Senorita. She's going to take the dog, by the way. She used to be in a girl band called Fifth Harmony. Oh. Oh, well, you live and learn, don't you? I've never heard of Fifth Harmony. And I'd certainly never heard of Camila Cabello. Oh. Cabela Cabello. That's nice. And Shawn Mendes, he's sort of like typical. He looks like he's walked out the Disney Club, apart from the tattoos. I don't think anybody on the Disney Club would ever have had tattoos. But he sort of looks like the typical American pretty boy. You know, where they sort of put them in things. You think, God, they've got no blemishes or anything. Until you realise they've got half a ton of makeup caked all over them to make sure they haven't got any blemishes. Exactly the same as people have had before, you know, when they did it with David Cassidy. Because he had such bad skin, they had to cover him with makeup, and he photographed like fantastic. I'm very lucky I don't get blemishes.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning. So let me just reiterate, because a lot of people are getting a bit confused about the telephone thing which is coming in your car. So from next year, you could be fined £200. Now, how they're going to do this, I've got no idea, because we were saying before, they appear to... Somebody was explaining to me that they can see if lorry drivers are on their phones, even though the car is down low. How do they manage that then? Because I've driven past people in cars which are lower than mine, and there are not many lower than mine, and you can see them, they've got the phone, they're holding it. And they're doing it. They're either driving through Twickenham or they're, you know, cameras on bridges. Ah, right. So what they'll do is the camera will take a picture of something automatically, unless there's an operator there, and they will then see somebody operate it. Then they get the license number of the vehicle. Because my driving license runs out next year, February. Or March, I can't remember which one it is actually, which means they have to then write to me because I'm on a 3-year license because of diabetes. Yeah, I think it's March. I think it's March because I'm checking it thinking, oh wait a minute, it runs out next year, about the same time as my passport runs out. But you remember the other thing I was telling you about the Freedom Pass? I'll come back to the £200 fine in a moment. But the Freedom Pass, they wrote to me. They do a little scan every so often at the Freedom Pass company, which is in Arbroath, believe it or not, and they want to find out that you do live at that address, because believe it or not, some people fiddle the Freedom Pass. They get it and they give it to somebody else, and then they can get free travel, because that's what it is. You get free travel after 9 in the morning on the buses, on the tubes, and on the overground trains. So if I was in town today, which I am later on, I won't have to pay to come into town or go back home, which is quite a nice idea. And they wrote to me saying, you need to send us proof. And I said, but you're writing to me at home. Why do you need proof of who I am? You're writing to me and I'm responding. You know, believe you me, I'm reasonably well known in my area now. And I was sort of thinking to myself, and so I then ended up speaking to this woman, and I told her who I was and all the rest of it. And I said, it's ridiculous that I should have the Freedom Pass taken away from me when I am who I say. Why would I lie? You're writing to me at home, I'm responding to you. Well, strangely, they've not cancelled the pass yet. So every day I get on the bus thinking, what if it's still going to be working? And blow me down, it's still... Because she might have actually taken on board that what I'm saying is truthful. I don't tell lies about it. I mean, no instant rush to sort of get free travel. And they should confirm that it's been extended. Well, in fact, mine runs till 24. It says it on it, runs till 20. Why they'd want to check halfway through? Yeah, a little bit optimistic. Perhaps they know something I don't know. But it's, you know, it's a case of course it's me. Who else do you think it is replying to you? I said to her, I'm 7, and, you know, and so, I mean, she might have marked it down. Yeah, he's okay. I've spoken to him. He's fine with it. But I can appreciate that some people do fiddle it, but I'm not one of them. Why would I? I've got a radio program. I tell people everything all the time. So anyway, just going back to this cameras on bridges things. So in other words, the only time you could ever use your phone in the car is A, if it's hands-free, and B, if it's an emergency. So, in other words, if you take... people take selfies of themselves in cars. I can't believe it either, but they do. They change music, playing... So I can do all this on the steering wheel. I could do all these sort of things. But hands-free calling and using a phone as a sat-nav will be allowed. Okay, so you can use it as a sat-nav. But there will be exceptions for paying by phone at drive-through restaurants and road tolls. So people have been able to dodge hefty fines since a 2019 High Court ruling which said drivers committed an offence only if they used their phone for interactive communication such as making a call or texting. Ramsey Barretto, then 51, escaped a fine for filming a pile-up in West London. Another driver successfully argued he was using his phone only to change music. The new regulations were intended to close that loophole. So I've seen all the cameras. You can see them. They're on yellow posts. You can't miss them. I'm looking here at a place called Mutley. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. Sounds a bit dastardly. And you can see the cameras, and it will catch the front of the car and the back of the car. If you're touching your phone, you'll need to have a blooming good reason why you shouldn't be fined £200. 80% of people have backed this new charge coming in. It should be more than £200. That's what it should be. I was always told, pick up your telephone and you're going to be done. I got done for it years and years ago. Years ago. And I was sitting at a traffic light and I was just answering it to tell my neighbour I was on the way home. And there was a policeman standing there. And I always remember him because he was about 6'7". And he went, and he saw me on the phone. Hello. Because I didn't have this car. I had another car, so it was years and years ago. Pulled me into the side of the road. And we did the usual thing. I had to get out of the car, sir, you know. And then he asked me that fatal thing. He said, is this an automatic? I said, they only make it an automatic. They don't make it in anything else. I thought I might as well educate the police on how cars work. Do you think I'd be in a manual car? Excuse me. And so, you know, I then got, I think I got three penalty points. So over the years, I've had a few little penalty point things here, there and everywhere. You know, things which I wouldn't have, you know, sort of worried too much about. But now, I mean, I wouldn't use the phone in the car. Or if I do, it's on hands-free. It's automatically built in, so I don't need to worry about it. But I've had little units that I've bought. You can buy them on Amazon. They're really, I mean, some of them, I bought a couple in Costco. Really nice, look really cute. And they clip them onto the visor. And it's paired with your telephone. So when the phone rings, you just speak to the little box which is above your head. Bluetooth it. Yeah, Bluetoothing it. Yes, very popular, Bluetooth. Could have been any other colour, but Bluetooth will go with at the moment. And so that's it. So there's no excuse for having to... But I see people on their phones all the time. All the time. In America, they sort of film them and put them up on YouTube. They go, I'm going to report you to the police. The amount of people who offer to call the police for all these little misdemeanours, but £200. So, not allowed, scrolling through apps. I mean, how you can drive and scroll through apps is totally beyond me. Changing music on the phone, not allowed. Taking selfies, no. Playing games, no. You're driving a car. What do you mean playing games? Who are these stupid people? What you can do is use your phone to pay for tolls and takeaways, allowed. Obviously, because you're just sort of going through, aren't you? Hands-free calls, of course, using the phone for sat-nav. So some people use their sat... But, I mean, most cars have got sat-nav now anyway, haven't they? Have they not? I would think most cars have got it. Yeah, I mean, cheaper cars even have sat-nav. I mean, I've got sat-nav built in. But to be honest with you, I use another sat-nav. Because I've not quite mastered my one. It's a bit complicated for me, I'm afraid. Life defeats me. I don't know how to turn it on. It comes up, I've got different buttons. At the moment, I spend my time watching tyre pressures. Very exciting. You know, so you go, oh, that's gone down a point. Why has that gone down a point? But I can always pump them up. Also, the unexpected morons in the bagging area this morning. Tipping points measured. I love it when they pick these things up. The medical abbreviation IVF stands for in vitro what? Charlie. Venus? I mean, seriously, how do these people make it? It's almost as bad as Harry What's-his-face, who didn't do very well on the I'm a Celebrity thing. Is that tonight? Last night, we're going to get the questions up. This is Harry Redknapp, who didn't know the answers. He got as far as 5 out and he skipped out. He didn't win anything at all. Best quiz show answer of the week. The Chase's Bradley Walsh, whose autobiography is subtitled From Del Boy to Granville, Pop Larkin to Frost. Louise. David Frost? I mean, they're really dumb, some of these people. And some of the other ones. BBC's coverage of Remembrance Sunday was TV gold. Always is. Always is. Philip Schofield's not unreasonable response to this morning's guest, Jonah Falcon, the man with the world's biggest willy, revealing he's in a long-distance relationship. Don't make me say it, please. Please don't make me say it. And what was the other one? Oh, this old granny, old Margaret Porter, she's in every paper today. Every single paper about the feeding of the retired racehorse. And the couple who've covered their home in Christmas decorations have now been banned. 25 years they've been doing it. Oh, Harry Redknapp not until... Oh, we'll have to wait till next week. Now, there's a tease. Normally we say after the break. Now we have to say next week. Which is not so good. PG Tips has been sold off. Tea lovers are in a stew. It's been sold off to a European banker. Guess how much? £3.8 billion to a well-known European banker. We love them, don't we? We love them. UK multinational Unilever agreed to sell its Eketera tea business with 34 brands, including Brooke Bond, Red Label, Lipton, to private equity firm CVC. That's what they do now. It's not necessarily somebody who's interested in, oh, look, pandas. Oh, nice. Nice. You know, you can rent pandas. You can rent them. They breed them so well in China that there was a Scottish zoo and they rented 2 for so many years for a few £1 million, and they then go back at the end. You're just sort of like, well, you rent them to put in your zoo. Because the only ones I remember, Chi Chi and Anan were the only ones I remember, and what we're looking for is, but they breed over in China really well, but all the staff have to dress up as pandas. So they do so. They dress up as pandas so that the babies and the mums and dads don't get frightened seeing humans. So they put on these white things, don't they? Yeah. See? Minty nose. Disbeliever, honestly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So the Wildlife Reserve workers wear panda costumes in preparation for the birth so it doesn't frighten them. So they just think it's a bigger version of them, and they can cuddle them and do all sorts of things. And it's very interesting. This is in Sichuan province in southwest China, and it makes them. And when you watch the people who work with the pandas dressing up as pandas, they also smell. They cover them in urine as well. I mean, not exactly your favourite smell, is it? But and they do it, and the pandas love it, and they're so cute when they're you feel like you could sort of just take one home and cuddle it. But of course you wouldn't, because you want to see the claws on them. They climb trees, pandas. They climb trees. But they're quite lonely. But they do rent them out to zoos and safari parks and places like that. And they also imitate the wild pandas' voice. So then the cubs are ready to be released back into the wild. And they've not seen humans. So that's good, which means that they will stay well away from humans. Just thought I'd mention that. You know, we're doing it. Steve, Twickenham, kick-off. It's on this Saturday, 3:15, England v South Africa. I'm not even prepared to tell you who I think is going to win that one. Not even prepared to tell you, but I think it'll be a sellout as per usual. Somebody says, did you like the ABBA album? I promise you, I've not had a chance. It's still sitting in the car. I've not put it into the machine yet, but I will do it when I get home today. I'll put it into the car so I can listen to it over the weekend. Which I think will be nice. Steve, I've seen people on scooters on their phone. How are we going to deal with them? Listen, I don't know. I mean, I get annoyed with the scooters anyway, riding on the pavements. They've got no insurance. The ones on the road, if they've rented it, they're covered by insurance. But the majority of the other ones are not covered by any insurance at all. Have an accident and you'll need to sue them privately. And I bet your bottom dollar they won't have any money. But you do see people on scooters. I've seen people on hoverboards. Not actually a hoverboard, but it's like a skateboard with a motor on it. Steve, the police have HGV cabs, so they're on the same height as other lorries. Oh, do they? Oh, right. But they won't need to because they've got these cameras, and they will be able to see exactly what goes on through the. I mean, there are thousands of cameras now. They're all over the place. They're everybody's saving grace. Do you remember when they first put in the cameras on the M4 coming into the Chiswick flyover, and they were speed cameras? Well, within the first hour, they had to change the film. They used to have film in them because it had filled up so quickly because everybody was speeding. Now you see a thing that says, speed check system. Well, brakes go on immediately. Average speed. I hate those ones. Monica from Twickenham, driving along the A316, people with mobiles on the steering wheel whilst driving. Good. Should be a £2,000 fine. You see, we think the same. Great show. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Monica. 20 million downloads. Seriously, I have to tell you that because I get a bit excited. About the only thing I can get excited about these days. Waking up, I think, is another one. Steve, a current utility bill will suffice to prove who and where you are to the Freedom Pass people, says Patrick. Yeah, I understand what that is. But I don't have anything like that because it all goes to the accountants. I don't have anything like that at all. It's just a bit confusing. But also, if they're writing to me and I'm responding, surely I'm getting the letter, which means it must be. Perhaps I've convinced this woman that I am the person who I say I am. Steve, have you read the book of Maggie the Wonder Dog? No. Maggie the Wonder Dog. I remember Champion the Wonder Horse. Champion the Wonder Horse. Steve, I would advise you to start the process, iApps, medical, etc., and apply now for your driving licence. I don't need to. It comes through automatically. What happens is they will write to me. I know because I've done this for quite a few years now. And they just say, have you had a seizure at the wheel? Have you had anything like this? I write no. If they have any doubts, they can write to my doctor, who will tell them exactly whether or not anything has happened, in the case of having sort of diabetic seizures and all the rest of it. Yes, I just don't have to prove my address. And then they just send the thing back. You just fill it and sign it. And I've never had any attacks at the wheel or anything like that. I've never done anything like that at all. So, and the passport thing, I'm not planning on going anywhere, so I will apply for it probably just after Christmas, when they might have eased it. I mean, Joe got his. How long did it take you to get yours? 2 days he got his in. 2 days. You know why? He went to Petit France. Because he said to me, where is it? Was my direction correct? Yeah. So you look at Buckingham Palace, look to the left, and then go into the next road on the left. My manor. You go up there, and it says on the wall Petit France, and that's where they go. And he only had to wait 2 days to get his passport back. So it's good. Once you make your licence renewal, you can still drive as your licence is unexpired. And Mary says, loved it. Hear your voice. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, this is Ash, my driving licence expired 5th of October. I'm diabetic, still waiting for the licence to be renewed and receive the new one. I applied at the end of July, rang the DVLA but can't get through to them. Stressful and frustrating. I'm driving on an expired licence, allowed for 12 months. Yeah, I mean, I've never had any trouble with the licence at all. But I should imagine some people who are type 1 diabetic, who might be prone to having, diabetic sort of seizures, would have a little bit more of a problem. But I don't have anything like that. I'm very good. I keep my diabetes under control. I take my tablets. I do my injections. And all is tickety-boo. The only time I ever sort of get something that makes me feel slightly more off kilter than anything else is I have something with sauce in it. Mainly sort of Indian, Chinese, anything like that that's got sauce in it. That can affect me. I remember once I sat in an Indian restaurant. We used to go every Monday after the Magic Circle, and I sat there, and all of a sudden I came over all peculiar. Nothing new there. Steve Allen's gone a bit peculiar. And they all looked at me and went, you all right? I went, yeah. And I think what I was basically doing, I was having a bit of a diabetic session and, a little bit of a moment. But I was looking at it as something to talk about. I'd just eaten, I think I'd had a chicken korma. But there was I think there was ghee in it and everything else. So I can have Indian food, but dry. So I can have chicken tikka, but not chicken tikka masala. And I learnt that a long time ago. So I'm quite good, but they normally come back. And as Joe got his passport in 2 days, because he's going off to New York, he thinks, after I've had a word with customs, he won't get any further than Heathrow or Gatwick, let me tell you. He'll be wandering around there for days going, I could have gone on holiday if only I'd not upset Steve Allen. You go from Biggin Hill. I went to Biggin Hill once. We did the Biggin Hill Air Show on LBC, and it was really interesting. I really quite liked it, actually. I don't want to go up in a plane, because Frankie Dettori, I think, has got a book out at the moment, and he was involved in a plane crash some years ago, and it took him years to get the courage back to get back into a small light aircraft. So, because Jones here, he drives a small light aircraft, tried to get round me the other day, going, yeah, I can take you up. I thought, in your dreams, I'm not going to be getting in an aircraft anytime soon. I have been on these light aircraft, but not for me. So today it's a nice lunch with some people I've not seen for, well, some of them I haven't seen for the best part of 2 years. Since the beginning of the pandemic, because we've not been able to have our Steve Allen lunch, but we're having it today, which is quite nice. So I shall look forward to that. I'm going to be going to make me go up in I'm definitely not going up in a plane. Definitely. What with Jones? You must be joking, I tell you. I want to see a certificate first of all. So I've got that today and then out for some drinks this evening. So it should be a nice weekend, but wrap up warm because Sunday the temperature drops. Morning, everybody. Gosh, it's cold. It really is. It's definitely getting a bit... And do you know what? I still have not bought gloves. I must have lost my marbles completely, but because my hands are quite frozen this morning, and I thought I need to get... I've got gloves somewhere. I just can't find the blooming things. Anyway, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 22nd of November. Welcome to even the weather forecasters, the meteorologists can't agree on whether or not we're in for the big freeze around the corner, or it's not going to be as bad as all of that. It's a miracle I'm alive, says the cabbie in the Liverpool bombing. It is true. All new homes must have an electric car charge point. Oh, God, honestly. Of course, if you can't afford a car, well, that's just tough on you, isn't it, really? 5,000 houses have been approved in flood areas. I mean, duh. Is the warning not there? Of course the warning must be there, I should imagine. The missing Chinese tennis star says she's fine. Yeah, I want to see proof of that. I think she's a hologram. That's what I think. Also, twice the delight for the Queen at the christenings. And Louise Minchin has walked the plank. This is Louise Minchin, who had to explain to Naughty Boy that she used to be on the BBC doing the breakfast show. And then he said, oh, I'm Naughty Boy. And she said, oh, yes. And she was sort of trying to be all girly and all sort of, and then she went, oh, I listened to your music. And I thought, what? Yeah, I'd like to see your credit card bill, dear. Naughty Boy's latest album. Adele's marked her new album with a celebrity TV special. Sooty has sold for 11 grand. I don't know any Naughty Boy songs at all. I didn't know anything about it. I've heard of him. I mean, apart from La La La. That was the only one. COVID's ripping through Europe. The rage. And for some peculiar reason, people in some of these countries, like Austria and in Belgium, are so stupid, they throw rocks at the police. And they set fire to bicycles, and they set fire to fireworks, because they're a bit thick. Because the government is seeking to limit the spread of COVID, but unfortunately the dimwits out there have decided that it's better to throw things at the police, and loot shops. How in God's name that's going to stop? I pray to God that none of you get COVID. Because I tell you what, I've seen the pictures of all the hospitals full to bursting with people who've got COVID. You better pray to God you don't get it as well. Because as far as I'm concerned, they should bring in the same rule in Singapore. If you've not been vaccinated and you get COVID, they're not going to treat you. You can pay for treatment, but they're not giving it to you for free. What a brilliant idea. Eric Clapton's an anti-vaxxer. He says he's lost friends. Obviously not learning at all, is he? Hope you don't get it, Eric. I really hope you don't. It's not very good. And so people have set fire to stuff, and we've seen the running battles. I mean, in Austria, running battles, I ask you, over people going, oh, no, we don't want to do this and do that. Yeah, and the Netherlands, all these kind of places. Mind you, I'll tell you where else has made the newspapers for today, and you won't like the story, because I didn't like the story. I'm a bit cross about it, in my own little way. Finland. Now, I've been to Finland, and I quite liked it. I didn't realise that they bred, well, they don't breed them, but they capture foxes and things like that, Arctic foxes, and they skin them for their fur. That's what they want. And they keep them in little cages. Animals that have gone blind, they're maimed, they're everything. They keep them in a cage they can barely turn around in. And then they kill them. And the fur they sell in this country. Yes, believe it or not, there is a well-known department store in Knightsbridge who are very keen to tell people, the Mirror in particular, who've decided to go on this plan of attack, that the animals are kept humanely, a bit like Battersea Dogs Home, where they look out and they've got, well, apparently not so. And I didn't even know we were still selling fur in this country. I really didn't. I mean, I know I'm a bit naive, because I thought we stopped doing that ages and ages ago. I thought because I've seen I'm sorry to say this, I've seen horrendous pictures of certain people in certain parts of the world who skin animals alive for their furs. In this particular case, they say the animals are put to sleep humanely with an injection. Turns out maybe that might not be the case. Either way, I didn't know that we sold fur. I don't know where you can wear fur in this country. But apparently, England and Wales were the first countries in Europe to ban fur farming. Scotland and Northern Ireland followed. That's in 2002. But sales of some furs are still legal in this country. They're selling hats in Harrods. They've got hats and they've got coats and things like that. Because there was a big campaign against people wearing fur. In fact, I do think even our very own dear Naomi Campbell, I'd rather go naked than wear fur. What was the next advert she did? For fur. Which I thought was even more bizarre. Because, people are taking jobs, and you still see, you will not find many people in places like Russia who don't possess a fur coat. It's quite normal to see them. In Italy, you will see people in the winter wearing fur coats. There used to be in Twickenham, when I first moved in, this is 28 years ago, there was a fur shop. It sold fur. And there used to be an advert running in a well-known magazine saying, if you've got fur, we can turn it into something that you can use. Like what? I've got no idea. Because a lot of people had furs. Most people in this country, even people who are moderately rich had a fur stole or something like that, which people wore, and then gradually they sort of went out of fashion. But you would see lots of people. Look at some of the early black and white films in this country. In fact, actually, there was a great film called, God, it was a comedy, and it was about a gang of thieves, but they were stealing fur coats. Fur coats. I mean, it's still legal to sell some types of real fur that have been imported if it's accurately labelled. But if you tell lies about how it's farmed and the press find out that it's something different. And to be honest with you, I mean, I'm not a fan of fur coats. I've never campaigned against it, but I've always made people aware that, when you've seen the suffering of some of the animals and what they have to go through. It's like, places that eat dogs and things like that. I find that equally repulsive. But the story in the Mirror today is a front page. They're exposing the torment of the animals on the fur farms in Finland and how the trail of shame leads to top British stores. And I just don't understand it. I can't get my head around it, and it's not my fault. There's a fox here. It's beautiful. It'll never taste freedom. I mean, there's foxes showing signs of distress, trapped in tiny cages, killed at 8 months, 8 months old for pelts, and there's loads of them. I mean, there is a place here called Ostrobotnia, and it's vast. I mean, it's a vast industry. Animal welfare group Humane Society International sent an undercover investigator to Harrods. They filmed a sales rep for a designer telling them foxes on fur farms are not kept in cages but in their own private space. As if that makes it better. To be honest with you, I mean, it's very nice, isn't it? Oh, they've got their own space. Anyway, they say exactly like, I quote, Battersea Dog and Cats Home. They say they're literally put to sleep with an injection. They said the animals are not stressed, as, like humans, this will affect their skin and hair as it will fall off and not look good. I mean, I thought we'd done away with this kind of thing. But if you're a fan of animals, I mean, I think every animal's got the right to live. I don't believe that we should take away the right. When you look at, there's a reporter, I think she's gone undercover, and she's seen the cruelty of fox fur farming, and you can see because they look as though they're wearing their own fur coats, which of course they are, but somebody somewhere wants to take them away from them, and they're not living in these sort of places that they've been described, and it's very sad. But I think every animal's got the right to live properly. Doreen says, I'm in Paris, Steve, and I spotted a restaurant called Joe Allen's. Is it the same chain as the one you like in London? I don't think so. I'm not totally sure, actually. I'm not sure. Hope you're well. Did you watch the audience with Adele? How awesome was it that she was truly inspiring, and especially when she broke down when seeing her old teacher, and then Alan Carr taking over to sing? Yes, I mean, she apparently did very well. Although, did you see Piers Morgan? He wasn't invited, apparently, and somebody said, oh, very bitter about it and all the rest of it. And then he questioned whether she was singing live. I love the way that Piers tries to garner something to sort of, It is the same. Is it really? I didn't know that there was one. So London, I know the one in New York as well, and Paris and Miami. Well, there you go. I've learnt something new today. We were there on Friday, actually. We had a very, very nice time. Then we went to Soho House. Yeah, we went to Miami. We flew over to Miami. But, no, we went there and then we went to Soho House, which we loved as well. And it was at that time that we then decided, well, three of us did, that it was time for Betty Byes. So Betty Byes it was, which was very nice. 3 a.m. in the morning. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a late boozy place, but Soho House was very good. 8 floors. Mike says, some advice if you're going out to buy new gloves. Don't let the shop person palm you off with any rubbish. Thank you. I know what gloves I'm looking for. I know as soon as I see them, I'm going to go, that's the Steve Allen gloves. I need gloves. I don't want my hands to get cold, do they? Sometimes I like curling my hands up. Simon says, nice and hot here in Mauritius. Trying to connect you through Bluetooth through the hotel speakers. It's a bit posh, isn't it, really? Steve, go to Marks and Spencer's, get yourself some gloves, put some string on them and thread them through the arms of your coat so you don't lose them. You'll be nice and cosy. Yeah, the elastic is definitely the way forward for hanging onto your gloves. But it's definitely cold. If you've not been outside this morning, you'll know. It's a bit it's a bit frozzy poos, as my dad used to say. Vera Lynn's dresses have raised £3,500. For some reason, the producer, having a bit of a breakdown, thought they raised £3.5 million. Honestly, I'm trying to dictate to him, and he can't do shorthand. Yeah, he put £3.5 million, yeah. Steve, the film you were thinking of is Make Mine Mink. You are quite right. It is called Make Mine Mink, Ken. Thank you very much indeed. And it's got Hattie Jakes on it, and it's super. It's a super little film. The Queen is back at the Double, seen outside Windsor Castle, for the double christening of two of her great-grandsons. She left All Saints Chapel in Windsor Great Park after a series of recent no-shows on doctor's orders. So she went there for Princess Eugenie's son Auguste and Zara Tyndall's son Lucas. Fancy calling his son August. What is going on, August? I've never heard anything like it. Family members thought to include Prince Andrew. Oh, dear. Luckily, no pictures of him that we can look at, so there we go. We've sort of kind of missed out on that one. The Liverpool bomb cabbie, overwhelmed by support. Well, he was bloody lucky to get away with it. I mean, he really was. This thing had ball bearings in it and everything. If it had gone off properly, he'd have been absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Day one, Dungeon Hell at Castle. Yes, there they all were. In the clink, poor old Richard Madeley. He could win, I think, actually. I might put some money on him a little bit later on. Frankie What's-Her-Face, Bridge, says she knows she'll break down in the I'm a Celebrity camp because she misses her family, but obviously the money a bit more overwhelming than the family, dear, isn't it? Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. That's what you're doing it for. They've said she's an early favourite to win, which means not a cat in hell's chance. They always get it wrong, don't they?
This is LBC.
Nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. Brr, it's cold. Make Mine Mink, Hattie Jakes and Terry Thomas, says Jim. It's a very good film, actually. And Ken said exactly the same, so thank you very much indeed. And Mike in Aberdeen says, a good friend of mine has to go to hospital today for an operation on his shoulder. I've told him not to worry. He'll be in good hands. Well, they do this stuff all the time, don't they? He says his name is Lee from Aberdeen. Well, let's hope he comes through smiling and emerging the other time, really, really all sorted. Andy in Mansfield says, I bought my wife an animal skin coat one year. She said it's the warmest donkey jacket she's ever had. God. Do you remember donkey jackets? You used to see donkey jackets were the most common coats. They were dark coats with the sort of the pads on the shoulders and all the rest of it. We've got the odds for the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. This is what they're offering at the moment. Danny Miller, who's quit Emmerdale, by the way. He's quit. 4-1. Frankie Bridge, 4-1. Simon Gregson, 6-1. David Ginola, 7-1. Louise Minchin, 7-1. Richard Madeley, 9-1. Adam Woodyat, 10-1. Kadeen Cox, 16-1. Naughty Boy, 16-1. Snoochie Shy, 16-1. And Matty Lee, poor soul, 20-1. God, honestly, I'd give up now, Matty. Is he the diver? God, obviously nobody's a big fan of yours, pal. It's worth a bet on Richard, though, at 9-1. I think so. Listen, I mean, he's going to come into his own. I'm telling you now. I saw somebody the other day. I can't tell you who it is. Very famous celebrity. He said, I'm just going to put some money on. And I thought, I might follow suit today, actually, and see if I can get something like that. 9-1. What do you? So if you put 100 on, how much would you get back? Put £100 on, you get 900 back? Oh, plus the 100. Oh, right. So 1,000. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Not sure I want to risk £100. I haven't got £100 to risk at the moment. And Steve says, Declan, my mother died unexpectedly at 48. At her wake, my 80-year-old Nana arrived, didn't say a word to anybody, went straight to my mum's wardrobe and took her 3 fur coats. Yes, Dale's mother had some lovely fur coats. Lovely fur coats. They really, I mean, in the days when you could appreciate what a coat was, I wouldn't want to wear one. And I did know somebody in Vienna who was a man who did have, they made fur coats for men as well. Different things. I just think the only thing it looks good on is the back of the animal that grew it in the first place. Have I bought my coat yet? No. I was going to buy one of those self-warming coats, But I have to wait till we get paid. It's been a bit of a stressful month this month. Mind you, January is going to be even more stressful, but that's another story. So Matty Lee, the only male member of main camp so far, but seems to have dived straight into the show, which is good, but 20-1. They're not holding out much for you, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Kadina Cox, David Ginola, Danny Miller had to hold a sick bag in the helicopter. He's obviously a bit of a wuss. He doesn't like... He's one of the... Yeah, I know. He's one of the favourites. Arlene Phillips. What would she get? I can't remember what Arlene Phillips got on our list. What was she at? I don't remember reading her name. 25-1. Oh, blood, they didn't even mention her, poor soul. I mean, she's 78. But I don't see that's any reason. Naughty boy, Richard, mate. Yeah, see, Richard definitely could do it. I think he could do it. But when they sort of go, oh, Frankie Bridge won the first trial, which was her key to success for the team, that means nothing. That means nothing. She started droning on, well, via her agent, who has sort of said, oh, she's going to miss her children and all the rest of it. I'm thinking, well, obviously not, dear, otherwise you wouldn't be doing the programme. You know, you're doing it so you can go away. And they say she's the bookmaker's favourite. For that read, not a cat in hell's chance. Always the favourites, isn't it? The ones who's, it's like whenever they do Eurovision, they go, oh, this is the one that's going to win. And then you look at it, you go, I don't think so. Nil point. Certainly for us. We don't get anything at all good, do we? Non-alcoholic beer will be available by the pint for the first time next year. What is the point? What is the blooming point? Non-alcoholic lager. You might as well just drink tap water. What's the point? I mean, it's... Oh, dear. It's 0.0 draft will be in UK bars from January. Heineken says it solved the conundrum of how to serve it from a keg rather than a bottle or a can. I mean, I just don't get the point of it. You know, I'm drinking non-alcoholic lager. Well, sod off. You can have one during the show. I could drink loads of them during the show, but knowing me, I'd start falling apart after sort of non-alcoholic lager. Laura Willoughby, co-founder of Club Soda, which promotes safer drinking, says, people drinking or having non-alcoholic drinks don't want to look like the odd one out, and drinking from a bottle sometimes does that. I just don't. Get the point of it? What's the point of it? Drink tap water. Go and get a Ribena and water or something like that. Yeah, in a pub. Excuse me. Can I have a non-alcoholic lager? Yeah, have you got any Ribena or something like that? Lime juice and water. Very popular one, isn't it? Or tap water. It's just, I just don't... I can understand people, you know, promoting safer drinking. But, you know, I just don't get the point of it. Don't go out to a pub then. Don't go out to a pub. The Diary in the Daily Mirror today. Apparently, RuPaul has announced that all 12 queens from Drag Race UK Series 3 will be walking the runways across the country in a 28-day tour next year. So you'll be able to see drag queens on stage. I mean, like we've never seen drag queens on stage. Madame Jojo's was operating for donkey's years with full drag shows. Many, many pubs in London. I love the way that RuPaul, patronising old bag, decides to start telling us this. All of a sudden, it's become huge. Drag has become huge. Whether these people have an act, of course, is another thing, because most of the drag queens that I used to see from years ago, people like Mark Fleming, people like the Firebirds, I mean, there were just tons of... They had an act. You know, nowadays it's just lots of swearing with some people who... They obviously like dressing up as women, but I don't think they've got an act. You know, drag is funny, very funny. You'll see a lot of drag queens in pantomimes, but it's an art form. You watch Biggins doing it. He doesn't dress as a woman all the time. He just does it for pantomime. He's got a couple of characters that he will go out, Nurse Tickle being one of them. Lily Savage, it's an act. I knew Paul O'Grady and have known Paul O'Grady for donkey's years, when he used to work the pubs in London. And he was, I mean, literally, he would do 3 or 4 clubs a night. Oh, I've seen the blankety-blank outtakes. Dale used to be in the next studio to me. They could hear the swearing from where he was. But he worked really hard. He would literally go on stage. He'd be working till 2, 3 in the morning, doing club after club after club, and he was making the money. And it was a finely honed act. It really was. The people who you see on the television as part of RuPaul's Drag Race appear to be a different breed of drag queens. You know, they aren't the same. They aren't the same. I don't think any of these could really stand up in sort of to doing a proper act and doing the pantomime, because to be a they don't call them drag queens, do they? They just call them they've got the Ugly Sisters or something like that. They don't say they're drag. I don't think kids watching, young kids, would have the faintest idea that it's a man dressed up. They do the comedy washing scene. They do all sorts. It's well rehearsed. Well rehearsed. I think RuPaul's drag, race has brought out, some different people. Put it that way, different. Anyway, here's a picture of the diary of, oh, good Lord, David Beckham promoting next year's Qatar World Cup in Doha. But they say even his Midas touch can't gloss over the Gulf states' human rights record. But Dave wants to take the money. He's been told. Apparently, Posh has said to him, this is going to get you into trouble. Because basically he's isolated all of his gay fans because the track record of Qatar against gay people, they have them executed. There's no point in beating around the bush. If Dave doesn't get that, then he's more simple and stupid than I ever thought he was in the first place. He should distance himself as quick as possible, give the money back. If you're that desperate for the money, Dave, that you're prepared to sell your soul to the devil, well done you. Well done you. Somebody said, Steve, Frankie Bridge is a certainty. Forget Richard Madeley. No, not a cat in Hedges chance. No, I'm prepared to put money on it. Frankie Bridge, listen, the moment they say, oh, this is going to be the #1 record for Christmas, I go, well, that one's out straight away then. I mean, even Ed Sheeran and old Elt appear to have given up. There's no point in them trying for the #1 record at Christmas. It's going to be Lad Baby. It's as simple as that. So the idea that Frankie Bridge is a certainty, only, 1 day in? Absolutely not. Richard Madeley is not only the slow burner. Once he gets going, he's going to wipe the floor with her. She's going to be sitting on the side like, oh, I miss my children, Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to overshadow it. If they've started pumping out the story already and she's only just gone in, no chance. Richard, he'll walk it. He will absolutely walk. I mean, there's nobody else on there. I mean, you're not going to be voting for Snoochie Shy or whatever she's called, are you? Because nobody knows who she is. In fact, not even the audience to her radio show know who she is either, which is a bit of a shame. Also, oh dear, I'll tell you what we've got coming up as well. Ghislaine Maxwell set to be challenged in court over her little black book. God knows. Come on, hands up. How many of you ever had a little black book? There was one bloke the other day who was in the papers. I can't remember what he was in the papers for, but he had a little black book detailing every woman he'd ever slept with. 5,000. 5,000 women's names. I think he just went through the phone book. I don't think he was actually having, stuff with these people. But prosecutors claim the 97-page book with the names of her alleged victims gives compelling evidence of her guilt. We haven't even got her into court. I mean, it's dragged on long enough, isn't it, really? And then we'll wait and see what happens with Andrew. I mean, I don't really know where we're going with this one, but it's not looking particularly promising at the moment. Bit of a shame, isn't it? Man United contact Brendan after Ole gets the boot. They move things around, don't they, in the world of football? So the Red Devils are prepared to pay £8 million in compensation to the sacking of Ole Gunnar. How do you pronounce his name? Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Oh, right. £8 million. No, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. There you go. So they're prepared to pay £8 million in compensation to his current club, Leicester. That's on top of a £7.5 million payoff for Ollie. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Makes it much easier. Killing Eve bosses hope fans will fork out for the show's range of kitchen utensils. They're bringing out kitchen utensil. Producer of the murder-filled BBC thriller have registered the name with the Intellectual Property Office for items including knives. I've never seen Grilling Eve, so I've got... Killing Eve, I do beg your pardon. Grilling Eve. Ooh, quick, turn that one over. I love it.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. Welcome to a freezing cold Monday. And by the time we get to Thursday, the temperature will have dropped, apparently, to, I think, around 6 degrees. So you will notice it. My friend Ian says, I used to get lost in Soho House back in my drinking days. Lots of stairs and rooms. I often went the wrong way when coming back from the bathroom. Well, the one we went to the other day has got 8 floors. 8 floors, and we were on the 8th floor, which has got a swimming pool up there. Mercifully, I didn't get undressed and swim. Not a nice look at all. Jim says, I'm not gay, but I had many great nights at the Black Cap, including seeing Lily Savage years ago. Yes, I mean, I used to go there on a regular basis. No, exactly. I mean, loads of straight guys go up there, mainly because you're watching comedians. You know, they would go up there, and everybody from Lily Savage to Mark Fleming, the Disappointer Sisters. I mean, it was entertainment, and it was funny. And that's the Disappointer Sisters. Oh, God, they must be about 90, 100 years old by now, I should imagine. But there were loads of people. Regina Fong was up there, and you would go up there, and it was just comedy. It was, you know, there was nothing, there was no sort of message or anything like that. It was just comedy. Regina Fong used to do all these miming bits. I know, because a friend of mine used to make them for him. And the crowd would join in. They would request things. They would request it. And it was audience participation of the best. But that's why I don't think any of those on RuPaul's Drag Queen extravaganza could ever do anything that involved, because they're just not funny. In fact, most of them seem to have issues with sort of, you know, dressing up and things like that. But it was originally called Mother Black Cap. There used to be quite a few. Yeah, that's the Black Cap in Camden. And it was the Palladium of drag. Regular was, of course, Mrs. Shufflewick. And Rex Jameson, who played Mrs. Shufflewick, was a variety artist who was big in the 50s and 60s. Unfortunately, drink took him. And he would stagger up on stage. And it was, I mean, loads of people celebrated him. Roy Hudd, Bob Monkhouse, Barry Humphries, Barry Cryer, Danny LaRue. And he would come and sing. And usually with fellow artist Mark Fleming, who was, you know, the biggest Jewish mummy you've ever seen. And Sunday crowds were large and included people like Charles Hawtrey, Barry Humphries. I mean, it was entertainment. In those days, you could go to pubs. You know, it was closed following plans to redevelop the site, but it was famous in its days. You know, you would go there and people would pack out the bar downstairs. There'd be a stage the size of a postage stamp, and you would watch artists coming on there, and it would be so funny. I mean, the atmosphere was something you couldn't buy. And then all of a sudden it sort of took a nosedive, and it went kind of out of fashion. And then, strangely enough, a few other clubs sprung up. And all of a sudden it became, and I think the reason that it sprung up is because all of a sudden hen nights wanted to go to see drag. For some reason, women were fascinated by watching men dressing up as women. But they were always comedy women. You know, some of them were very glamorous. Steve Francis used to be very sort of glamorous. And they all had different acts, and they would do their miming or something. Whatever it was entertainment. And it was very, very good. So you didn't need to be gay to go to watch drag, and it's sort of had a resurgence now. I know loads of straight women who find it fascinating that you'll look at somebody and, as I say, over the years, it's had big highs and lows. Big highs and lows. Steve, the point of non-alcohol beer for me is that I no longer drink, but genuinely like the taste of good beer. Sometimes I just want a beer and not a sugary tasting drink, nor do non-alcoholic beers tempt me to drink again. But I just don't understand the point of them. I'm sure they serve a useful purpose for somebody, but it'd be like me sort of going sort of a non-alcoholic version of vodka or something like that. I can't imagine a non-alcoholic. Oh, I'd love a cup of tea. Yeah, that'd be nice. Nice cup of tea this morning, because apparently tea drinking's going off. 2 billion less cups of tea. 1 billion are being not drunk anymore. Oh, I thought we were all drinking more tea. I'll try and encourage people to. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, I never had a little black book. In fact, my sex life wouldn't fill the back of a little penny black. Join the club. It's like people say, I mean, when I read about this bloke and his 5,000 conquests, I began to think, blimey, You know, I remember when Tony Blackburn talked about 250 conquests, and people were going, 250 conquests? And this bloke's come up with 5,000. Anyway, the latest blow to the national drink is Unilever's decision to sell their famous black tea brands, which include Brook Bond, PG Tips and Lipton's, to a private equity firm. It's a banking company. But I mean, I like tea. I've always liked tea. Always liked a nice cup of tea. I mean, the country's switch away is it's towards coffee. You know why? For some reason, you, and it's not me, want to spend money on frothy milk and a piddly little bit of coffee. Yeah, £3. Sorry, small, medium, or venti, or something. You go, I'm sorry, we're not Italian. Is it small, medium, or large? Why don't you most of the people serving it are Polish, so it doesn't make... Why do they go venti? Why do we do that? I mean, coffee sales have risen to £1.5 billion a year. That's just on coffee. Little thing, oh dear. But there's a proper way to make coffee. Starbucks have got a manual that comes with it, because I used to get really annoyed, and I would make them make it again for me, because if you leave the coffee in there and then you sort of pour the hot milk on top, you can burn the coffee, and so it tastes bitter. And I've had to say to them on a couple of occasions, funnily enough, the best people who serve coffee are girls. I know that sounds really weird. They tried a few blokes out in a few places. They didn't get the hang of it at all. They really... No, only the girls can make decent coffee. The blokes were just bloody useless. And so you get the coffee made, but if it was been sitting there, the coffee went off. And, you were supposed to... And I remember going in there going... because I like it dry. So in other words, I'll have the coffee, but I only want a little tiny bit of milk. Tiny, because, the milk bit, it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. And so I would have it extremely dry. Extra dry, and that meant just a little bit of foam. Some of them didn't get it right, and they used to say, oh, I used to have just, I don't know what I had, cappuccino, I suppose. Extra dry, no, not venti. No, I just used to go medium. I never used to say venti. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Skinny with oat milk. I mean, it's so pretentious, isn't it? Whatever it is, you're paying for it. You're paying for it, and people are giving up a nice good old cup of tea. You know why? Because there's probably not much profit in a cup of tea, is there? In a little tea bag or something like that. But I like a cup of tea. I'm sorry, you can't, my parents were the ones who used to have proper tea leaves. Now it's easy. It's in a bag, isn't it? You drop it. I can get 2 cups of tea out of 1 tea bag. I'm that mean. Seriously. I don't even need to dry them out. I'm very good at them. Steve, sorry about the crowds, but I had a few alcoholic Guinnesses at Twickenham on Saturday. Fantastic day out, says Simon. It was good, wasn't it? It was good. I didn't go, but I saw all the crowds. And Connie says, can you wish my husband Tom a happy birthday? He's 66 years old today and a big Steve Allen fan like me and our son. Are we part of your 4 a.m. spikers as well? Yes, absolutely, Connie. Absolutely. 20 million downloads, can't be wrong. I love telling people that. Makes me feel quite important. Shane says the Imperial Pub in South Sydney was a great drag pub. That's where they filmed Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Really? It's funny, there used to be a gay bar in Richmond down the road from me called the Imperial. It was a pub, and then I don't know how... I can't remember how these things worked. So one minute you've got a pub, and the next minute it becomes gay. And all of a sudden, everybody knows it's gay. And in fact, in Richmond, there used to be 2. One was called the Cobwebs, and one was called the Imperial. And the manager of the Cobwebs went out with the manageress of the Imperial, and they started a relationship. I mean, I think there are less gay clubs around now and less gay bars, because everywhere's very gay-friendly. Nobody particularly cares. You didn't need to go into a particular place. And then they had another one in Richmond, but that sort of closed down, and I think it's sort of like a bistro bar now. But you do see sort of the old bars as they used to be. There's still a few about, but not as many as there ever used to be. Waj is locked into the spike, which we like to hear, and James says, love the show, always listening. It's called Venti, because it's the measurement of 20 fluid ounces. Well, yeah, but what is that? Small, medium, or large? Is that small, medium? I mean, I think it's large, isn't it, Venti? Isn't it? That's grande, is it? So what's Venti? Is that medium? Medium. Yeah. All right. Now we know. And so what's small? This is probably a joke. What are they called small? Tall, right. Most Starbucks drinkers know, several cup size options: tall, grande, and venti. Venti, yeah, tall, medium, large. I mean, why are we sort of doing it as Italian? I mean, it's not, who cares? Makes no difference. So now we know. Thank you, James in Londinium. Very nice indeed. What have we got here? A picture of Boris Johnson enjoying a family day out to Peppa Pig World with his son Wilfred, who's 1. Peppa Pig World. I didn't even know there was such a thing. You live and learn. And the royal family of lawyers brace to launch action against the BBC over a shock documentary being shown tonight. The Queen has joined with Charles and William to warn the BBC they could end all cooperation with it. They're set to complain to Ofcom in what's believed to be a royal first. Despite requests for the royal family to see the 2-part documentary called The Prince and the Press, the BBC have refused. This could be war. So you've got to be careful. The BBC programme is fronted by anti-monarchist presenter Amol Rajan. The Sun understands that senior royals placed lawyers on alert last night. Oh dear. On alert. You'll be on alert. Yeah, it'll cost you money, won't it? And also the broadcaster is said to have failed to give the royals the right to reply amid claims the programme will allege warring siblings, William and Harry, instructed courtiers to plant smears against each other in the press. Honestly, the BBC going against the royal family. You'll regret it. Don't mess with the Queen.
This is LBC.
We found another one. Venti is large, so tall, grande, venti. But in the States you can get Trenta, which is not on the menu, but which is an extra large size they do for iced coffee. Trenta, did you know that? Well, you see, I'm in education this morning. A Trenta. Can you imagine going in there and getting something that big to get your hands round? I mean, it's just overpriced, isn't it? There you go. There it is, Trenta. That's big, isn't it? That's bigger than the human stomach. Look at that. I mean, put it this way, I think you need to take out basically a bank loan to afford these kind of things. In fact, have they got the red cups yet? They make a big deal, don't they, about the red... must get a haircut today, actually. Just thought about... I don't know why I was thinking about the red cups, then thinking I must get a haircut. I'm in need of a haircut, definitely. Nick Abbott was on the hunt for crisps in the studio, says Sel, when he was on air during the weekend. He seems to think you bring in tons of snacks. Not crisps. I never bring crisps in. Definitely not. No. He said, what should we tell him? I don't bring anything in. Certainly not for him. Have you seen the size of him? God, blimey, I tell you, no, I definitely wouldn't bring anything in for Nick. I mean, the other day I brought in Belgian chocolate brownies, which were apparently particularly good, and donuts, which were filled with different sort of cream fillings. But little bite-sized things they were. They were very nice. Steve, I love tea, but so few people are any good at making it properly. You don't have to make it. You just put a tea bag in a cup, put on some hot water, shove in some milk, and it's done. You don't have to make it. You don't have to brew the pot or anything like that. Is it hard to get it right? I love a cup of tea. I really do. Weak tea? Well, you can't make weak tea. It depends on the tea bag. There's a limit to how, I mean, you couldn't make weak tea if you tried. Yeah, well, I leave the bag in. Is my bag still in there? You've taken it out? Typical, honestly. Yeah. You can leave it in. I like it for the strength. So when I'm sort of having a go at it. Yeah, squeeze my bag. I like to see it floating in the top. It's just, I know some people don't do it, but I'm one of the odd ones, I'm afraid. Duo watch stars peril. This is I'm a Celebrity. They're trying to drum up some interest in some people. Ant and Dec just look as though they're frozen to death. And they had people who said, they were all on ropes, and so there's no danger. They're not going to risk anything for these people. They've got far too much. Oh, look, Sarah Jane Dunn. They put her down as an actress. Unfortunately, not anymore, Sarah. Not anymore. So she's milking the last few minutes. She got the sack over her raunchy pic. No, she didn't get the sack over the raunchy pictures. No. She got the sack over the fact that she didn't want to come off this OnlyFans site. It's as simple as that. I mean, if she thinks she's going to make a living doing that, well, then good for her. I couldn't care less. You do whatever you want, dear, but, your 5 minutes is finished. Whoosh, gone. Thank you very much indeed. Number of people here. Number of people talking about a tennis star. Oh, the tennis star missing for 20 days. Has she definitely been seen, or have they just heard her voice? She's reportedly appeared at a tournament. Now, we don't know whether or not this is recent or not. Can we see her holding a newspaper up? That would make it. So the Chinese star Peng Shuai says she was safe and well in a video call on Sunday. She was doing fine, which is our main concern. At the beginning of the 30-minute call, she said that she prefers to spend her time with friends and family right now. She wants to have her privacy respect. Oh, I'm totally convinced by this one. This is very odd. The IOC statement includes an image of the video call taking place with Miss Peng seen smiling at the camera. But she will continue to be involved in tennis. Very odd, isn't it? So the state media have released a series of photographs and videos that appeared to show all was well, but I'm not totally convinced. Not totally convinced. She said she was very pleased that people were, concerned about her. The UN have called for proof of her whereabouts, because this, they're a bit devious and they might have told fibs. So we'll wait and find out. Strictly host Tess Daly laid into a BBC star this week, with fans saying it was to avoid claims of bias. The show's been dogged by accusation that judges overmark the Beeb's own talent. Tess normally leaves negative criticism to the panel, but twice mentioned a mistake in CBBC host Rhys Stevenson's jive. People keep asking me about Tess Daly. Where did she come from? I have no idea. I can't tell you. 1 minute she was nowhere, and the next minute they go, oh, it's Tess Daly. But what did she do before? Was she kids' television? Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. Apparently, Rhys and partner Nancy Zhu danced to the Footloose. Footloose, on again. Did SMTV Live after Anton Deck left. Did she really? Oh, wow. Well, there you go. But Rhys and Nancy scored 32, forced off into the dance-off, which saw McFly's Tom Fletcher and Amy Dowden booted off. And yet there are definitely people who aren't as good as them, so tested that. So did Steve Mulhern and Holly Willoughby. And Brian Dowling. Whatever happened to him? Where did he go to? Good Lord. I mean, 1 minute he was on... What was the programme that he did? There was some quiz on television that he did. I seem to remember with pillars and columns and everything else, and it was things that you'd find in a woman's handbag. Do you remember? And do you know what one of the answers was? A spark plug. And if you got the answers right, you won a prize on this programme. And a spark plug was one of them. What you'd find in a woman's handbag. No, it wasn't Family Fortunes. I can't remember if somebody will remember, because it was such a ghastly programme. And they put sort of all these deadbeats on there. But it was Brian Dowling was on doing it. And I can't remember where he disappeared off to. He sort of just disappeared. But this programme was very... very bizarre, because it was the spark plug things you'd find in a woman's handbag. And they'd get people up on the line, and then you could sort of have a guess at it. But nobody guessed spark plug. So Dowling and his family appeared. No, this was a late night thing that went on from about midnight, 1 a.m. The Mint. That's what it was. The Mint. But I can't remember what it was. It was a late-night interactive quiz show, and so celebrity guests and live studio contestants filmed on an extravagant set, dogged by criticism. There you go, that the questions were ambiguous and arbitrary. But so they said it was coming back, and then they decided it wasn't coming back at all. It was rubbish. And so wait a minute, there was a £100,000 jackpot. So who were the presenters? Who are the presenters? Whoa, you've gone way part... Yes, it does. Of course it does. Celebrity judges, Becky Jones, Page 3 model Phil Spencer, and Simon Cole, who played Jeremy Peterson in the soap opera Hollyoaks. Who? And so there was another one here. Presenters. Doesn't say, but yeah, we get the list of them. But the Mint second jackpot was about 130 grand. But whatever it was garbage. Siri was rubbish. It was almost as bad as Anton Deck's Red or Black show, which was just another one that failed miserably, I'm afraid. Just didn't. Only going to prove that, you know, if you're a successful presenting duo on the television, eventually somebody will sort of offer you a show and you'll do it, and it just didn't take off with the public. And such was the case of Ant and Dec's Red and Black, based on a true story of somebody who went to Vegas and gambled everything. He sold his house and he took all the money and he put it on red or black or whichever one he did, and he won. And that's what it was based on. It's based on, it was like, I like that Noel Edmonds programme, where it was based on people's greed. You know, they'd sort of say, you know, I'll give you in this box, deal or no deal. I thought it was very good, actually. I thought that was very interesting to watch people. It's like, what was that Jasper Carrot thing with the balls? Golden balls. That was very clever. That was very clever. A, because I thought he was very good at doing it, because he didn't overshadow the programme. He just sort of played along. But B, because people lied. You know, and if you steal and they steal, nobody gets anything. And if you steal and they don't steal, then you take all their money. And then you get people going, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never had this much money before in my life. And you look at them and you go, you're a lying old baggage, aren't you? And then they'd sort of do it and they go, OK, open your things. And one would say steal and the other would say whatever the other word was. I can't remember. But I used to go, oh, I got that one wrong again. That used to fascinate me, that you could play around with people. It used to be on before the Chase. I liked the Chase. The other day I was watching Mark. Is it Mark Labatt? Mark Labette, the Beast, and Labette is the Beast in French. Oh right, really lovely. And he was very good. He was sort of playing against one person, and they got so far down the line, and then they got their last question wrong, and that's when he pounced and got it right. He said, I'm on form today, and I thought, yeah, you're very clever. Very clever. I like stuff like that. Who's my favourite chaser? I like Anne Hegarty. I've always liked her because, you know, she was in the jungle, wasn't she? And she was very good at that. And I like Mark too. In fact, I like all of them. I don't have any problem with all of them except the one called Jenny. There's the one called the Vixen. I didn't really take to her because she came in later, and there's an Irish bloke as well. I like the original ones. I like the Dark Destroyer, because he's sort of good. And I liked, who's the gay one? Paul Sinner, yeah. He's very good as well. I'm always envious of anybody, but Mark Labette was telling us that they talk about things earlier on. And when he got one of the questions, said, I know this one. He said, we were talking about this yesterday. And I remember thinking, he's got a very good memory for remembering things, which actually I'm very good for remembering certain things. Although sometimes I said to a friend of mine shortly, a sort of little while ago, you get nothing. Oh, and we're going to look at Harry Redknapp's millionaire questions. You know where Harry got nothing right. Totally useless. Totally useless. Didn't even get 500 quid. I'll run through the questions. See if you do any better. We'll find out. We'll do that after the news as well. And why the axed hard man reveals he fell out of love with the SAS show. No, we fell out with you, mate. He's the ex-soldier turned TV favourite. And then they decided they didn't want him anymore, so he disappeared into that wonderful place where they all go back to. It's called the world of obscurity.
This is LBC.
Welcome to Monday, 22nd of November. Freezing cold, although I'm warming up slowly but surely. The booster jabs will save Christmas, apparently. The Queen gets twice the delight at the christenings, although not very happy with the BBC. And having joined forces with William and with Charles as well over this documentary, which the BBC have decided not to show Her Majesty. Quite clearly somebody's got a death wish, I should imagine. All new homes must have electric car charge points. What for? Nobody can afford the cars. Nobody can afford the cars. The missing Chinese tennis star who says she's fine, although the United Nations want a little bit more proof than somebody just saying that. We want to see, thank you. Third of owners regret not buying pet insurance, and then when they get the bills in, they suddenly realise that little Fido can't be kept because they can't afford to keep them. And Sooty sells for 11 grand. An absolute bargain. 5,000 houses approved in flood areas. That seems a bit stupid to me, doesn't it? A flood area. And the £3 diabetes pill offers hope. To who? I've got no idea, but I'm assuming it's diabetic. So, do you remember last week we were talking about Harry Redknapp, who goes on the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and he wins nothing. He's the first ever celebrity to go away with nothing at all. He doesn't know anything at all. So we were desperate to try and find out what the questions were. And we've now got them. Okay. So On his run to the million, in a hotel room, what name is given to a fridge that contains alcoholic drinks and snacks? Is it A, crossbar, B, toolbar, C, handlebar, or D, minibar? He says, we don't know. He got it right, though. Yeah. We don't know if he's used any lifelines on it. Second question, £200. In which board game does each player begin with 7 playing tiles, each featuring a letter? Is it Drafts, Monopoly, Ludo, or Scrabble? The answer, of course, is Scrabble. The £300 question. I mean, listen, a 3-year-old could have done these. A saveloy is what? Is it a pasty, a fish, a pie, or a sausage? The answer is a sausage, of course. Up to the £500 question. Someone with which job is most likely to wear a dog collar? A priest, a tree surgeon, a housekeeper, or a traffic warden? Now, you and I know it's a priest. And this is where he slipped up. Who has played the Vietnam veteran John Rambo in 5 action films? Okay, he used his 50-50 lifeline. Is it A, Mel Gibson, B, Arnold Schwarzenegger, C, Bruce Willis, or D, Sylvester Stallone? Now, you and I know the answer is, I'll be back, Sylvester Stallone. Who did poor old Harry Redknapp think it was? He thought it was Bruce Willis. Consequently, he screwed it completely. He won no money at all. Not a penny piece, because he thought it was... Why he thought it was Bruce Willis, I've got no idea. Everybody knows that Rambo was Sylvester Stallone. As I say, I mean, you'd have to be a complete idiot not to know that one. In fact, I'm sure on these things, they make the questions so simple. They're almost giving the money to them because it's going to a charity. Anyway, he put his hand in his pocket and coughed up some of the money they must have paid him for his appearance fee and went, I'll give the £500, out of my £10,000 fee. But fancy not knowing. I mean, how you could ever think it was anything else but Sylvester Stallone. Perhaps he doesn't go to the cinema. Perhaps he had no idea, because sometimes some of the easiest questions... I mean, one of his phone of friends was to be the chaser, Anne Hegarty, who was a phone-in friend on 2010. But didn't help him, I'm afraid. Didn't help him at all. So he ended up getting nothing. The only person who's ever got nothing at all. Paul says, we had Krispy Kreme donuts for a birthday treat at work, and so yummy, but no good for the waist. Definitely no good for the waist, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because it's the, what is it? The moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. But it doesn't matter, does it? Steve, says Carty, the thing with all these coffee cup sizes is that they still only put 1 espresso shot in the cup. So the larger the coffee, the weaker they are than the smaller ones, yet you pay more for it. I don't know that. I've got no idea how they work it out. I'm not remotely interested. I'm just... And they always clean their little thing off, don't they? The little Dewberry thing that sort of froths the milk up. They have to wipe it with like a tea towel or something, which is very nice. Did you catch Adele last night? How emotional was it when she reunited with her teacher and had to get Alan Carr onto the stage? Yes, that was very emotional, having to get Alan Carr onto the stage. So the BBC, says Paula, funded by the taxpayers, could be sued by the royal family, who are funded by the taxpayers. So if they decide to go to court and have a legal battle, it's us, the taxpayer, who will be footing the bill, whatever happens. The real winners will be the lawyers. Yes, but bearing in mind the royal family, funded by the taxpayer, but they actually generate more income than we give them. That's how the royal family work. We know how it works. But also the BBC is funded by us, the taxpayer. We are the ones who give them the money because we buy the TV licenses. And but you're right, the real winners are going to be the lawyer. I fancy taking on Her Majesty the Queen. I wouldn't wish that on anybody at all. Somebody must have made that decision, mustn't they? Somebody must have made that decision within the BBC. No, don't show it to them. Make them wait. Make them wait. Where can I find caramel wafers at this time of the morning, says Lawrence. I'd love some with my cup of char. No, you can't. The only place you'll find caramel wafers would be Iceland. That's the freezer shop. They do caramel wafers, and they're, no, not Darren's Iceland, and they're £1 a pack. I know because I bought them before. In fact, that's the play. Tonics, yeah, caramel wafers, very nice. It's sort of like an orange and silver kind of wrapper going diagonally, which are very nice, actually, very nice. So that's where you can get. Unfortunately, not at this time of the morning. Not at this time of the morning. To be fair, Harry did donate £5,000 of his own money when he lost. Well, I should blooming well think so too. I should blooming well think so too. I mean, honestly, fancy not knowing the answer was the embarrassing thing. When did Rambo ever say, "I'll be back," says Jonathan. Every day. It was, he always said it. Sylvester Stallone always used to say it. When he got home to his wife and she'd say, "When are you going to be home?" He said, "I'll be back." And I remember thinking to myself, that was, don't play games with me, pal. And then it was stolen by the Terminator, who came up with, "I'll be back," because he sort of puts on the affected voice, "I'll be back," kind of stuff. And we all go, yeah, lovely. I used to know him, actually, Arnie, when he was just a little Austrian model trying to sort of get one of those bull workers out of a box. You ever see a bull worker? My uncle used to have one, and it's like two tubes inside another, and you push it in and then it would spring back open again. Push it in and spring. A bull worker was very famous. They were advertised by Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was the man who demonstrated it. It was so you could build up them. I mean, I don't need any muscles building up. I'm more than happy with what I've got. Thank you very much indeed. But that's what it was. I'm ripped. I'm a bit bored with Shamima Begum, who's now come up with some old cock and bull story that she's going to take us to court. Don't know who's paying for that one, love, but good luck with it. She's persona non grata, as far as I know. Princess Charlene of Monaco. I don't even know who she is. She's an ailing mother she's married to Prince Albert. Has been famously turbulent, drawing support from a guy called Vladislav Dorinin, who in fact was a bloke who was linked to Naomi Campbell at some point. Because Naomi Campbell's never married, but she has had a child. Well, we don't know whether she had a child. That one's still out. The jury is still out on that one, which I think is very funny. Somebody says, Costa put 2 shots of coffee in a cup. Too strong for me, so I get them to put in a shot of 2 separate cups, getting 2 coffees and paying for only 1. Rivetingly dull and boring. I can't believe it. I'll say, who cares? Who cares? I tell you, my sad story of the morning is the parents of little Bradley Lowry. Remember little Bradley, who was a big fan of Sunderland, and then he died, and he was only young. He was only 6, and it was in 2017. And I can remember when they announced it on the television, the newsreader, I don't know how he kept a straight face. He said, "Very sad news now, little Bradley Lowry," who everybody had taken to their hearts. And I think Jermaine Defoe, wasn't it, who became his sort of the person who was with him, and he got support and everything else. And when it was announced that he died, I think it was shared 50,000 times in just 10 minutes. But they have a new little child who they took along the other day to see Sunderland play. Carl and Gemma Lowry shared a snap of their daughter among fans who'd taken little cancer victim Bradley to their hearts. He was such a sweetie. He really was. It broke everybody's heart because he ran out there, he'd kick the ball, they let him sort of score a couple of goals, and every time he went into the dressing room he saw Jermaine Defoe, and Jermaine went to see him, I think, just after he died as well, and he was there with him beforehand. It was a touching story that really got everybody going. It really did. But Gemma says, first Sunderland match at 2 weeks old, she was no bother, and they managed to get a 2-0 win. Happy days. But I can't believe that Bradley died in 2017. Doesn't seem possible, does it? Where does the time go now? But he'll forever be remembered for that huge smile of his and the fact that just every footballer just went crackers for him. Just went crackers for him. Bless his little heart. So I hope he's up there on his cloud looking down, because he will undoubtedly be on a cloud. Steve, I get my extra shots in my daily 6-shot Venti Black Americano free in Starbucks because I'm a gold member, says Sarah. Free? How do you get to be a gold member? Is that because you've spent so much money? Is this what? I'm not jealous at all. No, I don't know. Do I sound jealous? Well, I'm not jealous. So that, well, I might be jealous about the gold card a little bit. I was out with somebody for lunch on Friday who had a black Coots card. I want a black Coots card, I decided. Not more than anything in the whole wide world. Steve went to the Sussex Christmas barn on Saturday. It was wonderful. Some pictures enclosed, says little Julie. Thank you. I was always. Why do people always send me pictures of booze? People. Pink Prosecco. Oh, pink Prosecco. That sounds quite nice. Oh, look, trees. God. Oh, trees and Christmas decorations and stuff like that. Darren's got his deckies up, which is lovely. And a friend of mine from ages ago, Paul Sylvester, has got 2 trees in his sitting room. 2 trees. I've never heard of 2 trees. Oh, dear. That's good. I'm getting some of my outdoor trees on Wednesday, and then I'll wait till December to put up my 7-footer indoors. I saw a lovely 7-foot one yesterday. It really was. It was the right shape. It had enough. Oh, it was lovely. It really was very, very lovely. And it was in a shop in Church Street yesterday. 70 quid for a 7-footer, about a tenner a foot. Yeah, real tree. But really looked lovely, actually. Really did look nice. It didn't look as though it was about to drop anything at all. So we'll have to wait and see what we get. But I've got 2 outside. I bought 2 new sets of lights, which I didn't really need to do, but I saw them and I thought I'll buy them anyway. So I went to have a look at the lights in John Lewis, and they're so expensive. Some of them are 145 quid for a set of lights. Luckily, I'd bought them a few years ago, so it didn't really make too much difference. But bought a nice battery set of lights to go outside on. I'm going to get a little real tree, little tiny one, grown in a pot. And what? Very bitter, honestly. Jealousy just oozes from every pore, doesn't it? It really does.
This is LBC.
Health expert. Now, this is something that I've only just recently discovered. I've never had it, and I've got no intention of trying it. And now I know what the problem is with it. I have no intention of going anywhere near it. Health experts are warning of a sugary drink increasingly popular with kids that has more calories than a Big Mac. What do you think this is? What do you think this sugary drink is that has more calories than a Big Mac? And they're springing up all over the place. They're selling bubble tea. Bubble tea has got more calories in it than a Big Mac. We have got one in Twickenham, yes. It blends tea, milk and tapioca balls. Please don't make up your own jokes. It comes in a variety of flavours and colours, making it a popular choice for TikTok videos and Instagram, yet it can contain up to 800 calories in a single cup. Good God in heaven. Which is the same as 50 sugar cubes and way more than a Big Mac's 550. Ailing Piggott of the British Dietetic Association, says the drink is often promoted as an everyday purchase due to the perception of tea being healthy. It's a toxic combination of Instagrammability and young people with a disposable income. So be warned, because it looks pretty and it's got bits floating around in it and stuff like that. And apparently videos on TikTok featuring the bubble tea hashtag have nearly 3 billion views. I mean, it looks very pretty, but just remember, 800 calories. Bad for you. Not so good. I keep saying it. I mean, I'm sort of looking at it as like a milkshake. That's what I'm thinking it's like. The first shop opened 10 years ago. There are now 250 today. Didn't take long, did it, for them to build up? And I don't even know how much it is. They say it's dangerous to normalise high calories but low nutrient dense foods. So in other words, you know, you can have it occasionally, but you shouldn't have it all the time. It's like pizza. You can have pizza occasionally, but if you have it all the time, it's really bad for you. It's really fattening. Really, really fattening. I'm just telling you that now, you know. If you're on a diet, you know, or pretending to be on a diet, you know, it's one of those sort of things. I am on a diet, actually, yes. It's a seafood diet. Yeah, thank you. Is the black card holder Mr. M by any chance, says Zach? Well, it might be. I don't know. I'm not at liberty to discuss his private financial arrangements with the Queen's banker. Dear me, honestly. And experts have warned of Carmageddon in car parks if private parking fines are capped. They did a thing the other day. What were they doing? It was in America. In fact, there were 2 things I was going to mention to you in America, which no doubt will creep over here. Firstly, people who own vehicles in America take them into these franchises and they will, you know, tell you what's wrong with your car and all the rest of it. But what they don't tell you, and in Canada, this particular one was looked at, and it's a big company. They've got lots of franchises of all these businesses, and you take your vehicle in and they'll go, I've had a look at it. You need your brakes looking at and this. And now, if you're like me, I don't know anything about cars. I've got no idea. If somebody says you need a new tyre, I need a new tyre, I need new brakes or whatever. Unfortunately, in Canada, which is the only one I can comment on, this particular franchise, they've got about 250 outlets. The people who work in them are working on commission. They're working on commission. So they're flogging stuff that your car does not need. And they had them with hidden cameras going there. And the woman was saying, well, listen, you're going to need your brakes because they're sliding a bit at the moment. And then they have the expert. Yeah, they're on commission for tricking people. So in other words, the more items you can get somebody to buy, the more money they make. Most of them are on 50% commission. This one bloke who was spilling the beans on it said, we were on 100% commission. 100%. You made your money up on what you could flog somebody. Because if somebody gives you this thing and then says, listen, you need this doing, it's going to be about $3,500. Well, there are laws. The moment they went to film in these franchises, they were thrown out because they knew they were bent. But the worst one was the locksmiths. You phone up, they'd say, and again, this was in America, and they just picked random locksmiths. And what they did was they checked the lock on the door. They just knocked it a little bit out of kilter. The person would phone up and go, sorry, how much is it for somebody to come out? And they go, well, there's on this particular one, I can only relay the one that I remember vividly. Well, I remember two, actually. $15 call-out charge. And so she went, oh, that's okay, $15. How much will it be to do the lock? They said, well, it'll probably start at about $45. Okay, $45. So she says, okay, fine. Bloke comes round. She goes, oh, you the bloke? Now, what they're supposed to say is this your address? Do you have proof to me? You're supposed to show me proof that this is where you live. Because otherwise you could be breaking into somebody's house. The bloke didn't ask that. Anyway, he then goes, right. He said, this lock, he said, I'll have to drill out because I can't, what do they call it? Not break into it. I can't pick it. I can't pick this lock. It needs to be drilled out because of this, and this. So anyway, so she goes, are you sure? Now, watching this hidden camera thing is the expert who said, you can pick this lock. He said he should better pick this in a matter of seconds. Should be able. Anyway, he said not. He said, I'll need to drill it. So immediately starts drilling the lock out. So he drills the lock out and then he fits a new lock. So she can now get into her house. How much do you think the bill had gone up to? Bearing in mind, $15 call out and probably from $45 upwards for doing whatever. She ended up with a bill of $425. And she went, what? And he went, well, because, I have to drill it out, then put in a new lock and all the rest of it. Now, you knew he was bent as ever. So they then called, they then did it all over again. They changed the lock, and he said he should be able to open this one quite normally. He can pick the lock. And he came round, and he was very good. $29 call out. First thing he said was, have you got proof this is your address? That was good. And so he said, I can pick this lock, exactly the same one, how it should be done. And the man who's watching it going, he's doing all the right things. He picked it and he said, I can't charge you, he said, because it's taken me a couple of seconds to do it. He said, can you post things on Google or whatever it was? It was they were looking for a recommendation. She said, yeah. He said, look, I'll do it for $80 for you, all in. So she gave him the $80, posted a recommendation, and the man who was watching it said, that's how it's supposed to be done. The other bloke was a rip-off, a complete rip-off. But you're at the mercy of these people. If somebody comes round and says, I can't pick it. I mean, I've actually got a machine that can pick locks, believe it or not. And what it is, I don't know, I saw it on sale about 40 years ago, and it only picks Yale locks. And you put it in, and it vibrates. And that knocks the tumblers from my days as a cat burglar. Meow. And it could pick these other locks because what you were doing is you're making the tumblers move, so it was the little pins inside and all the rest of it. And I remember buying it came from America, I think, or something like that. It just runs on batteries. And you could sort of pick them. And it was sort of just one of those stupid things. You can buy lockpick sets if you're either a lockpick or magicians. A lot of magicians have lockpick sets. I know quite a number of magic shops that sell them. Steve, my grandson Harry scored 2 goals yesterday, so well done. He's 8, says Denise. Harry, are you married? Think you're getting married? I said that to somebody the other day, actually. He was 4.5 and he was with his mum. And I said, are you married? He went, no. Kids always do that. Always makes me laugh, actually. So, Harry, well done doing 2 goals yesterday. 8, and you love me. Well, that's good. Unfortunately, Uncle Steve couldn't kick a football if his life depended on it. I'd be the world's worst person, so you would do very well. Very well. Have you seen, Steve, an old picture of Nick Abbott? Somebody sent me an old picture of Nick Abbott. Yes, I mean, it's amazing, actually. The ageing process, isn't it? Somebody's selling it. A vintage photo of Nick Abbott. Good Lord, how old was he then? He was very young, wasn't he? 15. Was he really? Isn't that amazing? How different coloured hair and everything now. Different coloured hair and everything. Look at that. You don't think he looks that different? Somebody saw a picture of me the other day. Who saw a picture? It must have been Mr. Moyles. And he looked at his picture and went, blimey. I think, oh no, I tell you what it was. I was showing, my friend Lynn was showing me with Lionel Blair on Fives Company where Lionel destroyed my cake, which we all remember so well. Very wise that he decided to pass on, I think, before I had a chance to admonish him. Steve, says Simon, £70 for a 7-foot tree. Yep. Good value, isn't it? I thought it was very good value. And also, it was particularly good. It was particularly a very, very good tree, actually. Angela says, I've also heard that tyre repair shops here run on commission. I had a quote of £200 for work I didn't need. It's always worth getting a second opinion. Yeah. But what this woman... Yeah, all right, I don't think we need to put this up on the... we don't need to watch this. We don't need to watch it. It's very unnecessary. Also very unfortunate, and also it's called stalking. Putting pictures of me up there. So tyre repair... See, I don't know anything about tyre repair shops. I did have a tyre done. I had it plugged, which cost like peanuts to have it done, but I got a bit panicky because my car's nearly 2 tons. And, well, it is with me sitting in it. And... that's a legitimate way of doing it. Yes, you can have tyres plugged. Yes, absolutely. And it's a little plastic or rubber plug, a bung that goes in, and it spreads out. And so, yes, it's absolutely a legitimate way of doing it. So thank you, Angela. It's very cold, Steve. I took my big toe out of the duvet only to put it right back in again. It's freezing this morning. It's going to get worse. Oh, do you not wear socks in bed? Oh, wear socks in bed. That's the ultimate comforter. Now, you know I sleep with a light on in the bedroom. I can only sleep with lights on. I cannot sleep in pitch darkness. It frightens the life out of me. And I went into the bedroom yesterday and I suddenly realised it was pitch black. And my bulb that's been on for the past 4 years had finally blown, so I've got to replace that today. I walked in there, I thought, oh no, didn't like it at all.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Still to come, the big Black Friday deals. I thought we'd finish with that, but apparently it's this week, isn't it? It's this week, and they've got all sorts of things, like, for example, a very nice halogen oven from Daewoo. Was 70 quid, now you can get it for 34 quid, which is very good. I think that's about the right price for them. Robert Dias have got all sorts. I saw something the other day. What was it on the television? It was something that's... I can't remember what it was, actually. It was something that's sort of cordless, and it meant you could take away strains and things like that. So you could sort of rub it over your shoulders or, you know, put it on your leg or something like that. And I thought that looked quite good, but I can't remember where you bought the thing from. It doesn't really help, does it? Fitbits you can get for 94 quid. Also, what else can you get? There's a kettle here. Was £80 from Breville. Now it's £40. And you can get a Tassimo by Bosch coffee machine. Was 80 quid. Now you can get it for 29 quid. That's cheap, isn't it? Saving £51. A Segway Ninibot electric folding scooter. You can get it for 289 quid, but of course it's not legal. You can only use it on private land. You can't use it on the roads or pavements, as you know. There's also the story in the paper today not sure what to make of this one. This is the sex-mad granny who appeared on the television. She was on this morning, actually. She's 82. She's been reunited with her Egyptian husband. Her name's Iris Jones. And she was talking of steamy romps with Mohammed Ahmed Ibrahim after they met online in 2019. She can't get enough of him. She really can't. I mean, and they wed in Cairo and were awaiting his spousal visa. I mean, she lives in a £220,000 bungalow in Somerset. She said they're over the moon. I bet they are. Over the moon, over the field, over the fence, just about any way you can think of. Over the rainbow. I mean, she only earns £200 a week. How the two of them are going to live on that, I've got no idea. She said, I found out about the visa whilst I was shopping in Tesco. I cried so much my tears were dripping onto the apples. Too much information. Too much information. They clicked over Facebook after her two sons in their 50s bought her a laptop after her husband died in 2016. 3 years later, she's madly in love again. And she says they're deeply in love, despite claims Mohammed used her to get to the UK. He's got to reapply for his visa in 3 years. Yeah, but she's mad for it with him. She's absolutely... I mean, I can only describe that because on This Morning, talking about steamy romps and everything, I mean, you could see the look of abject horror from the presenters' faces that somebody of 82 would actually tell you about things like that. But I mean, also, I'm sure that he could have found somebody else. If he really wanted to just move to this country, he could have found somebody else. Wouldn't have to go with an 82-year-old. Does seem slightly odd, though, doesn't it, really? But I mean, who are we to complain? Goodness sake, honestly. It's got nothing to do with us. Yeah, good luck to her. Listen, if she can get a bit of action in the last few years of her life, why not? What's the point of sitting there on that cloud with St. Peter going, if only I'd done it? If only I'd done it, and God knows she did it, and God knows she told us all about it. Football fans are fuming over the latest VAR controversy, the introduction to Sabutio. Apparently a £9 virtual assistant referee set features a screen for the ref to review dubious decisions. I hated Sabutio. Hated it. And VAR is video assisted referee. Oh, right. How do you know these things? Oh, I didn't think he'd know about it at all, seriously. Ask him about how many crocheted stitches there are in a scarf, and he can tell you. Anything else to do with VAR? Yeah, I mean, light-end. We're light-end, on this programme. Well, I'm very light. Not necessarily entertaining. It doesn't matter, actually. Steve says, Zlata, my 2-year-old granddaughter sneezed over me last week, and I've got a head cold. Oh, dear. That's a bit of a worry. But you are in Chalfont St. Peter's, which is quite nice, actually. Steve, my friends Robin and Mel, says Paul, bought a beautiful Christmas tree of Costco's online website. Had £100 off. Very lovely. All the lights are inbuilt, so no untangling. Yes, I've seen it. Depends how big it is. They had a very, very big tree, which was lovely. And all the lights could either be coloured or white. And theirs is 7 feet. Oh, right. See, the one I saw yesterday is really lovely. 7 feet for... Yeah. That's quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. 700 colour-changing LEDs. So it either goes white or it can be all different colours. 300 quid. So it's normally £400, but you get £100 off. And it's quite tasteful, isn't it? Not sure if it's totally tasteful. I like the branches to go a little bit lower. Yeah, see, look, there's a nice one. See, the white one I quite like. That's pre-lit at 389. That's a 9-foot flocked and glitter artificial Christmas tree. 850 colour-changing bulbs. I like it when it reaches the floor. But how many people have got 9-foot headroom? Nobody has 9-foot headroom, do you? And you can't exactly lop a bit off, but it's colour-changing LEDs. So clever. So clever. Remote control, inline control and foot pedal switch included. It's got 1,900 branch tips. Remote control would definitely be good, yeah. I like a remote control. Well, for the lights anyway, you don't have it for the tree. I wish the tree had put itself up. Or in my case, plant itself into the holder and then you've got to get down on your hands and knees and screw it into the base. I've got the base, so you just need to turn the little things. But no, 7 foot's nice. 7 foot's very nice. I like that. I can cope with 7. I think that's what my one this year will be, 7 feet. But this one I saw yesterday really was exceptionally good. The shape was beautiful. It's got to be the right shape. It's got to be everything. The outside ones they'll be 4 to 5 foot. They're 30 quid each. 30 quid each. And I just put some... I can't remember if I bought coloured lights or white lights for them. I can't remember, actually. Probably both, actually, I think like that. But you always have to check. If you're going to put lights on an outdoor tree, do check that they're indoor and outdoor. Because if they're only indoor, the first sign of rain or snow or anything else like that, you're going to blow them up. There's going to be a... and they'll go. So you must do that. Definitely sort that out again. More on the I'm a Celeb, back for a second year in the castle. Anton Deck sort of standing there watching Louise Minchin at the quarry, and Frankie Bridge, having now told you she's going to cry because she's going to miss the family, but obviously not that much, is buzzing she won't have to strip off to shower in this year's I'm a Celebrity. Because Mylene Klass, if you remember, took about, a complete department store of bikinis and everything else so that she could wear them. But I think this year's stars can scrub up in a bathtub hidden behind a shower curtain. I mean, because let's face it, there's only Frankie Bridge on there. So we're very grateful, Frankie, that we don't have to suffer the same as you do by sort of having to sort of exhibit yourself so that people can take pictures of you in the newspapers. Not the kind of thing we want, is it really? But it doesn't matter. Steve, I've got a well-earned day off on Friday to come up and see the London Lights. Have you been to Winter Wonderland? Yes, you've got to pre-book now. It's big, but I mean, you've got to hope that the weather's going to be good. If it's cold, it's fine. But if it's raining, it's blooming miserable. It really is horrible. But the rides are very big, so you pre-book, then you pay for the rides. And the most expensive ride, and the food as well. The most expensive ride, I think, was about £8. That's for some of the big ones. If you spend £20 on rides, you get admission back. Oh, right. You get the entry fee back. Oh, right. And the entry fee is about £7 or something like that. So that's actually quite a good deal. But no, some of the big amusements there cost money. I think about £8 or £9. I know that seems an awful lot. I think it's a lot of money as well. But they are the biggest rides in Europe. You won't have seen the likes of these before. If you've never been to Winter Wonderland before, then they are very, very big. They've got little rides for little children as well. So you choose your date from now until the 3rd of January. And entry is free during off-peak and costs £5 or £7 for peak hours. Once you're in, you can stay as long as you like. If you spend £20 on any of the attractions, your entrance ticket will become free when booked in the same transaction. So you have to explain that to me. So, in other words, I can book the rides. So I can book £20 on the rides, and I get in for free. Right? Okay. Which is okay, because you're going to be spending the £20. But bearing in mind, if you don't use your rides money on that particular day, you lose it. They're only valid for that day. Because I thought when I came out last time, I bought £200 worth of tickets and was distributing them around to everybody. So you have to book, because of COVID. So if you buy, £100 worth of tickets, you've got to use £100 up, and it's a bit difficult to try and use them all up because some of the rides are big, and you're going to want to go on the big rides. The little ones are nice, and there's loads of everything there. I mean, it really is. It's big, but they have them all over the country. Everywhere's got their own Winter Wonderland, so there must be all these huge rides everywhere else. Because it's the size you're going for. Well, we do in London. We're a little bit obsessed with things like that. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but bigger is better. Bigger is better. Steve, I missed the start of your show this morning. I'm more often not there from 4 a.m, but woken up at 1:30 with somebody hammering. Got back to sleep eventually till now. Sorry, missed the first hour and a bit of your show, says Kim. Have to download the podcast. 21.5 million. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I had the munchies in the night, so opened the tin of Christmas biscuits and eaten the lot, says Adam. That'll teach you. Eating the whole lot. That is just appalling. That's just really dreadful. Not very good at all. Not good at all. And what else we got? A new mineral, which originated 3,700 miles below the Earth's surface, has been found encased within a diamond. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The calcium silicate compound showed up as the tiny dark specks on the gem found in a mine in Botswana in the 1980s. It survived a huge pressure change as it was protected by the diamond. I love it when they find these huge... They found a huge diamond the other day. It looked like the size of a boulder. And you think, wow, that is just something absolutely fantastic. So we're looking out for bargains this week, aren't we? We're looking for nice bargains that you can, go out there and buy and go and eat, because they're trying to sell as many items as they can before Christmas. But just remember, please, that you're going to get paid this week if you get paid monthly, and then you'll be paid before Christmas, and then you'll have about 6 weeks to go before they pay you again. So the more money you spend over Christmas, just remember you've got to go a little bit longer than you would have to. I warn people of this every year, because it's the only thing that affects people. People run out of money and there's another 3 weeks to go, and you go, ooh, I did tell you.
This is LBC.
Declan over in Vienna says, it was so depressing tonight in Vienna at midnight when they turned all the lights off in the Christmas market. I think it's to basically say to all the protesters, go home. Go home. I don't understand why anybody... I mean, in The Hague, they've had a second night of violence, and the police have opened fire on protesters in Rotterdam amid what the port city mayor called an orgy of violence. People have been hit by bullets. They took out the water cannon and everything else. People were throwing fireworks at officers. What are they, stupid and thick? Yes, of course they are. Very stupid and thick. I mean, elsewhere in the Netherlands, 2 soccer matches had to be briefly halted. And there was a heavy police presence in several other major towns after social media calls to riot. I mean, I just don't understand the purpose. I mean, some people were looting shops, and you think, I'm sorry, what's that got to do with COVID? And answer is, these people are peasants. That's why. I mean, thousands took to the streets to protest. Well, I hope to God you don't come down with it. That's in Vienna. Look at them. Don't wear your mask, looking all happy and all the rest of it. Basically, the next thing is people have set fire to fireworks, but you can tell the agitators, you can see the hatred on their faces. It burns them up inside because it's an opportunity of a scrap with the police. Seriously, it's people. We have it over here, don't we? A lot of the people who are sitting on the ground supergluing themselves to a motorway are the sort of people who have got nothing to do with the actual protest. They just want to antagonise the police. They're looking for a ruck. You can tell by their faces. Tell by them straight away. It's just particularly bad. Steve, just watched Rod Stewart on Sky Arts. How lucky is he being gifted with a great voice, says Roger. Really? We are serious. Are you serious? He sounded like he had laryngitis. I was quite worried. It's not that I'm not a fan of Rod Stewart. It's just that, I don't know why, actually. The difference between a toss-up between him and Bonnie Tyler as to which one sounded the most ill. David says, I've been really enjoying watching Bear Grylls, Born Survivor, on the D-Max channel. He was stung on the forehead by a bee. His face swelled up, and then he had to kill a rattlesnake, which he beheaded and cooked. I know, they have a competition, not a competition, they have a ritual that they do in a certain part of the world, I can't remember where it is, where they go out and they kill rattlesnakes. Hundreds of rattlesnakes are killed, literally by finding them. They go out into the desert, I think, because in the morning sun, rattlesnakes sun themselves to warm their bodies up so then they can get ready. And these people go out and they literally pick them up by the tail and they use them as whips and crack them, which kills them. And they kill loads of rattlesnakes. I couldn't quite work out why they killed loads of rattlesnakes. I can't think that would serve any useful purpose. It's a bit like the people of the Faroe Islands killing all the dolphins and the whales and everything else, and that I don't get either. That I really don't get, but they go, oh, that's how we survive over winter. You think it's a bit sick, really. But the rattlesnake thing is quite big. There you go. Rattlesnake. Today, springtime roundups are held in Texas, Alabama, and Georgia, and it used to be, it dates back to the 1700s, when colonists tracked down and killed the reptiles in the hope of protecting human families from the venomous bite. And they still hold them in many states. They'll go out and they'll be killing hundreds of rattlesnakes. And I remember seeing it on a television programme thinking, what for? What for? Why would they want to do something like that? But there's literally loads of them. I mean, it's basically just a cruel sport. See, all these rattlesnakes are rounded up and they just kill them. And the rattle means that they're scared, and they also use it as a warning. And they basically, sell rattlesnakes. Gasoline is dumped into the dens and it forces them out, and then they spend weeks or months in boxes without food or water, and you can tell how scared they are because they do that of the rattle, and then they just kill them. And I don't know why. There's no logical reason why you would need to do that now, but people do all sorts of things, don't they, really? Which is very, very depressing. Britain's weather boffins are at war. That's fairly depressing. Why can't they agree on it? We spend far too much money wasting time on, and the weather for today, and the weather for today. Who cares? Just look out the blooming window. The Beeb reckons we're in for a real winter freeze-up, while the Met Office claims it's only going to be a mild one. So who are you going to believe? I don't know who I believe on this one. So the BBC, we're deep winter, but I mean, where do they get their information from? I don't know. Obviously not the Met Office, but the Met Office say it'll be warm. I was hoping for a bit of snow, actually. I was hoping for a little bit of something. Christine Lampard, so she and her loose women pals are ready for a boozy Christmas bash. Lovely. She reckons they're going to make up for missing out last year. Oh, God. That's a bit of a disaster, isn't it, really? She says they're generally amazing. They start at lunchtime and roll on for hours. So hopefully we'll just be doing that. We're just sorting out where and when, and yes, it will be boozy. Oh, that's nice. Lovely. Very pleased for you. Yes, I mean, here he is, David Beckham, appearing at the Qatari Grand Prix. Dave, you really should have pulled out of this one, mate. You made a big, big mistake. Big, big mistake. And now we can see your hair close up. Is that growing on your head? Or has it been planted? I can't quite work it out. Apparently asylum seekers are getting tattoos of Jesus, according to the Daily Star today, to boost their chances of staying in Britain. How would a tattoo of Jesus? Why would that mean that you could stay in Britain? Is it because of the Christian connotation? And you go Christian? Because apparently inkings connected to Christianity, atheism and homosexuality have been cited more than 20 times in the past 5 years. Those with the body art argue they risk persecution if returned to Muslim countries. So, I mean, is there such a thing as a homosexual tattoo? I'm not sure what that would be. Would it be a picture of RuPaul or something like that? I just don't know what it would be. A homosexual tattoo. We'll have to work on that one, won't we? Naughty Boy was caught out for breaking the show's rules. Poor old Naughty Boy. The angry stars stuck in the clink have vowed it won't be the last time. They're rebels. He's a music producer. He smuggled spices into his socks to make the food taste a little bit better. Is there evidence that the food isn't particularly good? Is it, I'm assuming they don't want them to starve in there. It's usually okay, isn't it, really? Oh, well. But Good Morning Britain host Richard Madeley got his wish when he was chosen to do a Bush Tucker trial. He's going to win it, I'm telling you. 9-1 the odds. 9-1 they're offering at the moment. Jose Mourinho has been paid more money than any other Premier League manager in the last 10 years for losing. For losing. The special one earned almost how much? How much? 10 million. Good guess. 10 million. Good guess. Over, well, it doesn't actually say. In the last 10 years for losing, how much? More than 10 million, yeah. 100 million. 100 million. At clubs where he was eventually fired, double any other top-flight boss. 100 million. His total from Chelsea, Man United and Tottenham Hotspur, who all gave him the boot, was 97,674,480 quid. He keeps getting sacked, and every time he does, they have to give him a big payout. Well, don't bother booking him in the first place. He's quite clearly an idiot. I mean, for goodness sake, don't book. Go somewhere else. Book me. I'll do it for less. I'll look at. Okay, you play and kick the ball into the goal. Yeah, we're going to play 4-4-7. Okay, that's my new. Can't believe it, actually. £100 million, and he keeps losing. Totally. It's just because people go, oh, Jose Mourinho. What's he do? And the answer, he loses. He loses. Oh, Roger thinks that Rod Stewart's head of hair is even better. I mean, it's not really. I mean, have you ever seen a man of his age? I mean, he's in his late 70s now, with spiked hair, for God's sake. I mean, honestly, come on, please. Teenage diets are so poor, parents should consider giving them daily supplement pills. Teens generally eat less fruit per day than toddlers, and girls often have low iron levels because they eat all the rubbish, don't they? It's because everywhere you go now, there is all the rubbish food, which didn't used to be around years and years ago. And when I was younger, we didn't have, Chinese takeaways. We didn't have Chinese restaurants. Ready meals are everywhere, and they're all done so that they've got sort of fairly long shelf life. Becky Hill has put her Santa hat into the ring to land a Christmas #1. She's recorded a cover of a well-known festive hit as she tries to oust Lad Baby. Don't try and oust Lad Baby. You make yourself look silly. Lad Baby's going to win. It's as simple as that, because people love Lad Baby. Lad Baby to win. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's going to be to do with sausage rolls again. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why'd you take on Lad Baby? I mean, go for something, at least you stand a chance of winning. Goodness sake, honestly. And Ringo says, Steve, German kebabs, I've just discovered them, says Nicky Bell in Workington. Yes, we've got one in Twickenham. It used to be a bed shop, and for some reason it's turned into a kebab shop. German kebabs, are they different from all the other kebabs? I don't know whether they are. People say they look nice, do they? Yeah. I don't know. I've never had one. I mean, perhaps I should try one. I haven't just got over the shock of KFC twice in a month. I mean, I don't want to push myself too much.
This is LBC.
Steve, the Bros documentary When the Screaming Stops is on BritBox. Did you say it was worth a watch? It's a hilarious watch. Hilarious watch. You have to see it. Have you seen it? I've watched it about 3 times now, and it's very interesting. It's very interesting, but they just don't get on well at all, which is a shame. And it's basically coming down to Matt, who seems to have a big problem and became a bit precious and was sort of living the dream. And they came back, and it was quite inspired for somebody to actually have bothered filming it, for the simple reason that they booked in loads of things, and gradually, one by one, the concerts were cancelled because they didn't sell enough tickets. So I forget how many dates they actually did, but Matt got some of the quotes from it. The letters HOME are so important because they personify the word home. That's a quote from Matt Goss, who also has stones all the way around his sort of place in America. And Matt Goss says, I made a conscious decision because of Stevie Wonder not to be superstitious. There's basically an awful lot of garbage that emanates on this one. It was just sort of pointless sayings, but sort of Matt came back, but he seemed to fall out with his brother for no particular reason. All of a sudden, in fact, it was most of the programme. At one point, Matt sits there and he's getting really cross. He said, I've not even sung yet. And I'm thinking, yeah, all right, grow up, dear, grow up. You've been singing in Vegas. You don't need to rehearse all this stuff. I mean, another one from Matt. Everyone has to be on the same page. Otherwise, you don't get to turn the page. Because somebody gets left behind otherwise, and then somebody has lost the page of the story, which may be the key to the ending. I know, I thought drink as well, but apparently not. Apparently not. But it was just... You have to watch it. That's the only thing I can say to you. Watch it, because you'll also... at one point, they're waiting to go on set on This Morning. I think they had an interview on This Morning. And Luke's sitting there, and Matt then goes, if you think I'm going to do something because you say to me do it, and he loses his temper out of nothing at all, and then starts effing and blinding all over the place. It seemed a bit... It was very odd. It's very strange, and perhaps it explains an awful lot. Steve, I've just had £50 on Frankie Bridge at 4-1 online. Well, say goodbye to that piece of money. £50 at 4-1. Well, there you go. And Phil says Charlie Mullins has spiky hair and he must be 70. I don't know how old. Charlie Mullins owns Pimlico Plumbers. And I don't know how old he is at all, actually. I've never even crossed my mind. I've never even thought about it. We should find out. Because the spiky hair thing. He's 69. Oh, 69. Well, there you go. Not a bad guess, Phil. Not a bad guess. I wouldn't have even thought about that. The only thing I know about Pimlico Plumbers is, as you go out of Waterloo, their offices are on the left-hand side, and they always put loads of stuff up on the roof for Christmas. Blow up Father Christmases and blow up everything else. And that's the only reason I know them. because you see their vans all over the place, and that's about it. But I had no idea, thinking about his age, actually. But I agree with you about Rod Stewart. It's very stressful listening to him now. Well, he's changed his music. Gone are the days of, being innovative with sailing and all this kind of stuff. And, now it's all, luck be a lady tonight. And he starts singing all the classics, and it's a bit copping out, really. It still sells out. I think because people want to see him. People want to see him. Although I still watch, and I've watched it now for about 3 or 4 times, One Direction doing this concert in America, where they were very good. Best song ever. And they all dance to the best song ever. Oh, oh, oh. And it's really good. And I've never seen so many people in a stadium. They're packed into the rafters. It's a bit like going to a Steve Allen show. They're packed into the rafters, and they're sort of all singing along, and then the girls are crying when they go off stage at the end. Same as me. I go off stage at the end, and people are crying with laughter. And it was really good, very good. But the Bros one you have to watch. It's very sweet, but it's like Matt's living in another dimension. But it was the fact he kept losing his temper with Luke that was the bit that it didn't sit so well, because I kept thinking, poor old Luke. They were both quite precious at times, but it was, I don't know. But watch it; you'll find it as fascinating as everybody else did, probably for the wrong reasons, actually. What else we got here? We got Bungling Boris. Apparently, according to Donald Trump, Bungling Boris is the best PM since Winston Churchill. Says Trump. Hilarious. God knows why we even asked him, but somebody decided to ask him. And Steve, funny you mentioned Rod Stewart. I saw a picture of him with Paul Weller on Instagram the other day. They look the same. They do, actually. Paul Weller, I always thought, aged quite badly. I don't know why, actually. But, I was never a Paul Weller fan, but I did do a book on the Style Council years and years ago. Somebody had written a book, and I remember talking to them and saying, "You're a fan, aren't you?" And they went, "Yeah." I said, "I could tell by the way it was written. It was almost hero," because he seems to get hero worship. I think he was looked after by his father, actually. Julie says, "I think I read that Charlie Mullins has sold Pimlico Plumbers." I had read that it was up for sale, because he owns Pimlico Plumbers, or he owned Pimlico Plumbers. But then all the people own their own bit of it, so they're all self-employed. I think that's how it works. And he sold in September. Do we know for how much? Go on, I tell you, I remember thinking it's probably worth, I would think, as a franchise business, 35 million? More? No. Oh, I can't tell people that much. They won't believe it. How much do you think, ladies and gentlemen, Pimlico Plumbers went for? God, I love the way you're all shouting into the radio and I can't hear a thing. £125 million. 120. I'm not surprised he's changed the car. So it went to Neighbourly for being 125 million, 145 million. He says it was a big decision. Listen, if his son Scott remains as chief executive, and but you can imagine though, 125 million pounds for something that he started, and you're 70. He's now going to concentrate on the music industry and running for London mayor. Oh, my Godfathers. I don't know, is 70? Is that right, Charlie? What do you reckon? Biden's older, yeah, but, nobody takes a blind bit of notice what Biden does, do they, really? But no, it must be quite nice, 125 million. You can then retire and do whatever you want to do. But if you want to keep busy, which actually keeps people young, did anybody win Euro Millions? No, it's 122 million tomorrow. Don't bother. I've got the winning numbers. Okay? I wish. Yeah, no, I didn't know. I'm not promising you any money at all. I've said to you, I'll buy you a Christmas tree. You can have a Christmas tree. Fears are actually funny. You should mention Joe Biden, because fears are growing for the health of him, because he spent last Friday under an anaesthetic while he had a colonoscopy, handing his powers to his deputy for 90 minutes. They're worried that he's looking weak, doddery, gaffe-prone and confused. Could be talking about anybody, couldn't it, really? Newt Gingrich, an ex-Republican, is 78. He said, "It's sad and frightening that the Commander-in-Chief, the guy in charge of nuclear weapons and who represents America, looks this confused, weak, feeble and uncertain." They don't hold back, do they? Have you noticed? Oh, dear, honestly. Steve, my smart meter is very smart. It's robbing me blind when I put the heating on, says Tuck. And Sid Cup Julie says, I've seen my Christmas video last night, the Coca-Cola one, Holidays Are Coming. They banned that lorry from Leicester Square. We had it in 1 year in the square. They brought the Coca-Cola lorry in and we all went and had pictures taken with it and it was fab. And then they banned it. You know why? Why did the mayor ban it? Because it's to do with it's a sugary drink. So they couldn't promote it. I mean, seriously, it really is. It's like being dealt with by a 5-year-old. It's ghastly. Ghastly. But no, I like it. I like the advert. Holidays Are Coming. And it's a lorry that lights up. You don't have to drink the drink. I don't drink the drink. You can get Diet Coke as well. Steve, I wasn't going to get hooked and I'm a celebrity, but after watching David Ginola, I'm hooked. Well, what's he done? Has he just turned up? Do you fancy him? Ah, right. If you fancy David Ginola, I don't think he's going to win. It's going to be... Oh, I'm sorry. I still think it's Richard Madeley. Still think, even though somebody's told me they put £50 on somebody else, I think it's, Danny Miller is favourite, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Listen, he's only known for doing his Little Way to Amarillo as part of the Emmerdale crowd, and he's had some quite good storylines, but now he's decided to quit Emmerdale, which I think is a very unwise move. Very unwise move. But, people do things like that, don't they? Anti-vaxxer Eric Clapton, very quickly, reveals even his own family think he's round the twist for his controversial views on COVID. He admits he's lost friends over promoting the non-wearing of masks and writing anti-lockdown songs. He said he will not perform on a stage where the audience have been forced to take the vaccine. Well, I suppose at the age of, what are you now, 76, Mr. Slowhand? I hope to God you don't get it, because it could be really bad news, but you know best.
This is LBC.
Jonathan Shalit, superstar agent to millions. It seems like millions to me. He says, morning, Steve. He says, I'm just enjoying your slurp of tea. I'm having my cup of Yorkshire, which is very nice. He says, I actually met Charlie Mullins of Pimlico Plumbers at a charity dinner last week for the Shooting Star Children's Hospice. He outbid me in the charity auction, paying £10,000 for 2 tickets to next year's Wimbledon women's tennis final. He's richer than me. Well, he is now. He's just sold it for $125 million. He said, Jonathan says, I would have taken Katrina, so she was disappointed. And please, could you wish my wonderful mother-in-law, Carmel Clayton, a very happy birthday? Carmel's not been that well recently, so I'm sending her extra love to the still very glamorous Carmel. And because of Carmel, I have a wonderful wife, 2 brilliant daughters, one of whom is Sophia Lever, who works at Global, and 2 grandsons. So you will know my gratitude to Carmel. Absolutely. So, Carmel, have a very, very happy birthday. It's always lovely to have birthdays, but always lovely to be appreciated. Always lovely to be appreciated. When somebody writes nice things about you, it gives you a warm glow. A bit like incontinence, really. But, no, it does, seriously. It does. If somebody's nice to you, you think, oh, that's nice. And if somebody's sort of, especially about mother-in-laws, because poor mother-in-laws get the butt of the jokes from just about it. Les Dawson made a living out of mother-in-law jokes. So when somebody's nice about you, Carmel, it's from the heart. So many happy returns of the day, and to anybody else celebrating as well. Rosie in Greenwich says, Steve, it's my first morning back after a week off, so nice to be listening live again after using the catch-up. I miss the Lions, but hearing you chatter as the alarm goes off gets me ready for my first day back is a bit nicer. Thank you. And Nikki says, you've just said ladies and gentlemen. You're not allowed to say that now. I don't care. I'm saying it. I've noticed, actually, that a photographer has been accused of sexism after asking male Cambridge students to help the ladies. Wolfson College have been dragged into this row after students at a matriculation ceremony, such a good word, complained that the remark made them feel unsafe. They're embroiled in this sexism row. Dozens of new arrivals at the mostly postgraduate college were lined up, posing in their signature Cambridge gowns on October the 10th, when the remark is said to have been uttered. Students at the college, which counts several country leaders among its alumni, have now written a complaint letter seeking a formal apology over the targeted atmosphere of inequality. So it was gendered language, and it was leaked. Really, God, honestly. things get so bad now you can't say anything. Can't say anything at all. I mean, the letter claims that the external photographer's remarks are not in keeping with the university's ethos as a safe space for people of all genders. The letter said, given that the photographer is likely to be in proximity to students again, we ask this information is passed on to the company to ensure that students are not placed in this position again, where they are made to feel unsafe or subject to discrimination. Following the official photograph, one of the photography team announced that these students could dismount from the platform where they'd stood to pose, and that one of the male photography team would help the ladies as they were doing so. It should not require any explanation as to why this was inappropriate, patronising and unnecessarily gendered comment to make in this situation. So in other words, don't help them. For God's sake, don't help them. Let the old bags get down by themselves. I mean, I thought that would be a polite thing. Would you not think that would be... But I don't... See, that's where I'm obviously missing out on this, because I thought if you help... It's like holding a door open for a lady. Is that same... It was chivalry. You help, can I give you a hand down? I don't think we want that kind of talk. So, yeah, I would be considered a sexist pig for helping people. Well, I'm telling you, it's the last time I open a door for a lady. Open it yourself. Goodness sake, honestly, where are we ending up here? But, Steve, how long do you give it before, says Sandra, there's a clash of personalities between David Ginola and Richard Madeley? No. I don't think there will be. Definitely, I don't think there will be. Richard Madeley, he's not like that. I did hear a great story about somebody, I can't tell you who it was, but it's somebody whose image on the television is completely different from the image in real life. I can't tell you who it is, because that would be, betraying a thing. But no, I don't think there'd be any clash between David Ginola and Richard Madeley. He's really not like that. You'd have to wind him up, something chronic, for him to actually... I mean, he clashes on GMB with people. Yeah, but that's his job. That's what he's doing. I leave here and I'm quite a shy, timid little person, wouldn't say boo to a goose. Mainly because you're not allowed to anymore. You can't just pick on geese like that and go boo because they don't like it. Or ganders, or goosey gander. It's not their fault, is it? They were part of a children's poem. But no, I don't think he'll be like that at all. I'd be very, very surprised. I'm nearly said I'm willing to put money on it, but I'm not sure I'm willing to go that far and put money on something like that. Charlie Mullins was on Vine last week, says Christine. He wasn't the most interesting. No, he wasn't the most interesting. But I don't think he does many of those sort of things anyway. I was surprised to see him on there. Mind you, now he's got 125 million. It makes him very appealing to lots of different programmes. Donna says, me and the family had a lovely afternoon in Twickenham for the Christmas event. Mulled wine, lots of food and a children's choir. We even had fake snow in Church Street. Little disappointed it wasn't you turning on the lights, but the mayor did a good job. I was sitting down there, Donna. I was with 3 of my friends, and we were drinking. We were having bevy poos, which is lovely. And Anna, an original spiker, says, Steve, I'm having a bunion op today. A bunion op? Good Lord, I didn't know people still got bunions. And Julia says, I'm with you on tea. You can't beat a nice cup of tea. I don't drink alcohol, so I spend my money on nice teas and tend to go for Fortnum & Mason Royal Blend loose leaf tea. It's lovely. Enjoying one now in my office at work in Lincolnshire. And hearing you talk, Steve, about Winter Wonderland, says Beverly. Have you been to Thursford? No, we know all about Thursford. We know all about it. We had some listeners who went there the other week and said, you'd love it. I know. See, I like anything like that. Anything sort of festive and Christmassy. And, I forgot, I brought a biscuit in, actually, because I gave a biscuit to the producer, and I forgot to give one to my AP today. I have got a biscuit for you. And I can... Wait a minute. I've forgotten what I've done with the blooming thing. I've lost the biscuit. Hold on a sec. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'll find it. That's it. It's in this bag. I've got so many different bags here, honestly. I bought this specifically for you the other day. I saw it and I thought, there you go. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? What do they call them? Not just a biscuit. No, it's not just a biscuit. It's a gingerbread biscuit. But this is a soldier. There you go. So that's what you've got. He's an iced gingerbread nutcracker. Way. Sorry, can you say that now? Is that okay? Gingerbread person, I do beg your pardon. It's not a man at all. It's completely gender fluid. I really have no idea what gender it is. I haven't lifted up his tunic and do not intend to. I don't want to worry and get myself into trouble on that one. But no, I saw it because they were selling them in Church Street, and I thought, I'm going to buy that. The AP. The producer got one, but it wasn't quite the same. What was yours? Was yours the penguin? Oh, you got Santa. There you go, which is quite nice, isn't it? Quite cute. So there was something I was saving for you. Oh, honestly. So, Black Friday. What am I going to buy? Lego? No. I don't know why Lego's become so popular all of a sudden. It's very odd, isn't it? But I quite like the idea of this 13-year-old here, and she's got the Axe Factor. She was given a metal detector. She went out there. Her name's Millie from Mildenhall. She said, I was shocked, and she found a once-in-a-lifetime Bronze Age axe hoard. She's found about 10 of them. She's also found gold-plated buttons and a Queen Elizabeth coin. She found 65 pieces in Royston, dating back to 1300 BC. I mean, she's 13. I always wanted a metal detector. I never got a metal detector. I wanted two things in my life, a metal detector and a pogo stick. And I never got either. I got a pair of roller skates instead. It wasn't very exciting. But it doesn't matter. I'm never one to complain. There's a new zebra crossing in Southsea in Hampshire. And what do you think? What's unusual about this zebra crossing is when you walk on it, it lights up. Which I think is quite good, actually. Yeah, it lights up like in Michael Jackson's Billie Jean video. I don't remember Michael Jackson's Billie Jean video or a thing lighting up in it. Pedestrian Jan Bain wrote online, I've nearly been hit on that crossing. I'm so pleased to make it change. How brilliant. It's like the piano in Big, where he dances on the giant piano. Dum, 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 da, dum, da, dum, da, dum, dum, which I think is very good. I'm the only one that appreciates myself, I tell you.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Who's the biggest manufacturer of rubber tyres in the world? This came up as a quiz question some years ago, and everybody was going, oh, is it Firestone? Is it this or that? So the biggest manufacturer of rubber tyres in the world, 300 million annually, Lego. 300 million. I mean, I know it's a bit of a misnomer. And how many pieces of Lego are made every year? Because in my day, the only Lego you could get was, because the producer said to me, what sort of Lego did you have when you were younger? You know, as if I was back in the Dark Ages or something. I said, well, we only used to have red and white Lego. You could buy doors and windows and stuff like that, but now they do all the different colours and they do all the bits and pieces that go along with it. And they turn out 15 billion pieces of Lego every year. Perhaps they should show you the factory. I'd love to see the factory where they make Lego. I'd like to know how that works. It was invented in 1932. So I'm assuming they must have had moulds that turn this stuff. It can't have been made by hand, can it? It must have been made on a machine. In which case, are they still using the same machines they had in 1932? Or, because of the amount of pieces they're turning out, I don't even know where it's made. Where is it made? Is it made in this country? There was a show on Channel 4 where people build stuff. Yes, I mean, I saw a Christmas tree made out of Lego the other day, and there are people who come in there and they make this stuff for Legoland and giant models and everything else. They must have worked it all out. But where was it invented? Is it an American idea? It sounds as if it's something Finnish or, you know, somewhere like that. Denmark. There you go. Not a bad guess. And so it's still made there, is it, in Denmark? Have they got a factory that just turns out lots and lots of Lego? Because we used to have a Lego shop in the Benthall Shopping Centre in Kingston, and it had all different coloured Lego in there. Yellow, green, red, white, blue, pink, everything. Well, I think pink, black. And then it disappeared for some reason. So I'm assuming there must be... Oh, the factory's still in Denmark. It must be huge, this factory, mustn't it, for turning out? I mean, unless the lines can all turn out a variety of different colours. Because I'm always fascinated when you watch the Cadbury's film where they show you them making chocolates and stuff like that and how that works. And it's just phenomenal what these machines can do in the factories. And I'm assuming that Lego is probably made the same way. It probably sort of makes it, and it must be a liquid that they pour in, and then it turns out the Lego bricks. It's all very odd, isn't it? Oh, we found it. Good Lord above. It's the most bizarre thing. You'll like it, actually. Lego bricks in the making. So they start off in all different colours and shapes and everything else, and then the machine God blimey. It's very high-tech, isn't it? For producing Lego bricks. You've never seen anything like it. It's like they're brewing. I've never... Good Lord, is that real? Is that a genuine... Good God in heaven. Literally, the machines are turning out, well, as you know, billions every year. 15 billion pieces every year in all the different colours. In fact, including colours I've never seen before. And all different shapes and sizes. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. You live and learn. But do people still play with it? Of course they do. They must do. They're churning out tons of this stuff. Biggest toy in the world, is it? And now it's even bigger because you can make... Can you not make Houses of Parliament, which is made of Lego, and it's got so many... Because I've seen different sort of pieces, and also the... what was the other one that they did as well? Was it Star Wars or something like that? You've got Lego Creator, there's Lego Harry Potter. So all of this, I suppose they just jump on the bandwagon. Lego Harry Potter. So it could be... And do you glue it together? Perhaps we could have to do a Lego Steve Allen for Make Some Noise. Something like that. Because I saw the Christmas tree and I thought that looked very good. And I've seen monsters and stuff. And kids obviously love playing with Lego. And I suppose the treat for this Christmas would be getting a box of Lego that you can make the Harry Potter train in, or Hogwarts or something like that. It's very clever, isn't it? Very, very clever. It must be making somebody an awful lot of money. Is it a very... And fancy still being made in Denmark? They're so sophisticated, aren't they? The Colosseum... Is that the Colosseum in Rome? Look at that, honestly. All made out of Lego. And that will cost you £449. You can get... What else have we got that you can buy? I can do you the Bugatti Chiron collector model. £270. This is made out of Lego, is it? This is all Lego. How clever. How clever. The Lego Star Wars Millennium set. Oh, my goodness me. That's a bit sophisticated. And so it should be. It's £519. You can, I mean, if you were a child, you couldn't make this, could you? Is this based for adults? Oh, for anybody. Oh, I see. Right. OK. They've also got... Oh, you can get a London bus. A London bus is very nice. Oh, it's no longer available online, but it's going to cost you roughly... Well, about 80 quid, but they're unlikely to receive more stock. Oh, my goodness me. Don't tell me they've stopped making the thing. I couldn't bear it. But you can get everything now. A Lego typewriter. Oh, I quite like that, actually. That appeals to me. 180 quid. Also, everything. Absolutely everything. There is nothing that they don't seem to have. So there you go. It is the toy that keeps on giving. And I should imagine parents everywhere go, shut up. You can even get Adidas Original Superstar Lego shoes, 80 quid. I think it's only for one, and you make it up. I've no idea it was so huge, this. Not obviously when I was younger. Not obviously when I was younger. But still what? They red and white. Red and white, that was it. Chris Lowry... over in España, Viva España, says, my nephew is crazy for Lego. He's 4, and I'm paying for him to go to Legoland. See, that's just the right age, isn't it? They love it. They absolutely love it. I think that sounds fantastic. 4 years old, what a nice present to go to Legoland. Actually, Legoland is where the Windsor Safari Park was, wasn't it? And then we did away with Safari Park because it had some things in there that people didn't like keeping a killer whale in a very small little, basically, bath. That was about the size of it, I'm afraid. And so Legoland is very popular with, especially sort of the kids. When they say down with the kids, can you imagine? And also easy to wrap for Christmas. You just literally, boxes are so easy to wrap. So easy. There's a pop-up restaurant, which actually would appeal to Chris and Steve. Not. And it's only serving food based on pigs in blankets, which is going to open for 3 days next month. Pigsy's mince pies, fondue and even trifle with layers of mash and cranberry brioche will all include the meaty festive favourites. The pop-up in Bristol by the sausage maker The Jolly Hog will run from December the 3rd to the 5th. The co-founder, Ollie Cohn, says something so delicious shouldn't be relegated to the side of a plate of turkey. I love it. Apparently in Greggs you can get the Pigs in Blanket baguette, which will be coming up very shortly, which I quite fancy the idea of, actually. That sounds very nice. Pigs under blankets baguette. Oh, that looks particularly nice. That does look very nice. So perfectly cooked pork sausage in a smoked sweet cure, bacon with stuffing and cranberry sauce in a white baguette. That sounds quite nice, actually. In fact, it looks even better. I'm not sure whether I could eat something like that. Pigs under blankets. When are they selling that? Hopefully now. Are they really? Pigs under blankets, baguette. I might have to ask them for it today. A tasty baguette. The only thing it's not got, it's got all the trimmings except sprouts. They say obviously. I'm sorry, I don't see that as obviously. What do you mean obviously? Why couldn't you put sprouts with it? I know, you're right. You wouldn't put sprouts with it, would you? But so there you go, pigs under blankets. But mind you, in between that and the Lego, we've sorted out your life today, haven't we? You don't need to worry about anything else. Well, the thing we do need to worry about is the NHS waiting list hit a record 6 million. A record 6 million. And they say it's only going to get worse. It is. You know, with what? COVID. It's going to get worse with COVID. And Chris Lowry says, I'd love a mince pie. We're having trouble getting them here this year. I wonder why. I don't know. I mean, I looked in Waitrose the other day and they seem to have so many mince pies. But I'll tell you what they did have. Heston Blumenthal does a little chocolate candle. I think you get about 4 or 6 in the box. I can't remember how many it is. And inside there's like a Bucks Fizz ganache. Quite delicious. Really bad for diabetes. Very, very bad. But it did look quite nice, actually. There you go. Heston, Bucks Fizz candles. Are they really £9? Good Lord above. I wouldn't have bought them if I'd known that. But there you go. It's filled with milk and dark chocolate, Marc de Champagne, and mandarin puree ganache, decorated with an almond. They're ever so nice. And you can light it, made with a celebratory splash of Marc de Champagne. I mean, to be honest with you, I think you'd just have to wave the bottle over the top of it and it kind of solves a million problems for you.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Have you been, Steve, to the Dickens Festival in Rochester? No, I haven't. But, Joe, it sounds lovely. I've never been to Rochester. Full stop. There are places I've not been to. Yes, there's one for the bucket list. Somebody says, I've just booked, it's Joe, to see A Christmas Carol at the Painted Hall in Greenwich. By the way, I open doors for anybody. It's just being polite. I don't think you're allowed to do it nowadays. There's things that they seem to be stopping left, right and centre, which is not so good. Steve, I'm just enjoying a mug of Yorkshire tea, same as Jonathan Shallett, Ian. And he says, after a lifetime of coffee, discovered this great tasting tea and didn't look back. Brew the tea bag for 3 minutes, dash of milk and half a teaspoonful of sugar. Fantastic. I love it. And Roger says, would you ever go on Millionaire? No. The reason being is because, yes, A, I'm not remotely interested in the money side of it, but B, I think it's different watching a programme on the television. I've heard a lot of people say you watch a show on the television, and then it comes to it, and all of a sudden your mind goes blank, and you can't remember the basics, which is a bit of a shame. Mary says, joyous to hear your energy since 4 a.m. this morning. If ever you shop in Tesco's, which have a cafe, their Christmas sandwich is turkey and stuffing in a wrap, which is made from a Yorkshire pudding. Stop it. Is it? Now, you know me and Yorkshire puddings. I love stuff like that. Johnny in Watford says, our son Bobby, aged 6, loves Lego. We buy him a big set of Star Wars for his birthday and Christmas, and they have around 7 plus individual bags in the box, and it's a project for him. Whenever he's free, he does a bit and then comes back to it. Last set started in the middle of October. It's obviously it's fantastic, isn't it? They're making it more eco-friendly, because it turned out that it wasn't eco-friendly, so they've changed the formulation. I just find it fantastic to think that it's still being made, and they hope to make most of their products from sustainable sugarcane. I mean, how does that work? How does that work? So the new bricks are made of sugarcane plastic and are shaped like plants. So there you go. But they've introduced, since 2018 actually, and the introduction of sustainable Lego blocks has come in fully in March of this year. From August, available to customers in selected countries. Elements of the set will appear in other sets of blocks over the course of 2018. So they've got high ambitions for its sustainability programme. By 2030, the company intends to manufacture most of its products and packaging using environmentally friendly materials or recycled sources. What have happened to normal games? I often worried about the amount of things that we used to get years ago that you wouldn't be allowed nowadays. I mean, for example, lead-based paints that we used to get. You could get little... Oh, dear, forget that. Yeah, I mean, it is amazing. Steve, did you see James May building a house out of Lego? No. Daniel says it won't be long till it's banned. No, but they've sorted that bit out. Sugarcane, as I've just told you. Who'd have thought? Answer is nobody would have thought of it. The Royals fighting back. This is going to be an interesting one. The Palace is bracing itself for a BBC documentary on the princes that has left the Queen very upset. Do you know, she probably cannot believe what stuff is going on around her family, it must be taking its toll. It really must be. I mean, she's probably worn out with it. First of all, you know, the Harry saga. He's not coming back for Christmas now, and I shouldn't imagine they give her 4x. And then there was the problem of Andrew, and that one's not going away either. And now this latest one is a BBC documentary, which is basically saying that all of this stuff between the boys is orchestrated, and they've done this and they've done that, but they will not show it to the Palace before they transmit it. They're basically playing a little bit of a game, and the Queen and Charles and William are absolutely fuming. And what they'll do is they'll end up saying to the BBC, right, you're having nothing more to do with the family. Seriously, things you never thought you'd be talking about. I never thought. Did you know that vaping, you know, a lot of people do, you can all tell if somebody's vaping, they get clouds of smoke. Cigarette, you just get, you know, little dribbles of smoke. But, I mean, sometimes you see somebody, it's like it's a steam train. If they do it in a car, you can't see anything at all. Looks like it's on fire. But apparently it can lead to broken bones and even minor falls. Nicotine, included in e-cigarettes, is suspected by some experts to make people's bones weaker. So, in other words, vaping could lead to you having broken bones when you fall down. God knows. I'll tell you, if we have snow this Christmas, depending on who you believe, we'll be falling down all over the place. But I did want to bring you the fact that the price of bread, for those people addicted... I remember years ago there was a shortage of bread, and people started stockpiling bread. People were coming out of supermarkets. You've only got to say to them, bananas are in short supply, and immediately bananas will sell out. So this time they did it years ago with bread, and they said, oh, bread's going to be in short supply, hardly any bread will be available. And people who are addicted to bread started going out buying 20 or 30 loaves of bread. It's like if you say there's no more toilet paper around, people start stockpiling toilet paper. They're very easily led. But now they've said the price of bread could rise 20% in the next few weeks. Why? Wheat prices. Also, pasta has become more expensive in recent weeks. Thank God I don't eat pasta. Thank God. But bread wheat is now trading on commodity markets at £255 a tonne, up 25%. Allied Bakeries, which owns Kingsmill, said the industry was exposed to inflationary pressure over the cost of flour, gas and delivery fuel. We just have to cut out eating bread. Don't eat bread. Although I appreciate some people could not. It's funny things that you could live. I could live without bread. If somebody said there's no more bread in the world, you can't eat, I wouldn't eat bread. I'm not particularly... Yeah, because it wouldn't be available. Why not? Mind you, for decades... Sweep played second fiddle to saintly Sooty and his magic wand. Have you noticed the effortless way we coast into these stories? Yeah. But the mischief maker will be squeaking with delight after his glove puppet made an astonishing £3,000 at auction. The price was more than treble the amount expected, £250 more than the figure reached for Sooty. Sue sold for £1,500. The original puppets were part of a collection of memorabilia from the Sooty show, which made about £11,000. Because the original Sooty, of which there were a few, is in the Magic Circle. He's in the Magic Circle Museum, the original Sooty that was bought by Harry H. Corbett. And now there were I remember a friend of mine used to do a Sooty show around the country, and he used to come in and chat to me, and he brought me in the whole set. So I've got at home Sooty, Sweep, Sue, and Butch the dog. Bit sad, isn't it, really, when you say... Because the funny thing was, Sooty never said anything, he just whispered in your ear. Could have been anything. Whereas Sweep, I don't remember... I don't think it was called Scampy. No, but Scamp, probably, not Scampy. Scampy, you sure? That was the little cousin. I don't remember that. They changed Sue's voice on one of them, and I remember thinking, no, they've changed her voice. But the show ran from the 1950s, and at the very end of it, Harry Cook would always go, "Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye." And he'd be drenched or whatever. There you go. Oh, Scampy. There is somebody called Scampy. Appeared on the Sooty show. He had a small role. In the 2011 series, he only appears in the episode The Wedding. There you go. Hardly a major character. Start pushing that one on me. Still called Scampy. Oh, and I forgot to mention at the beginning of the programme, the headmistress of a leading private girls' school has defended woke pupils and demanded older generations stop labelling them snowflakes. There won't be anything worth saying very shortly. We'll just have to come on air very shortly and just go, hello, and that'll be it. There won't be anything else to say.